It's a classic David versus Goliath. FPX still fishing for that first series win at an international tournament. And on the other side of them, they're facing off against not one, but two world champions and some stacked talent in Loud. It's safe to say this is going to be a tall order for the Chinese team. But if there's anything that we've learned from this tournament, Mimi, is that this squad can do it. They just got to find it in them.
They do, but they're up against Loud, the team at this tournament with the longest pedigree of success. Sadak has led roster after roster to international events, and they almost always succeed. But there is that history in the back of your head of a Masters tournament or two, knocked out in 2 matches. It's happened before.
It's actually quite fascinating given the circumstances with Loud and FPX here, right? Because it's like, you look at these Masters events, Loud kind of struggling. FPX still looking for that first series win. You kind of have a situation where FPX could maybe get the better of them here.
I mean, when Crew was struggling, one of their first big wins in Copenhagen
was
It has happened before where teams come up and get these upset wins.
Yeah, they find them on weaker form, which is exactly what we've seen Loud come into this tournament on. I mean, everything seems to be lined up for FPX to have that miracle victory here and push deeper further into this tournament. I don't know. I feel like the starting battleground though, somewhere they were close against Sentinel, somewhere they beat EG earlier on in the year. This is not exactly a weakness for them. And while on the side of FPX, I'm not sure they'll be able to match up pound for pound. Life needs to have That's 2.
Exact gong.
Anyways, Sunset, this is a map where I like Cloud's Phoenix Breach comp the best. I think it's a map where getting away with playing no doubt.
คู่หลังไปบนเล็กปะ
Because on the attack,
ไปเล่นฮีเลย
site hits end up being splits either
ไปบนเล็กอะไรนะ
or through
Team
elbow or
Healing.
anyway, so you can get away with that. And having that extra flash power means you have great retakes, a much more proactive defense focused on that extremity control, and also on your attack.
มาสเตอร์หน้าที่จีนน่าจะได้ดูตอนเที่ยง
that you can start to snowball, especially since Phoenix, you get a new ult every 6.
Yeah, it's somewhere you're going to be competing across. You know, I feel like this is somewhere for Loud. They've come in, they've been a little frozen, they've been cold. It's been winter for this squad, and hopefully it'll start to thaw. They'll find themselves on the other side in autumn. But on the other side, autumn, he's been unbelievable. I've really enjoyed seeing this guy flourish on this international stage. I don't know how many times he's been able to build them out of tough situations out of Phoenix, even more so.
เราเปิดโหมดแมสวันนี้
strategic fights and winning them consistently for the squad. The first Australian to ever make an international event in Valorant, and he's making OCE proud thus far.
And what I really hope to see as well from this FPX team is just some proactivity. You know, I just want them to just kind of catch Loud off guard. Really put Sadak in a position to like really use that massive brain of his to come up with something creative. I like to use this phrase, punch in the face. I kind of wish that this was an FPX that before.
สวัสดีครับน้องแอลคุณ8 เดือนนะครับโทษทีสวัสดีรถเมย์ด้วยนะสวัสดีครับวันนี้พี่พร้อมมีใครร่วมตีบ้างให้พี่เอ๋ยเหมือนเดิมเคยเจอแล้วใช่น้องโทนี่ขอบคุณ12 เดือนนะครับ
ชันเวอรี่จำ B3 ชันเวอรี่จำ B3 ชันเวอรี่จำ
รู้จักกันตั้งนานต้องครบปี
ให้ใครนะพี่
กดไลค์ฮะสวัสดีครับ
Round 2
And on the other side, actually on the side you're talking about Loud, right?
เฮ้ยลาวใช่ไหม
ราวครับสวนเปล่า
ไม่สวนครับ
ไม่ต้องเรียนศิลปะก็ดูรู้ว่าไม่มีภาพ
This is somewhere that I can't pull out any excuses for him. He should be firing off on the way through.
So something that I think is important to note as well is when we talk to Sadak in America, right, one of the things he said was getting QCK on this lineup just gave them more flexibility options, gave them more that they could do. But to the point that everyone's been saying here, it's that I do feel like at a certain point, yes, QCK is fitting more of a role than rather than being a star player.
Sure.
But yeah, I kind of feel like you're going to need your boy to step up here at this point in time, right? Really make your name on the stage today.
You absolutely do. There's a reason we're in the face of Valorant where we're past having IGLs that don't crash, right? Like actually having people who are shooting back, who are popping up. And I'm not saying QCK wasn't at any point in time, because at his worst he's been fine, you know?
Yeah.
We've
He's
seen
done his
him
job.
be excellent before.
Good. Yeah.
อันนี้ขอบคุณ9 เดือนนะขอบคุณครับ FPX เวียดลาวกับ TS เอเปเล็กวันนี้ใช่ถูกแล้ว
But know, you also kind of had a situation where they were replacing
แต่ผมยังเชียร์เป๊ปอยู่นะ
who was a really impactful because it's freaking us. So like, there's a lot of big shoes to fill there, but I'm excited to see what Loud can do, Mitch, especially with this game if they try and get a little funny with it.
Oh, that's sick. I'm gonna need to find out where that jacket came from. I need one or two. And you know, this is the other thing. Just circling back to the QCK Phoenix, the composition that they run gives him so much room to play with. You're talking about all the extra things they can do. Well, with a breach, with an Omen, with a Viper, and a Sova to support you. This is somewhere that I think FPX, if they're caught out of position, if Loud can push and pull the map, there should be no problem for QCK breaking through. Like I said, he's been good and playing his role. He's been going in and going down, but we know that the potential for QCK, the ceiling, is a lot higher. He can burst those sites, blow those sites way open by himself.
Here we go. Agent select.
พาพี่เอ๋ยไปนอน
Okay, so they're going to be rolling with the chamber FPX.
จะแกล้งพี่เอ๋ย
Which could be quite helpful for them potentially.
So the biggest difference between these two comps is for one, FPX has that Sentinel on their defense. They have a little
แต่
bit
พี่
of
เอ๋ย
more
เจิม
control. Generally, if
ไอ้นี่ให้เลยนะ
you're leaving your chamber alone on one side, that's what you allows. That's what it allows. Loud is playing Sentinel.
พี่เอ๋ยเจิม
Sentinels, which
เฮเลติกให้เลยนะ
means their defense
เป็นเล็กจะไม่ชนะจริงเหรอ
They cannot be
โหเฮเลติโหดจริง
will get infiltrated by
ต้องบอกว่าจับคู่มาสวย
I
เอ
mean,
เล็ก
honestly, Mitch, just a wild
โอ้ยเป็นเล็กชนะว่ะ
that we're getting Phoenix versus
โอ้
Phoenix
เป็นเล็ก
2024.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
yo.
see it say
Hey.
that FPX hasn't played
พี่
the
ใหญ่
game
กลับมา
before.
แล้ว
This is what they've been running regionally. They've looked okay there, but this is
พี่ใหญ่
a whole different challenge.
All right,
คือ
folks, well,
จริงบิน
this
ไหมเมื่อ
is
คืน
it, the
อ่ะ
first match of the
เอาจริง
day.
เอางั้นจริงบินมาแล้วไปเป็นเล็กดิ
The day is gonna get started. Who better
จริ
to
ง
send some people home than Pansy and High Park? Am I right, guys?
คิดว่าน้องต้มมาม่าเลยไวๆดี ต้มยำๆครับ
เท็กเจอร์ระเบิดพลังคู่4 ทุ่มครึ่ง
ไอ้คัง
แมน
เย็น
ยู
ที
ครับ
เมื่อวานเคยดูบ้างเคนจีอาคังเย็นทีเป็นเรื่องไปย่างเขาคู่นี้ผม
ให้
เชีย
คอ
ร์
ม
ลาว
สอง
แล้วครับ
ทีมัน
ผมอยากดูเลส
อะไรวะน่ะ
ได้ไปต่อ ผมว่าวันนี้
ของ
เล
โค
ส
ตรแปลก
ชัวร์นี่อ่ะ
Say life, take a little stab there. Able to see
Camber,
Via,
he.
contact found early on. QCK and Tui's having to post up here. 3 members allowed actually.
They're doubling down on this.
Yeah, they're pushing through.
Oh,
Well, I saw didn't see it.
ไม่มันปวดเบ้าตาจังวะ
this could be
เกิดจากอะไรวะ
โอ้โห
การปวดเบ้าตา
Timing's
ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการควบคุมครับ จังหวะ
What's
นี้
going on elsewhere? Deciding to go all the way around T-spawn, not kind of slicing through tiles, which is where the vast majority of FPX currently resides.
สรุปยิงธนูผิดกฎไหมพี่
Careful here. He does have Quarantine by his
ฮะ
side, and
โอ้โห
that's exceptional work from
เป็นไง
Loud.
ตันเดียวเสียวทั้งซอย
ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการควบคุมครับ
Lysor has no idea what the hell just happened, but that was just a sweep.
Now half a second either
เบ้า
way.
ตา
Lysol
ไม่น่าไมเกรน
maybe
นะ ไม่
spots
รู้
this out,
ไมเกรน
finds
จะ
the
ปวด
open
ข้างเดียว
kill
นะปวด
and shuts down
But
what looks
low.
like a very, very well planned
เขาป
pistol
วดน้อย
round
มั้ง
here
น่าจะ
from Loud. Get a consolation here, potentially no QC.
เต็ม
ฟอร์เรตปืนพก โอ้ my god
Start the map here
ส
with
วัสดี
a
ค่ะอยาก
flawless.
ดูจนจบเหมือนเมื่อวานแต่ไม่ต้องเดินทางถึงเช้า
Gonna send a message
เอาไป
here
แต่
to
ดูคู่
FPX.
แรกนะ
No
ได้เลยค
strangers
รับ
to elimination games on either side here. Beautiful setup here,
ส
yeah.
วัสดีพี่มุกนะครับ
Stunning.
More than a cosmetic stun.
No, that
You get
was-
worried
ถ้า
about
วันนี้
pistol
PA
round.
แคสคือหมดสิท
You
ธิ์ไป
do,
แชม
there
เปี้ยน
is
ไหม
always that slight
เฮ้ยไม่น่าจะยังเปล่า
No, that
มัน
was
เพิ่ง
very
ต้นปีเอง
good
นะ
from Loudon, and I
นี่
think,
มันเป็นวัตเตอร์แรก
แบ
นะ
บนี้ฟินิกซ์เหรอวะ
how
แชมเปี้ยน
Loud
มัน
look
ต้อง
in
เก็บ
this
คะแนนอีก
series. Bigger picture.
Well, yeah, because I think Gen G's
ผมว่า
performance
ตอน
afterwards
แมปมันมาใหม่ผมก็เล่นแต่ฟินิกซ์นั่นน่ะ
you
เก็บ
almost
เก็บ
feel
ออฟ
a
ง่าย
little
ดิ
better about Loud losing, right?
Yes,
If that's
absolutely.
the
Huh?
way to look at it. Let's open
เออ
up
6 เม็ด
here.
รัว
Power player for FBX down. Autumn tagged up as well. Obviously the ability to heal, but no follow through from FBX just yet.
กล่องคู่เพียบเจียมใครลาวกับเปเปอร์เล็ก
No, let's see if
สู้
they can
ยังไง
achieve
ครับ
anything
เนี่ย
with this one. Tricky, obviously with classics.
เลสมัน
it's
เห็น
not
อะไร
particularly
วะ
comfortable. Lysor did get a little bit of space, so
ยิงเขาโดนไปหมด
relayed into
ๆวาง
those
เป้า
later
หล่อไว้
rounds.
ทำมิ่งสแปม
If maybe that's
Yeah.
something they could explore, but for now you can see them taking the tour. This will probably play in if anyone.
น้องอิง
It's gonna be
พร้อมเชียร์
QCK over there. Yeah, so let's see how much he gets. He's heard something enough.
ขอ
to
บัฟ
turn his
ซ้ำศพ
attention
ทีเดียว
back.
รู้เรื่อง
Maybe just the
อ้าว
time.
โอเค
No one seeing anything. That's not pretty enough. He does get at least 2 of them.
Dirty HP.
Yeah, tough.
แป๊บนึงนะแชท
Another individual fight could open up the potential of a plant. Let's see if he can drop, but Cowanzine, yeah, the timing. Nicely done by Cowanzine.
เก็บ
Press
ปืน
the
ไม่ทัน
corner,
ด้วย
finds him,
I think off the back of that, actually QCK does get his ultimate.
โอ้
So
ย
yeah,
Yes, he does.
tools to bring in here. Obviously loses out on the rifle, but we'll try and spread the funds accordingly. Around the ultimate for this round. We'll pass across. Get him
อันติมา
expected. Obviously, with this composition, I mean, I agree with me. This is almost the better showing of this composition. The ability to be very proactive, set QCK in motion. So that Calzine hasn't got an assist yet. Doesn't really matter, even after the pistol round there.
Did well enough for himself. It could have supported the player beside him, but I mean, if you're there, you're there. Now the bonus.
Oh.
There's a great deal of bite to it here.
เลสทิพหายแล้ว
Position a little further ahead than
ทำอะไรวะ
นี่สินะที่เขาเรียกไหลลงไปเลย
view of chance. Now,
Huh?
just he is waiting very much on the jump off point. Bit of stall, and actually, this is quite audacious from Karanzine. Does
Say, yeah,
recover the bulldog there.
Toying with the idea of dipping a little deeper in the smoke, but things come through from FPX. I think noting or potentially noting somebody towards market. Don't like what they saw. They do have themselves a very favourable fight towards 8. 2, he's not committed.
No, sitting quite deep. They still have the paranoia. Still have near on full kit, barring the owl drone for Sadak. Karanzine pretty well situated, and so is QCK. So they could run a pretty good retake if they get there, but again, keep your eyes towards QCK. He should have been able to clear B by this point, so they could alleviate all the pressure. Now seeing this utility towards A, this should be a comfortable rotate, and you've got to look for that backstab. How much value does QCK find? Little bit of stall on the one-way.
Jimmy's just trying to go over the top.
There it is.
Yeah, he spotted them.
Oh, chip damage, not going to convert to a kill, but that's the site found, and the flank is on the way. Eyes towards QCK here, potential victim. Does he find it? No, dealt with. QCK, that's going to lose a lot of the punch from this round. Loud now looking very vulnerable. 2 he's in Karanzine. Lovely work to bring it back to a 2v2. How dare I doubt them.
Great for them.
No, Lysor loses the
Wang,
fight.
eh?
This is ridiculous. Autumn, come on. No flashes to play through on that smoke, and doesn't get too invested on the tap on the spike, but now he has to go. He's got to take this challenge halfway. Not achieved. Autumn plays it well. FPX
ออท
across the line, but that's a dicey full
เสียหายเยอะอยู่
up against a bonus.
A little sketchy, but a round win nonetheless. Loud making things very
อ๋อเมื่อกี้
difficult for
ไม่นักพากย์ครับผมเขาดูหนัง
QCK falls there, it removes a big tool in terms of
Okay.
retake. Yeah, a number of kills coming through.
One enemy remaining.
From both 2Es and Karanzine. Karanzine, a little bit of hesitation here, obviously, to come off. He was just ahead of the half defuse. And 2Es in a good position to hold the cross there as well, so definitely an opportunity for Loud to pull that off. But Red Bull clutch nonetheless for Autumn. Let's have his run it back now available also.
A little bit of an adjustment over towards A though. 2 players willing to hold towards A main. Playing in Sadak. Life knows they're there.
He's at a really weird spot.
It's adjusted well enough though. Loud going to get the first blood and fall away. No trade available. You see Berlin back towards the T side of the map. They are congregating this side. I'm waiting to see if the third player does start shifting away towards maybe top mid, but they're not going for it just yet. Still aware there's a chance this could be a fake.
แล้วโจ๊กโซเวอร์
Two, he's respecting this enough to really not want to tussle with it.
Yeah, conceding the space. There's no real follow through.
ได้แค่
Yeah,
โพซิชัน
just want a bit of a rotation. It's only QCK over on this side of the map now. Just holding contact towards main. Potentially going to spot this out. Yes,
Ui.
he will. Finds actually a headshot.
โอ้ยิงเร็วเกิน
Will slow things down on the way in as the spike makes its way over. Yeah,
ไอ้นัก
Loud.
พากย์คนใดมา
Very
ดีเอ็ม
well
มากครับ
equipped on both sides here.
Could be a plan though. I don't think Loud can
Yeah,
really
nothing to really
deny
stop
that.
this, no.
They still got a little bit of a glimpse towards middle when you're keeping in mind Autumn's position, but he will probably he either has to go and be proactive or fall back towards B main. We have to wait and see what they opt for. Looking for that deep smoke towards main. This should start off the retake. Ult invested from QCK. Spots the player, takes him down. Can't get the follow-up in the ult, but
Is FPX finding the kills?
yeah, they're still holding on here.
Ow.
But Autumn's luck. There's the time
Back,
he was looking for,
back.
and it's worked so well for them. Less is in a than wanted position here. Hard to close down on the final 3. I think he knows it. They're not giving him much. Loved that late play coming out from Autumn. I was wondering when he was going to enact that plan, and it was just perfectly timed. Loud have to accept this round's a loss, and FPX to tie up the scoreline.
Beautiful fight back as well. A numbers advantage for Loud in the retake. See immediately QCK finds out. I mean, if he does get that kill, maybe a different story, but Berlin looking very clean here. Shut down both the ultimate and QCK on the reaggress. Great conversion from FPX.
แปลกมากแปลกมาก
Closer and closer to that Hunter's Fury. We have the Reckoning available here. Loud on the other side, a lesser purchase, so Guardian and a Stinger. Things will kick off here into round 5. I'm curious of on some of these lesser purchases just how proactive Loud are looking to be and make use of this combo. FPX seems as if I guess the first few rounds are a big indicator of how Loud want to play in there. Looking a lot more cautious. Still struggling to find an opener over on this side of the map. You can see straight away FPX is just waiting to read something.
Yeah, a bit of a test of their default coming into this. Damage on Sadak seemingly enough to draw their eyes back towards LA site. I don't think they'd noted Tui's.
No.
But again, Tui's does just have the Sheriff, but a couple good shots could help. But I like this heads-up work from them. Aldro is on the way. He's going to have to relinquish this space as well. So very, very diligent.
ยิงสุดละในลาว
You know, a little bit of a half purchase here. Ult going to come in as well. So
เลสแค่คีนนะพี่
motions of what they're trying to do, keeping it very
พี่
clean
ตุ้ย
ยังไม่ค่อย
จะหวย
until this point, but you don't want to run too low on time.
ยังไม่ค่อยโชว์อะไรตอนนี้
30 seconds left now, conceding sight. Have to comfortably find themselves a post plant here. And really want Cow and Zing QCK to be the ones to lead the charge here. They're the furthest away from this retake. A little bit of time will pass.
Let's see what they can do with this one. Anyway, they can create a little bit of a fuss here, Loud. FPX digging their heels in though. It's going to be go time right about now. Autumn good for one, but the trade does come out towards Berlin. I'm still holding back this flood from CT, not really finding the value until then. Chasing Kalanzine. Blood and a swing to the site. Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him in the end. Keeps the composure, keeps his cool. It keeps FPX now in the lead.
He was struggling to find an opener. Closing not so much of an issue.
No.
Beautiful cleanup from Life after Loud. Look as if they're about to sweep their way back onto site here. Beautifully done. Left to just be a nuisance here on the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Fantastic stuff from him. To give FPX the lead here. Now we'll come back on a purchase. Some ultimates starting to come online here, but Hunter's Fury in a tour de force. FPX looking to pace change a little bit. They're rewarded for it.
They've completely called off Loud with that pace shift. That gear switch up. Oh, the follow-up as well. FPX with the excellent read. The additional body was sick. They may not know about this, but even then, how much can one man do? Not clean enough. He's in trouble now. And Autumn going to back away.
อ๋อรอหิวให้เพื่อนหิวให้เพื่อน
The other side still keeping some grip on this, but QCK
เอาได้สองเลย
clears the back lines. I don't know if they noted the spike. I think that's around the corner, but still a little bit of a blow for blow here.
Ultimate in hand now for QCK, but FPX with the right read once again to switch things up, knowing Loud are posting up pretty deep. Outside A lobby, catching them off guard here at the start of this round. Fortunately, losing out on the other side of the map. Life's in a position to cut off this rotation here.
Oh, the timing. I mean, if they keep...
No problem is, yeah, Sadak's walking this way as well.
He just got the God read on the timing. Sadak, with a second opportunity at this, right? You think about that time, he was almost... They didn't really expect him towards that A-link side.
This could be disastrous here.
The timing's everything. This time he's got the job done. Takes down Life and leaves the last two. It's so indicative that they're going towards A now. With only 14 seconds, they have to commit.
เปล่าๆเลย
That spike down, and everyone's here. But Autumn gonna keep the plant safe for a second. Sadak finally draws it closer. Nice can't do it. Loud getting proactive there even after
ตก
losing
แล้ว
those
มีกระตุก
first
บ้างไหม
2 players towards A.
ยังนะ
They still push
อ๋อ
that
เมื่อ
B
กี้มัน
main
แบบ
side.
กึก
Another
กึกกึก
situation
หนึ่ง
just a half second either way would have sniffed out this flank coming through from Loud.
ไอ้เฮียโคตรบอลมาว่ะ
เป็นไงพี่
Yeah, well played from Sadak here, not getting too
ตะลุยยาวๆอะ
he does find that kill onto line. Like I said, the flash catching both members. You can see obviously Berlin just off screen.
โคตรบอลอย่างนั้นเลย
It's unfortunate because FPX, I think, read this perfectly with what Loud are trying to achieve early round outside A. Look to shut it down here and
วันนี้จะ10 ชั่วโมง
send
แล้ว
a
นะ
message, make a response.
พรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวมาตอนแข่งเลย ไม่สตรีม
Change things
ตอนกลางวัน ตอนเย็น
It is a deeper
เฮ้ยฟิตจัด
time around, but
มันมีงานตอนบ่ายอะวันนี้
Yeah, potentially
ง่วง
gonna make
ง่วงจัด
information, but he's not alone.
สตรีมเมอร์ฟูลไทม์
Still didn't
เบ
get
ดี้
affected
ฟูล
by
ไท
the
ม์
flash. Slows down the roll. They're very close.
รวยไงรวย
Two quick
โอ้โห
kills, but it's gonna open up a chance.
สวยก็ดีตอนนี้
They know there's 2 more players here. They've seen that utility. They've got to know they're on short. Life gonna try and slip a little further ahead, and now here comes the problems. This should be shooting fish in a barrel, but Life still good on value. Still gonna find one. Look at the damage. That's rough. Double swing.
Oh.
Spray's good from Sadak. Commits to it too. He's close enough that there is
หมดแล้ว
no
ว่ะ
escape. This is a very hard 1v3 with very little space gained around the map beyond this corner.
Tui spots out. Paranoia will land. A ton of utility to deal with here. Sadak will find the
Nintalu.
flank.
รู้ไป2
Message sent in response by Loud that we are still happy to fight for this.
It's nice to see the adjustment too. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's a different look
absolutely, yeah.
from the previous round as well.
Unfortunately, Autumn not catching really with that flash. But he knows how Life did actually get that kill.
ดีว่าแต่นี้เห็นแบบ เอาดูไอ้ลิสเป็นแบบตัวอื่นตัวเดียวบ้างไม่ใช่เจ็ตเลสอะไรเงี้ย
Pump the brakes first. Call a timeout.
โจรู้
Loud
ฟี
a
นิก
little
เงี้ย
more fluid, a little more reactive today.
แต่ยังไม่เห็นอีโซเลยนะพี่
What we're looking at is what form allowed in.
ตัวมันกากไป
And the question is how much
แต่
can
เขาบอกว่า
FPX
ลีกจีนมีคนหยิบ
push
มาเล่น
that?
นะ
Can they
ตอน
continue
ตอน
getting? They faced that
เอา
3-round streak they had a great
ก็ไม่ได้มา
run.
ตอนนี้
Played very well.
ไม่ได้มา
จีน
เล่นต่อใช่
With some fantastic moments for themselves, but as a collective now, you could already see Loud have adjusted, right? We just already noted, we kind of talked about it a little bit. That adjustment on A.
สวัสดีครับออมสิน เมื่อวานดูคุ้มเลย เมื่อวานใคร
สั่ง
ดู
ยำ
เจน
กิน
จี
ดีกว่าแกงง่วง
คุ้มเลย
FPX have as a read on that here. This is time to maybe mull that over.
Sure, and I think obviously where
ผม
FPX
มีสูตรอยู่นะพี่
composition
ยังไงอะ
excel is where they can
พี่
get
ลองพี่
themselves
ชอบดมยาดม
towards
ไง
the side.
ลองเอาน้ำยาดม
Still,
ป้าย
Berlin's
ขอบ
utility
ตา
can
ด้วย
cut off, or even
Hey.
the awareness from
Hey.
Tui's as well. Play a couple of spots early on.
ตื่นแล้วแสบตาด้วย
Let's try and negate that as best as possible.
ไม่เอาอย่างนั้นสิ
Over the top of that wall coming through onto A site. But yeah, curious. FPX early round haven't really. I mean, one round where they lose out on B side, but it's been this pretty tame default we've seen.
ปรับ
time
ตอน
and
แมป
time
2
again.
เมื่อคืน
Now we're
น่ะ
around
คื
A,
อ
so
เสี
there's
ย
a
ดาย
couple of question marks elsewhere. Do you start exploring mid now? It needs to be
คู่นี้
pretty well
พี่
coordinated
ให้
and
ราว
invested.
2-0
Do
นะ
that this late in the game.
แต่พี่มันก็เก่งนะเว้ย
Still options here.
2-1 แล้วนะ 2-1 ดูมันเกม
For FPX, and it might just be, exploration towards mid, as anticipated.
You can see the protocols already hitting into place. Tui's going to shut the door. But it looks like a top mid burst, but already quite a deep hold from Sadak, so probably won't get fully affected by this flash. No. Dips away on the corner. Should play in Tui's now. You noted that paranoia coming through. Caught a couple of them. Going to draw in less as well. There's 3-man kind of pressure towards middle. Not rewarding, but maybe looking at the extremities to find that pick.
The problem being now, Lysol will be called upon. QCK and Kawanzine posted up pretty deep here, but they're going to hold their position.
They're trying to make a scramble. Oh, the spam. Autumn's going to obviously keep going, but again,
Five
it's
head power.
well controlled by Loud. They've held on nicely to this point. A little bit of danger going to be coming in. Sadak has connected towards Life. First did go towards Berlin, finding Tui's, but that was on the other side of the map. Less valuable towards this A hit, but it now falls to less. Do they check this? Does he get played in so perfectly? And again, oh wait, they must have seen him.
He saw him, yeah. Autumn turned.
And now it's uncomfortable. Oh, it's so good from Les. punishing Lysor as he tried
ฟิ
to
นิก
bail
แม่ง
them out.
เกือบชะตาขาด
Drifting back towards B, a correct read from Loud to get back to the side. FPX trying to scramble again. 15 seconds. The cross being watched. Unless is just looking so on the money here. He does get denied though. QCK, Cowancy nearby. Oh my god, but time. 6 seconds. Does he know how close by Sadak is? No. And heartbreak at the end there because FPX almost thriving in that chaos. But Loud controlling it in the end and keeping that 3 in a row going.
Beautiful damage control from Sadak early on, and Tui's as well, to really shut down this mid push. Comes out as a curveball, I think early on. The information gathered nonetheless. The FPX switching things up just when you expect them to. Problem being they don't have the benefit of the economy to fall back on now. Couple of ultimates, yes, but like Loud with those 3 rounds.
มาครับ
Feel like they are in some
2-0 ได้ไหมคู่นี้อยากดูเปเปอร์เล็กว่ะ 2-0 ด้วย2-0 แล้วเชียร์ 2-0
ไม่ต้องจ่ายเงินสดวะ
Let's go in walkabouts as well.
ร้านรับแต่เงินสดจบเลย
Opportunity to FPX. Double stack towards top middle. Now make it 3. Just kind of roaming the map, and they're reading this as a B take correctly. So the utility not so subtle on the way, but can FPX continue along this trajectory? Berlin with a rifle still in hand. Young still has one as well, so there is a little bit of threat to this. And the Viper's pit on top.
Pit definitely to step the pace up a little bit. Trying to kill ideally here, but FPX is going to tuck themselves back
โอ้ย
into
ง่วงจริง
risk anything.
They got to get a move on. They got to get going. This Viper's pit's not going to be going anywhere. They're going to be sitting on this one. And actually, maybe feels over the top. They're in very good control here. Berlin's position is excellent. Going to punish the barrel as he showed through. Going to put himself on the line pretty much just to make sure no one's trying to go for that defuse. And FPX lap up the opportunities that were left for them. Loud with a mistake there in my mind.
Giving away 2 openers here. And FPX pounce on the opportunity. Yeah, I'm with you. Hunter's Fury maybe not necessary, but to convert around like this after 3 unanswered, absolutely. Get themselves back in the game. Themselves a big boom in terms of the funds as well. Look at that coming out of a purchase like that. Most players sitting around, what, 2,300 and above are in Lysor. Yeah, uncharacteristic of Loud. Less, he'll do the same thing again with the security of his wall, but just can't TP away in time. Now noting a second here. And noting a difference in the setup because it's typically
กดไปละจัดไปอัพ
over towards A side.
ก็เสียหายเท่าไหร่
Push and prod and try and find an opener.
This is the telltale signs of a B hit. More contact made. UCK going to show his hand a little. Stalling out towards B main, but there hasn't been any utility from FPX committed towards the site, particularly more individual from Autumn. This doesn't feel like a site hit yet, and it's not moving Loud.
Other than it being these 2 on this side of the map. Loud are probably happy after the previous round to sit back and look to respond as opposed to be decisive.
And they haven't noted Tui's with that operator either.
No.
That's been quietly waiting over towards A. They're still going to have to use a fair bit of utility to clear close, which they're doing now, so this should be ringing the alarm bells that Loud might know this could be A piece, but look at that top mid timing. Berlin and Autumn. This could be exceptional, but it's a 1-for-1. It's still valuable enough that it's pinned in Loud. They're in trouble here. So now they need to win out on the site, though. There's still a fight to be had. 20 seconds. All eyes turning towards Autumn, allowing safe passage, but Tuis takes him down. 15 seconds. They don't know about Sadak until now, and what a horrible surprise it was. And he's just spraying and praying, and it
What the
works.
hell?
He had a smile on his face before the round ended there. Well handled by Loud. Like I said, after the opener, happy to sit back and without having, I guess, the tangibles, the information they've learned so far in this half. Making the numbers work.
You can see the little smile at the end. That's rough for FPX. I feel like they're starting to get some of the rhythm. right? They're getting some of those reads. They're starting to try and pull the attention, pull those fakes. But Loud are a very tricky opponent to do that to. But Life has been very good at some of these entries, some of these openings. But look how deep Loud are sitting now. What another adjustment coming out.
Clear through a little bit pacier this time around. Maybe on the back of Autumn's ultimate. Yeah, we'll pop this. Clear a little bit of space. Don't expect anybody from Loud to really be challenging towards this drone or the running back. But Tui's actually from the top of the box here, finds a kill.
And the paranoia is good enough. Made sure he was being kept safe. Toying with expectation on the TP. But this is a plant. So for the first time in a while, yes, they lost out on Berlin, but they do get themselves a plant. They do get the time on their side, but can they hold this? Couple of ults here, nothing critical, but a lot of utility still with Loud. That's the issue. Site looks rather clear. You're going to see them try and flood this now. Cowanzine cracks it open. Counter swing from right. Oh, but Cowanzine popping off here. This is a problem. That's not great. And the defuse isn't stopping. There's nothing to be done about it.
Loud stretching their legs a little bit here. As we approach round 12, a pace change from FPX. Like previously, the hero in this sort of situation.
แต่ไม่มาเลยเลย
Not this time around. Oh, Tui didn't even see it.
เจิมปุ๊บไม่ตื่นเลยไม่น่าเจิมเลย
Beautiful adjustment from Cowanzine to find the trade with the operator there. Purchase will struggle a little bit for FPX coming in, but a judge in the hands of Life, sort of force available. Expected to round things out for Lysol. Had a very quiet half, 1 and 10. It might be rinse and repeat here, but I'm pretty sure the camera connected to everyone.
Yeah, and Cowanzine trying to be the one to capitalize on that, but didn't quite have it in time. You're going to see the sort of force out for Life as well. So, bit of a rough battle there for Cowanzine, who's going to try and drift away. And they're expecting pressure towards top middle potentially. They're unsure of if this is a fully committed A piece, but it is. 5 players on this side of the map, and a very similar look to that last round. Same kit, same utility, but eyes towards Sadak. Is he going for that late fact-finding mission? He wants information. He knows that's going to be relayed to Tui's. But can Sadak hold the line as well? Can he be a problem? He's going to dip away, and actually the right read here. Right call from Sadak. Why hit it now? He can take his time. There's still no rotation from QCK.
If Cowanzine gets a kill here, does have the Rolling Thunder, which will open up the retake for Loud. Not they're going to slow things down, yeah, potentially try and get him a kill.
Trying to play him in. Oh, too many targets. Really nicely handled from FPX. There is a trade. And now we look at this fully fledged retake. Gorgeous from Life. Holds them away. Needs some more QCK though. Coming on right here. And you still got less. Towards CT side. Almost caught Berlin in the heels, but it's Yang to go down and Loud.
มาแล้ววะตื่นวะ
เชื่อ
ผมเนี่ยตื่นแล้ว
That was a really good attempt, but
จากไม่
โด
มี
นเค
ภา
ส
พ
ดูกับสายไฟโอ้อาร์ต
To really find repeatable success here. This A side post plant. Couple of
แต่
times
คาด้าน่าจะ
shut
ฟูเรีย
down Life previously the hero with that 4K. Loud a course correction. Find themselves an 8-4 advantage here in the first half.
Yeah, big turn of events.
เฮ้ยเอาตั้งแต่ต้นเลย
Gives them so much more leverage. A little worry early on, I'm sure.
คู่ไหนมีจีนนี่คู่ไหนมียืน
However, let's hear from Loud themselves. Let's hear from Tui's.
Oi, eu sou o Twiz e sou jogador da Loud. Acho que pecamos muito no primeiro mapa, que custou muitos rounds. Eu acho que a gente estava indo muito bem nos treinos. Acho que a gente se adaptou bem com as coisas que a gente tinha e ele encaixou bem. Só que infelizmente a gente não conseguiu mostrar nosso verdadeiro jogo. Essa série, acho que com certeza, tipo, pra mim a derrota é sempre boa também, porque mostra pontos fracos seus, então pra mim todas as derrotas eu levei como aprendizado. A gente vai ver os pontos que erramos, ver como a gente pode contornar essa situação.
This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Spray from Tui's is good. Follow-up is better. They're holding on to this. Munch kick going down and Tui's. Exceptional work there.
Uma derrota é sempre importante para mostrar nossos erros e ver como a gente pode
ยืนบัฟยืนเมื่อวานไม่ดูอาคังเป็นตัวอย่างเหรอยืนทีแม่งโดนเจนจีแบบว่ายับหมาเลยด่าน2กับด่าน3ผมเพิ่งเริ่มแข่งซัดไป5 แก้วแล้วตุ้ย
A lot of doubts coming into this, a lot of question marks.
ตุ้ยตาค้างละอะไรบูไป5 แก้ว
เล่น12 ราวซัดไป5 แก้ว
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be comfortable with 8. Like I said previously, both Loud and FPX, no strangers to elimination games, no strangers to losses on the international stage, but it's good to hear that's kind of characterized as, yeah, we know we made mistakes here. And, like I said, obviously the follow-up series from Gen G does give a little more additional context to that. You feel a little better about Loud's loss in that series, but back today we're looking for a lot
ที่ผ
of
มสาร
those
ภาพเลยเมื่อกี้ผม
of
สั
the
บประงกจริงเลย
sloppiness that you don't expect from
หลั
Loud
บ
to be cleaned up, and whether or not you can
นี่
attribute
ผม
that to
เงียบๆไปเนี่ย
earlier on the interview saying
คิดถึงบิลลี่ตอนงัดบิลลี่มันเก่งนะเว้ยเสียดายไม่ได้มานะ
But at this point, you've got to also look at FPX when Carmine Core hit a 2-0 on them. I think a lot of people had exceptionally high expectations when it came to Carmine Core. So seeing that, it wasn't a huge shock.
น้ำใส
เกือบนะกูพูดยังไงว่าเกือบ
I want to see more from some of these players who you can see the
เดี๋ยวอยู่น้ำแบบเราเลือกว่าจะใส่อะไรครับไม่ใช่เลดบูลจริงเราอะ
So let's see if that can be
เกือบฮะเขาเรียกว่าถากเสา
potentially get them
เสมออยู่พี่ ใครเกือบเลี้ยวหัวเกือบ
เรียกว่าเกือบดิใครแมนยูเกือบกัน
and it's awful as well. The longer that goes on, the more elusive that win does feel. Yeah. I said you got a tough draw.
Yeah, no one's going to doubt that.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Okay, the recon actually did.
Miscommunication?
Yeah. Maybe there was a little.
แชมเบอร์แม่งแมปนี้แม่งเล่นได้เยอะจัด
Life's going forwards like that. Looking to potentially reaggress though.
Yeah.
Behind the wall.
I mean, Cowanzine's eyeing this up. It's almost a game of chicken. Who dares to go first? But you can already see how proactive FPX are being on the rest of the map.
Oi!
Oh, come on!
ผม ฟัก
QCK, quick as hell. Autumn
เอา1-0แล้วเพ่
just left to rot. Now,
ใครเขาสปอยกูเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ย
you've already got Cleveland mid. You've already got Berlin checking on that. There is no late lurk up
แล้ว
there. There is no
2-0 ไม่ได้ทุก
presence
คู่
there. Maybe that could help him out in the
User
end. But
disconnected
Life
from your channel.
desperate to do something, trying to find some impact this round. But Loud with 3 and potentially a plant have the numbers.
แม็กโทมินเน่อย่างนั้นเลย
There's a little window of chance. Nope, it's shut. Less still diligent. Gonna make sure that's checked on. And now with the lack of presence from Berlin,
13-4 ว่ะแมปนี้
it's too long.
Tui's look curious to start off with. Now obviously retreating back towards elbow. Yeah, nothing really for Berlin to do here. And find it. Way in. And Tui's blind through the wall.
พี่ตุย
Find it.
Okay, clean. No more. Yeah, so again, it felt like a miscommunication at the start of that
ปลา
round.
คราฟ
Like
เห็น
maybe,
ชื่อ
hey,
QCK
maybe there was
แล้ว
something
อยาก
in
กิน
mind
มาล่า
that
เลย
just
ฮะ
didn't work out.
เกี่ยวกันด้วย
An awkward bounce at the end of it we didn't see, but
It makes you question mark it when that's happening early.
yeah, definitely. Because that was
I'll
kind of the
be a
pinnacle of
germ.
FPX's game plan in the first half, is to put Life and Autumn in a position to really deliver at the start of a round.
God. What is that? What is that?
มันช่องอะไรอ่ะ
That's actually filth.
ไอ้ทูพรีเมียร์
See it from both perspectives. Thank you. Replay,
Yeah,
production,
what do you
whoever
do?
it was,
Yeah, what do you
observers. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing. There is no winning that. I've heard it was actually all Kevin's. Anyone else involved? Not on you. Thanks, producer Kevin. Early look.
ในทูมันช่องอะไรครับ
Though, I've got to say, I'm out of the. If I'm talking about kind of silver linings here, have been enjoying watching life. I mean, that previous series against KC, it put him a little on the radar. You're like, okay, maybe there's some more value to that later on. Maybe he's got something cooked up here. But I want to see if he continues on this trajectory throughout the rest of this series.
See, early on Loud, a decent read on the situation. FPX are rotating, but a little further behind this. There will be a free plant. Uncontested for the time being, and an opportunity for potentially less to farm up here. But
He's only got the sheriff though.
Yeah.
Which is a little tricky. Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I want to see more of life. The problem is that will be surely everyone turning attention. I think there's still a consideration that maybe there's going to be a late presence towards CT, but we know it. They don't. A little bit of a nuisance here for FPX. They're going to have to try and close that gap. And Sadak, yeah, there's them putting the foot down. Not going to let much more play happen. That is Sadak.
สแปมกันเก่งจังวะ
They're trying to sell. Did lose 2 in the process.
สติงเจอร์เนี่ย
But rounds around. That's double digits.
3-4
And we need to see FPX get back on the board here, Mike. It's been a drought.
Need to see a response here. In the buy round to shut down this early momentum. Because I mean, look at the Rolling Thunder, look at the Hunter's Fury for Loud.
They're close.
Yeah. See a timeout called ahead of this. No surprises really, because this is very pivotal in terms of FPX's potential to work their way back into this half.
Sadak's reaction's just so good. So good. He's just a happy chappy. Yeah, I think I'm glad you noted it as well. I think we all know now, looking especially at the timeline when we get into the game again, how much of a string of rounds it is, because there was that one back, but outside of that, this has been a run for Loud. This has been them turning after those 3 in a row that FPX were able to garner early.
I mean, earlier on in the half, we credited FPX for having a good read on the situation and, like I said, reading exactly what Loud wanted to do in terms of preventing FPX from taking that space. Happy to take the fight to them, but I mean, after that, it's when kind of Loud sink their teeth in a little bit, get a grasp on what's going on, and unfortunately here, I mean, with the scoreline coming out of the first half, there's few opportunities after losing the pistol, losing round 2 that FPX are going to really have here. So whether or not them getting proactive once again feels extremely uneasy to justify doing so when you have such a pivotal round to get on the board here. And also, with how kind of linear it was around Life and Autumn, reading into massively what's going on around the map by who they see. Seeing the previous the immediate responses to disengage.
Do we get a brawl at the start? I said there might have been a brawl, there wasn't. It was just a straight up execution. Berlin finding County, and I assume through the wall, just spam, but QCK closing the gap here. But I don't think he expects the additional player, no. Lightsaw was a surprise they didn't expect. Autumn holding towards top middle. This is good from FPX. Oh God, maybe not. Les is still alive. That's 2. He needs 3 more. And
this could
happen. Good work from Life there. I get nervous sometimes, even with Les especially. But Life keeps them where they're at. FPX keep 3 alive, and that was a critical round, Mike. That was everything they needed.
Definitely.
And they went for a challenge on B as well.
Yeah, the confidence still there. They're happy to post up and prevent Loud from walking around the map. That's always a threat. Unfortunately, 1v5 with Life flanking through, not really going to happen.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, the ultimates are still here, so a previous round, Loud still carrying on to some of that inventory from the round 2 win.
And Autumn's got his, though, so I want to see if they dare to invest it, right? Do they get a little bit more creative now? That one break, that one little bit of respite, that one round, does it spur them on? Not quite in the early round, and a very early exploration from Cowanzine to take a glance towards middle. Already clearing through tiles and looking towards top middle. It was less last time. We got the punish on this. Really trying to give away a great deal, trying to show a lot.
I mean, effectively drawn 3 sets of eyes here, but FPX very quickly dip away and try and close the door on A site. Give Autumn a little bit of security here. But Loud have created an opening. They're going to have themselves a 4v2 onto B site.
Life is here, though. If Life is on the site, and they're going to note that. They're going to know he is over towards this side. Close enough by. Ult's going to be invested, going to force away Lysor. Should allow for safe passage towards the side. Life's been caught. Life's still burns alive. Left.
ต้องเล่น
ไปเพจเผา
Just that one piece of utility noted, seen early, relayed through, was telling enough. Heads up work from Loud, but can the 4 players pull off a retake here? You've got the ult on
พร้อมลาวแม่งดูแบบลูกเล่นเยอะกว่าเยอะอะ
Still proactive towards that CT side, still being a thorn in the side. Good flash, couldn't quite get the kill. Autumn now takes a step towards the site. That's the ult now going to be removed, and the smoke's going to be put into place.
Probably in though, Sadak, he's got the recoil, he's got a couple of shock darts as well, so it's going to be difficult for FPX to try and stick this here. The Cove has to find some value.
ไม่ได้ตบแล้วดิใครแพ้ในนี้ก็ไปเกิดแล้วครับผม
ใครแพ้ก็แพ็คกระเป๋าเลยฮะนี่
ใครแพ้ก็แพ็คกระเป๋ากลับบ้านละ
But again, that read on the positioning, the noting of the player.
นี่กระเป๋าเดินทางเขาลอยอยู่ข้างเวทีเลยนะเขาเปิดโรงแรม
จบปุ๊บแบบขึ้นเครื่องเลย
ใช่จบปุ๊บนี่รถตู้รอเลย
The hot hands go inside the smoke here. Fortunately, Life just left to cook. And not in a good way.
พี่ว่าไอ้คอมที่เป็นฟินิกเนี่ยมันต้อง2 สโมกปะ
มีสิทธิ์เพราะฟินิกซ์ไม่เล่นง่ายไอ้เหี้ย
ใช่ไหม
เล่นกับทีมอ่ะ
มันจังหวะแบบปุ๊บทะลุแฟดออกสโมกแบบปุ๊บไม่งหน้ามุดอย่างเดียวมุดสโมกแฟดออก
Need to see this duo cleaner though, Life and Autumn. Yeah, this time Dart dealt with no problems with that.
But I mean that's
คอมลาวไม่งเฟี้ยวอ่ะ
that's a big indicator to Lao because they know what happened the first time around.
ไอ้คอม FPX แม่ง
I think they agree with you. They're drifting right back towards B.
มันมีอะไรมีแต่แบบแชมเบอร์ตัดแต่กับฟินิก
Sniffed out very easily by Loud.
ของลาวมีบีทฟินิกอยู่ด้วยกันโอ้โหโคตรลอย
No, still aware. Maybe that push up or
exactly,
you know, there was a couple of positions they lent upon before, and you can see that looks like FPX are trying to
มาแล้วครับ
mid piece, but that's not the case at all. Maybe just going to allow for the plant to come in and play
ฟาร์มออฟอย่างง่าย
retake here. QCK going to try and take as much space as possible. Not going to know anyone might have seen something on CT, so that's going to be Elise Ayang noted. Sanak has found Berlin. That was over towards Market. Maybe just a spam through the smoke, but a likely position nonetheless. Gonna leave Cowanty on the site. Good clear from Lysor. First step, they've cleared the site itself, but that deeper hold.
Problem being now, Sadak can drift deeper and deeper on this with the Hunter's Fury. Less still with 2 snake bites as well, so asking another difficult defuse to come through here, but Lysor found one blind.
That's enough though. Pulls the trigger. They've got to be careful on this, but Tui's and Sadak there. It is in unison. Careful now. Fine margins.
โตพิกเจอร์
Fine work from
เป็น
Lau.
เจอโพสต์แพนแบบ
Again, showing that composure in these key rounds. And Lysor having to back away. FPX, they haven't got a grip on Loud here.
No, it's difficult really to break apart some of these post plants in B main, but with the lack of map control elsewhere, limited options for FPX. Almost when you want to see Life and Autumn really taking advantage of a lack of presence shown by Loud over on the A side of the map. And maybe not feeling comfortable enough to justify that in a full 5v5, but tough to see here. 7-round deficit. A couple of rifles, well, 3 rifles to come through here, and some key ultimates. One away from the pit as well for Lysor.
You heard it. QCK willing to fight on this sprays and gets Autumn.
Berlin down to 29 as well.
It's rough. That's really rough. They're trying to stay close on this, maybe trying to play in Lysor potentially?
Maybe trying to bait him in, yeah, but you almost don't want him in that situation with the pit as well, one away from the pit. Looks like Loud won't continue to push through. He's going to try and set something in motion for 2Es.
In these early fights, there's plenty of time to still explore the map, right? They haven't really got a glimpse towards A. You do have a deeper hold, though.
โดนหนอก
been holding
ไอ้
that,
ไล
so if
โซ
anyone
โด
does
น
go
ยิง
for
ฟรี
very, very long rotation routes, deep fact finding, he might be rewarded, but timing's everything. Does Lysor get
ปัญหาคือ
Oh god.
ท้ายเอ้า
Give him a little cubby to play
ยัง
out.
นิ่งอยู่ครับ
Maybe.
35 วีโดนไล่
They're banking on this, but the barrel. Oh,
อ้าว
nonetheless opens the gates towards
วิ่ง
A.
ครับวิ่งครับวิ่งครับวิ่งครับ
Oh god, that cuts off.
Everything off
เรี
here.
ยบร้อย
GG
เจี๊ยบ
Berlin just got caught as well. This could be it.
ใจไม่นิ่งไง
Downfall of FPX on this map. Thinking they had a little bit of an opportunity there. It comes
หลุด
crumbling
จัด
down.
ด้วย
Nonetheless,
FPX
looking to close, and he does. 13-5. It's clean work.
เพิ่งอันติไล่ไอ้บอมแม่งดันมาเฉยเลย
Performance here, bouncing back from some question marks in that opening series for sure. Definitely looking like they've
GG.
tightened things up, cleaned things up a little bit here. Fortunate for FPX to really have to now bounce back from that elimination series.
Yeah, this one hasn't been what FPX would have wanted. That's only map 1.
คนเต็งแชมป์เหรอครับผมเจนจิเนลครับ
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lee.
NG ดิครับ
In this
เต็ง
series,
แชม
I'm
ป์
going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
บนน้ำเลยเหรอ
โอ้
มา
บูโน่ฟรีคิกเข้าพี่ลูกนี้
เอาดีเอ้ย เอาอีกแล้ว
เสียบคาน
ใครมันจะปล่อยกูแล้วเนี่ย มึงมั่วนะไอ้เหี้ยองศาไม่ได้เลย ไอ้เหี้ยองศาเหี้ยเจ็บคันไม่เราไอดอลลีกเราว่าไงเนย
ไอดอลลีก
อ้าว
อันไหนพี่ไอดอลลีก
เตะบอลไง
เอามีไม่เห็นได้ยินอยู่แต่ไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
รออนุมัติอยู่ กูเป็นโค้ชด้วย
ใช่หรอ
โอ้ย กูเตรียมซ้อม กูเตรียมทีมซ้อมมาแล้ว
ใครบ้าง
พวกเพื่อนกูเด็กบดินทร์
มันไม่ต้องเป็นนักกีฬาหรอพี่
ไม่ซ้อมกับพวกเราไง
วันนี้โดนลิขสิทธิ์นะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาต
โค้ชต้องหาทีมซ้อมไง
ขออนุญาตปิดไว้ก่อน เพราะว่า นี่เซนกับเซนใช่ไหมคนข้อศอกระวังหักนะ ข้อศอกพี่มันแข็งเลย พี่เคยเจออีกแล้วเหรอ เดี๋ยวหนูได้อุ่งมาจากไหน คนแจกไง พี่มุกแจกหรือเปล่า อย่าอย่าเจิมผมอยากกินอะไรแซ่บๆว่ะป่านนี้จะมีอะไรแซ่บๆขายปะยำมาม่าลูกชิ้นทอดน้ำคงต้องกินมาม่าแล้วแหละ
Hey, what's up, guys? I've got SDK here along with Arthur to help with some translation, and we'll pull him in for a quick interview. Now, Therese mentioned earlier about how it's been a very exhausting schedule for the team. What do you, as a coach, tell them in order to get their energy up, especially for such an important match like this?
I
think that's really good for us, this tournament, for our development, you know, so I think that I say to them, like, you have a great opportunity here, so let's make our better. So if we lose, we need to go home, so we want to stay here in Madrid.
Nothing to lose, and all of Madrid to keep you motivated, right? All right, let's see if Loud can close this out.
Well, they're certainly looking quite good if that's going to be the case here. 13-5 conclusion here for the Brazilian super team. And Mimi, it was just impressive at the beginning of it just to see the way that Loud really approaches methodically and really just shut down FPX.
Yeah, on their defense side, they were getting A main control pretty much every round with this breach. That line control is just so powerful to fight for that space. And in the late rounds, they were absolutely dominating on their retakes as well, Mitch. To me, this game felt like so much of it came down to that agent draft and having that breach for the extremity control on both sides.
ยำพาสต้า
FPX on both sides of the map really was
เป็นเขาเป็น
never able, it
อาหารเขา
felt, to get
คืออะไร
that
วะ
space.
I think that's fair to say. You know, looking at even then swapping to an attack side for Loud, you saw them deny Life's early aggression with constant flashes. He couldn't post and hold angles and find the value that we'd seen before.
ไหว
Didn't get as aggressive
ตอนนี้
as
มัน
in
ดู
the
สาม
past
จอ
because every time he tried to take map control in the first couple seconds, there is a flash. He is forced back and again set into these deeper plays where Loud have constantly been able to take advantage of the space taken.
Yeah, Loud showed why
ทีมนี้
this
ที่เป็น
map
นักแข่งกัน
actually
นะ
does
ฆ่า
have
คน
a
คนละ
lot
คนครับ
of depth, even if it looks weird in the agent select. They were 9-1 in gun rounds in this one, absolutely dominant. And as we look at the same lab shooter, and I mean, Sadak, I don't even know if he needs to warm up more. The guy was doing great map one with the calls.
You know, as an elder statesman myself, I just like to see what the big brain Sadak likes to do, so that this way I can learn a little bit for these aim lab shoot arounds. But in any case, though, yeah, you're not wrong, man. I really just feel like Sadak, this entire team, they're just playing at a comfortable level right now, Mitch. It's quite scary, and FPX are going to need to turn this around.
Yeah, we can talk about pistols as well being coin tosses, but Loud still came out winning both of them as well, which just puts another nail in the coffin for the side of FPX. I think there's not a lot that they can look at in that last map with positives. At least it was over quickly. And really, that's the question now. Moving on to the next is can they make that recovery?
Of course, we'll see. But let's actually jump over to hear what FPX's Nathan has to say heading into map 2.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and now I'm with Nathan D and Luna to help with some translation. Now, Coach, we did see that FPX, of course, struggled a little bit. Is the team more confident now that we're going into Breeze, which is your map pick? What's the game plan?
其实刚才看到有一点点的小挣扎吧，但是在第二张图就将进入到我们的选图微风岛屿，你们的计划是什么？
我觉得来到我们自己的选图之后，我们应该会打得比较从容，比较自信一点。图一输掉就输掉了，我们不会去管图一到底发生了什么，我们就专注到图二，打出我们自己想打的东西就 OK 了。
I think when it comes to map 2, it's our pick, so we're definitely gonna be more confident. We're gonna forget what happening on the map 1 and play our own.
เขาสัมภาษณ์ว่าไปหาอะไรกินเมื่อกี้เขาบอกว่าแบบจากที่ผมจากเมืองจีนมานะครับผมคิดว่าผมอยากกินขนมจีนที่สุดแล้วมันเป็นอาหารพื้นบ้านของผมว่ามันอร่อยมากๆแต่หากินที่สเปนไม่ได้เลย
Okay, well let's give you a little bit of hope, right? The next map up is Breeze. This is somewhere that they've actually looked pretty good. EDG were pushed all the way to a 14-12 overtime up against this squad regionally in the finals of kickoff in China. That gives me some hope that we're not going to see this same deflated team. Also, quick series, easiest ones to recover. They're going to be backstage thinking we didn't even play that map. Nothing happened. Nothing went right. The next one, though, like I said, is comfort. Now, the one thing I will say is in that series where they got it real close versus EDG regionally, Berlin had 26 kills. Autumn had 24. They were fragging out. They're going to need to fire off today.
เฮ้ยนี่มันคอมมีแอตตาอีกแล้วเหรอ
from those individuals, but it definitely tapered off
มันคอมมีเจนจีเมื่อวานเลยนี่หว่า
Breeze is the upset map in the pool. It is the map you have some incredible individuals. If you're having a good game, you can upset literally anyone. The difference between top and bottom teams on this map very slim. The variance very high. This is a great opportunity for FPX to come back, especially with a very disruptive comp like this. Playing with that, playing with the jet on their attack side, those double dive exits are super strong, and on defense, honestly, they'll show some really good retakes with the flash silver dart combos, with the Astra smokes, and those pulls to help get back as well.
And one other thing to note, Tui's moving over to the Viper. Last time we saw that, he hasn't played a lot of it historically, but he played it here at this event. I think he walked out with 26 kills himself. He was looking unbelievable, and I don't expect him to do any less than that here.
It's going to be a tall order for FPX, and also Mitch has got another less reference in there. I hate the man. Let's send it back over to your commentators for this one, Pansy and Hypox, so that they can ridicule him appropriately.
I don't know. I can't.
We're in a good mood today.
Yeah,
you
we're
guys are throwing us some negativity over here. Like,
don't come over here, GB. It's looking some wrestling things about to go.
Other side of the fence.
Down.
Other side of the fence.
Yeah, you keep over there, all right? You be nice to Mitch. He's sensitive. He's a sensitive boy. This game is worrying me, Mike, because I wasn't enamored.
Yeah, I mean, because Loud just hit the Uno reverse with Breeze, basically, and we're
pretty
like,
much.
yeah, we'll bust out like the most boring run-of-the-mill comp and look really proficient on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Rely on the fundamentals. People basically just walking around finding, but basically a deathmatch lobby is what it felt like last time, and Loud excelled at that.
Why would you entertain that concept? I mean, don't get me wrong, Autumn and Life are very good, but they're going to need to do a lot more than that here. Let's see what they got. Loud on the attack, of course. FPX on the defending side, and already it's looking like last map. At least the start is. Autumn, you got something for us? Okay, good connection towards QCK. Can't deal with Cowanzine though, and again, I'm waiting for that plant. I don't think anything's going to stop it. No, that flank gets called off from Lysor. Ayang did find a connection. So down to 3 now, and yeah, look at the HP. Maybe Sadak just going to leave himself.
กลับไม่ได้
A body on the site here, forced to swing and does go down. Game back on here. 2v2. Oh, that was maybe a little individual there, but Lysor, what have you got for us? Not a defuse.
Yeah. Upgrade to a ghost, but we'll dig both Loud players out of this position. Not going to be very easy.
And the worst two to be left in the post plant against, really.
แพ้ดีกว่า
Very difficult. And they can buy time, free information. I saw desperate to try and get something. You can't blame the man for trying, but yeah, Loud not going to let this one slip.
ไม่ไหวว่ะ
Again, didn't really see Loud rely too much on sight hits and full-on executions previously versus Gen G.
No.
Pissed around if it is any sort of indicator. For an adjustment in their approach here. But yeah, really looking towards Life and Autumn to be very self-sufficient as well in these roles. Both the Yoru and the Jet. To pull a fight here on Breeze, obviously not going to see it necessarily in round 2.
No.
Going to see any sort of investment coming through, so it will just be classics. 3 rifles on the board though. A Bulldog in the hand of Cowanzine.
But you know, same old when we talk about it. If you're Loud, you want to be very clean in this. You want to maybe try and opt to build ults in the right direction. If you're FPX, you want a little bit of mayhem. And they didn't get what they wanted. Attempted a pop flash and a swap back, but Loud, nicely spaced, handling it well. Not going to fall foul to that. You've already got a player right up tube, so that's going to be a problem. If it even comes to it, you can see Cowanzine just standing there, wants to fight on it. And yeah, less claiming Lysor. So unable to make too much of that first foray there towards a shot, towards a main. And that's battle she wrote, at least for the first 2. Now we see the buy-in, though. This is potentially where FPX can set their own turn, or tone, should I say, to this. Because first map, they did do quite well initially. It was the ability that you couldn't adapt beyond that, though.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the problem lies, obviously, on the previous map. That you could see FPX wanting to be proactive. There just isn't enough tools, really, within that composition to you know, set Life and Autumn in motion. Here, we have 2 way more self-sufficient duelists. Obviously, only really the Sova utility to set them up, but Autumn going to open things up here onto QCK. Now, not letting off the gas, though.
That's what you like to see, but there's a lot of players here. Life going to get the follow-up contact, going to smoke it off, but Cowanzine going to get that pick, I believe, over from main. Yeah, he's still going for it as well. That's not bad from Autumn. Right place, right time for him. That's the spike noted. Another player followed up. He's starting to heat up. 2 already in this round, potentially a 3rd. No, Sadak. Now doesn't with the Bulldogs, so the plant looking like it's back on the cards. Ayang has a lot of utility to bring into this, though. Playing in from CT, he does have that split through mid with Lysor, so they could potentially really isolate some of these players.
Luckily, it got away.
There it is.
On the retreat. Just Sadak left now. Re-challenge. Lysor will punish. FPX answer back with 2 huge kills here. Slow things down. The opener onto QC take a little bit of bite out of that execute, that split through mid. I'm not even sure if that was ahead of any intended. That can't see.
That's unreasonable. Email to snap back to Sadak at the end. But keep in mind, that was a bonus. Certainly not a fleshed out purchase.
No,
missing in areas.
True blood as well.
So, you know, if we're talking in this game, great for FPX. We're talking if it's anyone else, you're looking at, okay, there was still a lot of casualties in that. They're still going to be suffering in the economy. You're already looking at Life down to the Guardian there. So, again, there are some takeaways that still look quite good for Loud in this, but got to keep our eyes on the main man, Autumn, who was pivotal starting off the last one. Spotted here. Has to get out of dodge this time.
I've spotted one, though. I'm still there, but actually catches Cowanzine
โอ้ยเจ็บ
Sticking ahead of the doors there. Nearly loses his life. Yeah, down to 17 HP.
Oh.
Nearly caught on the retreat as well.
They've not had the early success they'd want, right? This is quite good from FPX, holding Loud a little further away, not getting that mid access they'd like to maybe try and split in towards that A site. Now forced close towards Lysor. Forced in towards Life. Kaunzin down low, has a lot of kit to play with, so wants to try and use it to facilitate this play towards Life. Life's in danger here, but he's still finding value. QCK goes down, he's dodging just about everything. How the hell are they alive here? Ayang as well finding Sadak. This is much better, thriving in the chaos and still holding full control. That spike didn't make it out of main. Loud being held at the door. And Lysor just ensuring that by playing up a little bit closer.
And Berlin becomes the pivotal player, as you know, to say that. Autumn. She finds a TP over toward B side.
Lysor might be dead here. The pop flash gonna buy a couple of seconds, and speaking of seconds, they're down to 15. Yeah, Lysor on a platter, they've got to know about Autumn, but he's still firing. Great work from Autumn, and Ayang there, that's much better. That's what you want to be seeing from FPX.
มาว่ะพี่
Really well played.
แย่ละ
เดี๋ยวผมไปฉีดแป๊บนึงแชท
Autumn was going to be the one to cycle back across, but becomes the hero here on A site. FPX digging their heels in early on here on Breeze, keeping things two apiece. Fortunately, I don't even know if the Hunter's Fury, I think, caught the first tag, but nothing on the second there. As you noted, Lysor able to thrive in the chaos.
แฟดเด้งพื้นหรอ
Still coming back in with some investment here. Kaunzin, a Guardian. Rifle in the hands of 2Es. We have the null command, whether or not we do see it this round. Will be called upon once again. QCK.
Oh my god!
Nearly getting the kill. 24 HP left on Autumn.
That was a laboured spray, but just pulled it down at the end. Autumn is... I'm enjoying watching him on this map much more. I want to see more from him. Lysor going to deal with Kaunzin. Really looking at 2Es here to crack open some space, but haven't really been having much of an attempt towards this B site yet. It's been relatively untested. Maybe Sadak, the one to punish, and he does. That's a problem. That isolates some of these players. Now, where do they opt to go? But look at the backfill. Look at the timing on this. Does Berlin...
Look at Lysor.
Both of them. Both
of them.
It worked really well. They got a good read on this now. But against Sadak, did you forget about Sadak? How did they forget about him up there? He was earlier up towards shoot. There was always that potential. He could have drifted back.
เอ้ากลับไปที่ลาวชนะคืออะไร
มีอะไรเลยวันนี้
50 HP regardless.
เดินไปเลยมา
Almost a
ตัด
perfect
หมด
pinch here between Berlin and Lysor. Way towards bottom mid. Autumn with the last bullet here. Yeah, QCK got to be kicking himself after that. Matter nonetheless, Loud able to recover here. With minimal investment, able to get a third round on the board.
Very aggressive start. Look at that!
What?
Look at that shot. He looked blind for the second, but what an absolute ripping start.
ทีมนอกมันต้องมาสู้อย่างไม่งั้นต่อไม่ไหว
Very different look to FPX, who weren't as proactive, at least to this extent, in that previous map. This is quite something to witness. QCK less than 2. He's left with very little here.
Yeah, let's try and catch somebody on the retreat back towards A site.
เรามันเล่นแบบว่าเอาจริงจัด
Posted on this
ต้องเอา
angle.
จริง แพ้ไม่ได้นะนี้
We'll spot the second. Doesn't overcommit. We want to give away an opportunity to Loud here. 2Es will fall less. Respond. Not as anything less. Yeah, second here.
Suddenly, you know that it's code blue at the start. You know what I mean? Starting to get a little nervous now. You're like, what's
Something
going on?
might be happening. Don't move.
Literally, don't look at them. They're understanding the process. They've gone, this is up to something. Let's hold for a moment. That spike is within touching distance. He's got to be careful of Berlin, who is, I think, jump spotting, but not particularly deep. He has left the spike up here, so back go. And where do you go for? You know that generally Berlin had been over towards that B site.
Well, Lysor
เดี๋ยว
was
ได้ยิน
spotted
ด้วย
earlier
สลายมัน
on the
ไม่
pillar,
ได้กรอบ
so
ขนาดนั้นนะ
Well, that's still going to be the end goal for him. Lysol just needs to play time on backside here. Not give anything away. But
oh God!
Nearly caught in the open here.
But he's got to get the plant. Yeah, that's not.
เอาแข่งไง
Go too far. A nice attempt, but they are a million miles away. The time will be the factor to tip the scales
โอ้
over.
ถ้าวางแล้วได้ดูตัวได้เล่น 1-2
Rather
เลยนะ
impressed with what I'm seeing from FPX here.
Look at a little more of a commitment to
ใช้ได้แต่กูไม่ยอมตายเลนบอก
to this open. Yeah, fully blind on the second. But yeah, a little bit of a further commitment here on this early round aggression that we didn't see on the first map. Sunset looked a little laboured, maybe lack of tools like we already noted, didn't feel too comfortable fully committing to that sort of play style, but again, on Breach you can get away with it. There's so much freedom here.
And an early pit invested, so that's the B site. Looking unapproachable, at least from main. So maybe going to have to opt for that play up through middle, which is what Les is trying to test a little bit for now, but progress towards the tube, it's something that has been left somewhat vulnerable, but Autumn slowly coming back around. It's going to be QCK again in the fight, and Autumn just his form individually is really starting to heat up.
Yeah, I love this from Loud though, spotting him over towards Nest, setting up this flash, reading that he's going to be the one to pick up the slack at the end of tube here. Salak still posted up. Doubt we'll see a reaggress here. He's down to 56 HP. Might fancy his chances.
Go on.
Still curious, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fancying it. Salak being tested, and it's not just Salak. Look what's behind him. There's other players trying to follow this pathing. Less waiting towards middle. But you've got Cowan It's a pressure point they want to try and explore, and a weapon they want to get into hand. There's still 3 players to clear on A, and they can exchange goods, right? They can go, okay, well, you can have tube, we'll go take main, but there is a player there as well. So a battle on 2 fronts, and not a comfortable one. Live gonna spot 2Es. That was a little sketchy, but he's losing his support system. They found the player in CT, they found the player at the back of site, and now they've got to fight on 2 fronts. And FPX win it out. 13 seconds. It's a scramble. Berlin goes down, but Life's position could still be devastating. Where's his support? Where is Lysol? Oh god, he's got a judge. And the position gonna be seen. They now know where both of these players are. There's still a question mark for Cowanzine. Does he double back? But Les's position could be pivotal.
Yeah, Lysol does get an upgrade here, so rifle in hand, but HP on life definitely a concern. Recon bolt available.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be caught in the snake bite, but Cowanzine with the bailout.
What a savior of the Lysol, though, outdoes Les, and now it's game back on, but time.
From this, yeah.
This is really difficult for Lysol. He needs to find a pixel out of place or a shot for free, which really Cowanzine isn't going to give. And look at the plant position. It's something that Cowanzine can play, and Lysol
knows it.
Time to back away. A really nice attempt there, but still Loud just scraping that through. A very close round though.
2Es unable to really hold down control there of A main. Life once again. I mean, alongside Berlin. Making things work here. Beautiful hold initially, but like I said, once you remove that one player from A main and allow a force towards the backside of A side, unfortunately lose out elsewhere. It's Loud ultimately have no recovery factor. There's no safe spot to fall back to after losing that security of A main.
Oh dear me, Cowanzine.
มันยังได้ตัวนึง
He's going to take a little nap this round, right off the rip. Life going to get to work. You can see the purchase is missing some elements to this as well. Ayang is down without armor as well. So the money was getting a little close, and Berlin actually falls. That might open up a huge chance towards this A site QCK. Yeah, that confirms it. Can Autumn be the one to change this? His position will be considered. He's been there more often than not. But Life bringing death against Loud. QCK joining Cowanzine on the victim list, and away they go. They fancy their odds. They're not going to let him escape. He's hunting them down. Just losing out on the knife there, but still want to do some damage. Lights all working off the back of the information Autumn putting down, and they're still going to try and get that pressure, but no start on the plant just yet. No defuse to begin until now. Autumn stands his ground, takes down Les. 2Es, what have you got? Anything? He's going to take down only one, and that is nowhere near enough. FPX heating up now.
On the back of both Autumn and Life here in this round.
You know, from the front.
Beautiful fight back through. Loud unable to convert this position. No surprise to see a timeout called after that. A little bit of a pace change here, but
คนหน้าเซฟนะไม่ไหว
then you
เข้า
can see
ทา
the
ง
switch
ซาร่า
back
ลุงเลย
knife there. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean Sadak obviously fallen to the snake bite here. Can't really be avoided. Well placed by Lysor. FPX clinging to life here. Loud.
วินต่อวิน
I
จริง
gotta say, not having as much as of an easy time in terms of these opening engagements that they did versus Gen G.
Oh, you're
Like I said, it was very cut and dry, very vanilla the way the Loud approached this map last time.
No, you're on the money. I'm really liking what I'm seeing between Autumn and Life. I can't stress it enough. And don't get me wrong, it's not that Ayang, Lysor and Berlin aren't doing well. They're doing very well at their jobs. They're playing the roles that they need to. But I'm loving seeing that kind of combination, that duo between Autumn and Life, working here in comparison when it didn't on Sunset.
Absolutely. And if you let a Yoru and a Jet perform like this on the defense, you know they come into their attack in half feeling way better about themselves. Especially coming out of a map loss to open the series, sorry.
Yeah, and a dreary loss. It's not pretty. 5 rounds, you're not going to feel happy with it. Yeah, sometimes a quick loss is easier than one that's drawn out.
But not in an elimination series. That's not the case.
So to bounce back like this is really quite something to witness. Now, has Loud got the chops, though, to find a little bit of something to work for them here? They've been finding it very hard to handle both of these pressure points of Life and Autumn. And the test begins again. Oh, Autumn, this guy is just out of this world. The only real threat to that round was going to be QCK, and he is gone in the blink of an eye. Cowanzine, yeah, he's got a Guardian, but beyond that, you've got a Sheriff and a Ghost.
Basically trying to mirror Life from the previous round. Find that opener in mid. We still have Guardian in the hands of Cowanzine.
ท็อปฟอร์มนี่คือมีซาซี่มีแอดปาร์ใช่ไหม
Right, the Blade Storm was really going to be... Autumn actually found a headshot there. That was only 66 HP.
แต่ได้พี่ตุ้ยมาก็โหดอยู่ดีนะ
Cowanzine found a time in here.
Okay, that's a rifle. If Tui's can possibly cross up to it, I don't think he's got the time to do it now, but...
He's got to wait for his Toxin to rebuild.
I mean, the end game looks like less to eventually creep towards A, but this is a really hard fight for Cowanzine because the timing's rotten. Yeah, Life perfectly played that.
Yeah, looking to police that weapon.
And
prevent anybody from coming through.
So aware of the possibility of less.
30 seconds left.
Not much left for Loud to really do here. A Sheriff and a Ghost. Life going to give this one away.
Yeah, he's drifting. Did he get spotted?
No, I don't think so. No, ping coming through. Oh, he's cleared though.
And now Tui's with 13 seconds, and the dream doesn't even get to be started. FPX, look, the early attempt, the early goer for Loud was going to be off the back of that ult invested from QCK, but he's had a quiet performance so far. That could have been a nice way to push him up in this map at least, should I say. And not going to get it. There it is. Look at this guy. Yeah, Autumn's very nice to watch. This is what it should have been about, right? That timeout that came in, probably not for the last round, but the one between. This is what it was for, the buy round that's coming in now. And 5-4, Loud need answers because FPX have been meeting them every step of the way, and it's been individual, it's been punchy, but it's been damn good.
Here.
Gonna note a couple steps. Bring the alarm bell towards middle. And a further adjustment here again from FPX.
Obviously posting Life up. So won't expect to see him getting too aggressive here. Especially with nobody on the side of Loud on the other side of the halls to him.
And if you're Loud, you're so conditioned to be worried about, okay, to make the play.
Exactly.
Is Life going to be here?
They're waiting to
they?
see who shows where around the map.
Berlin drifting a little out into the sights there. Left.
Concealment.
Wanting for HP. But he isn't alone. Autumn by his side, and we noted it early, and as did you now watching. Life creeping closer. There is a player watching, Tuis, who gets the timing right here. Life walking in. He's been seen, and he gets to keep his life, which is the more surprising part. So now the 3-play stack that was on this side of the map going to be rewarded, and he's actually just going for it. Berlin's fallen, as has Life. It's all on Autumn. What can this man do? Nothing this round. Put down, and the side plant should be coming in. very comfortably here as the other two players quite far away.
Yeah, punchy reaction there to the pressure coming through towards the Loud spawn. Unfortunately, that side hold just crumbling under the pressure. I saw it was a little curious. You're going to try and find an exit somewhere. I mean, looking at the funds on the side of Loud, if you can remove a rifle, could cause some issues. Loud seemingly aware of his general position there.
Yeah, it's enough that he's gone, I'll give it a second attempt.
Yeah, and in these slower rounds, it's really Less to be the ones to, I guess if there's no early round aggression from FPX, it's Less that becomes the pivotal player in terms of information and sniffing out where that threat is. Some round life left unchecked. Loud have shown a lot of presence up Tube, actually.
Yeah. It was one of the first rounds we haven't seen them explore it, so you almost feel bad for Life in that regard.
Yeah,
like,
because it's not rewarded.
Yeah. But this much more patient play, you know, a much longer held default as well by Loud. That was extremely patient. It was, I think it was Tuis who sat at the, very back by spawn, basically watching for that tube pressure, which is maybe just a nice counter read because they had been exploring that so often. But still, Loud find a little bit of a solution. But adding on the back of that, we've now just seen the operator.
I was going to say, what's really curious is actually, it looks like FS is going to continue to slow things down, hold a little more passively. But the operator noted off the rip here, very start of the round, so giving Loud the information, not necessarily an advantage just yet. And Autumn can TP elsewhere. He's going to post up here, maybe show presence to the operator, potentially catch timing ahead of a rotation.
สู้ต่อไปเปปเปอร์เล็กกับทีมเฮลิติก
Have to go for this because there is pressure coming up towards Tube. I don't know if that Aldrone actually managed to spot out the players, but Autumn's digging quite deep here, and he's found his reward. That's two he's dropped and the spike found. So this should spur on the attention towards Tube, but Ayang is on the case. Gotta be careful though, two players, and it's Crisp from Sadak. Life does well to find Less, that removes the middle threat, but still there is pressure points to this. You can see the gap being closed, but another spot for Autumn, and another body to add to the list. Cowanzine trying to drift in, but Autumn's exceptional at what he's doing.
Operator.
An absolute monster this round, and in this half.
I mean, that's just so tough to watch. There's two members allowed tucked into main here, and Autumn's allowed to swing all the way. Dry, by the way. Barely saw anything from Tuis. No utility to set things in motion. He finds 3 on the round with the operator. Pretty pleased with himself.
Should be. And the adjustment, again, what I love about this is the variety we're seeing. Very hard to get a beat on. Now you got Life with the operator instead. Another little switch here. So if Loud thought they had a plan before, now it could be adjusted, expectations being diverted. And there isn't bodies behind this. Uh-oh.
Despite not committed just yet, I mean, it's Life, the last one you want to be trying to pin down with the Hunter's Fury. Nothing comes through it. Sadak's in deep here.
Yeah, but it's just Sadak. There's no one with him. They're trying to maybe find the rest of them. He's put his life on the line for this, but he's getting nothing for it. It's just Sadak so far, and individually, he's not going to be able to outdo 4 of them. They've drawn all the rotations. The spike's still in spawn. Where's the value? Is it trying to bait out this B play? Once they get the spike, they're sure.
I mean, yeah, Les has got a very deep position, but they haven't caught anybody in rotation, so Kyusuke nearly rewarded for his patience, but now noted.
เอ้าชิบหายละ
There goes that position. He has to fall off it. This plays in, I
แต่ว่า
guess, to
ได้
but
พื้
they
นที่
need
เยอะ
that
อยู่
spike down and safely. I doubt Lysol's going to play ahead, so that should be fine.
ปัญหาคือ FPX
My
นี่อัน
mind
ติ
goes to Tuis here.
โยนรู้อ่ะดิ
In a lethal position.
เดี๋ยวดูนะโซว่า
Spoiler here.
โยนรู้อันติเสร็จโซว่า
He's going to hear all of
ถ้า
these
เติมพื้นที่ตาม
rotating.
That's at least 2 players.
You can see the pings coming through now.
ต้องมี1ศพ
When's his
With
time?
some awareness. A couple of members of FPX actually looking back here.
They've slipped ahead pretty well. Berlin is having...
มาแล้วครับ
Berlin breaks
เอ้า
Tuis in half. That was the plan. This is the fallback, and it's worked well enough to take down Life. Autumn, though, with his presence unknown, gonna find the frag.
เฮ้ยสูตรนี้อีกแล้ว
And QCK, nice attempt.
มันไม่โผล่หลังวาร์ปเห็นไหม
Less left in a 1v3, and FPX looking like the real deal here. Less with a spray, but look at them facing him down. FPX
Oh
with the
my
lead
god
coming into the half.
โอ้หลังหลังม่านอีกแล้ว
Creating a pocket for Autumn to get behind. Loud, beautifully constructed retake here. heartbreaking for Tui's. Just unreal from Berlin.
This is what I wanted out of map 2, a closer affair, a better game. FPX showing us a lot more caliber here. Loud, no way out of it with 5 rounds to their name, but this is the perfect opportunity to check in with FPX.
1 นาทีครึ่งเลยไอ้คนอะพี่วูไปหวันแล้ว
เฮ้ย
เย้ยหลับแล้วเหรอ
ไม่ใช่
ง่วงก็
หายละ
Wow, that was a bold statement there.
Yeah, I can't believe he said that.
I know.
Caught in 4K.
I hope so.
Yeah. Very, very interesting insight there.
It was, I,
นอนน้อยเป็นเหตุอ่ะพี่
it's all good. There was nothing played. Don't worry.
Of course, things don't work when we're here.
Look, we got to bring a little curse to it. Otherwise, you know.
It's been a while since we went to feel a halftime match. I feel a bit lost.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, what do you want to talk about? You're the analyst. Have fun.
I was hoping to get someone from the interview there.
That's unlucky.
I've come back to the same point. Obviously,
ตื่นแล้วพี่
after the first
โทษที
match,
โทษที
being very, very one-sided.
เมื่อกี้ผม
Now
โอ้
with this
เกม
performance on
พอดนาน
defense,
นะดิ
you really got to dial in and hope that Ultimate Life can be the deciding factor here for FPX to force a map 3. I mean, sorry, I was going to say less. Loud looking a little quiet in areas, but I guess looking a bit more coordinated than what we saw versus Gen G. Gen G felt very, very individual, and like I said, it felt almost at times like a deathmatch. Just winning gunfights, which again, breeze, you know, odds are you're gonna win out a few series that way, but doesn't really seem to be the approach from Loud. So I'm curious to see how they apply this composition to the
user was moved out of your channel.
It's going to be the slippery one, the one they need to pin down here and keep in check early on.
พี่เอ้ยส่งไปหลับข้างล่าง
Couple seconds to go now. Was this flash in the pan a death rattle from FPX, or was there truly some life to the mid?
จอพี่บูขึ้นมามูฟทำไมวันกำลังดูบอลมัน
Got me excited. Loud, having to scramble for some answers, which again leaves you wondering, what does this second half look like? An early work from Life. He's straight up middle.
Yeah.
And doesn't get spotted. Going to be checked on and outdone. Cowanteam with the first. Going to draw blood here. But Loud, at least one man up to the good.
Despite not committed just yet by FPX, so really relying on Life and Autumn. Speeder wants to find an opener, but Tui's got himself into a strange position here, completely unconsidered by FPX. Almost behind this mid-section. Yeah, I mean...
Tui should be dead, right?
Should be, yeah.
He's dead. Quick little pop flash, spotting out Sadak, and Autumn's feeling himself, so he's going to stick that fight too. 12 HP, but he's done so much damage. Do FPX continue on this path? If they could turn heel potentially 35 seconds.
ไม่แปลกใจทำไมแบบ FPX ถึงเอาทำมา
Players on site from Loud just need to run the clock down. The Lysol down to 1 HP yet. Berlin still pretty healthy, but did get tagged by the spy cam. Lucky not to die to the wallbang. Now the problem is QCK. Look at the position he's in.
ถ้ากล้องเซฟเฟอร์ถ้าเซฟเฟอร์เปลี่ยนจากบัฟแท็บเป็นกล้องเซฟเฟอร์ยิงแล้วแท็กมันโซว่าอย่างงี้โอ้โหมันสัตว์
And again, this will be
มาแล้วเลส
on these players. I'd say are very, very good, almost specialists at
ไม่
holding
รู้
the
กันไม่
sides
ยุ่ง
down, being those kind of stoic
ดี
members.
นะเมื่อกี้ตอนที่ผมแอบหลับไม่กล
And this could be one for less here, already towards the top of the board for Loud, but could continue on this trajectory. But Autumn had a real opportunity. He gave him a solid start here.
Definitely finding 2 follow-ups after Life did fall. Unfortunate. Cowanteam on the other side of that with the sheriff of his own. Now we'll get the pistol on the board.
Still
second
smiling.
half.
This is, well, they're here.
Quite a few of them.
Help. It isn't just Les, but he's got to be a little careful because there is that kind of gap close on Autumn, right? That could be an issue. Same with Life to an extent. And yeah, they found him. So quite the audacious attempt. Yeah, how has he gone here so quick? Hello. Oh, that looked on. That one is second time of asking, and Loud looking composed, not falling until then. Let's go down, but that's not the end of the world. They'll be able to get themselves the defuse and close up the scoreline here, but again, keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, first half Loud did the same as well. They got the first two.
Yeah. QCK looking a little rough around the edges, to be honest, from the first half.
Yeah.
So you're hoping for him to pick things up in the second here. Have his hands full whether or not he's really going to be the one to take the fight towards Ultimate Life or try and slow things down with an operator. Well, there's your answer.
Here. It's almost like you know what you're talking about sometimes, Mike.
I mean, I don't know if I was going to see it round 3, but
it's very early to go for this.
Yeah.
It's a hefty investment. And this is where I want to see if it works against Ultimate Life, who aren't afraid to get in your face. They might take a challenge on it. I want to see what the reaction is once they know this has come out. Oh, what a big investment here. FPX with 2 players at least heading this way for now. QCK only on 4 kills. He's not had the impact he'd want here, and he can feel that pressure starting to mount. Life gonna cop a fair crack of damage.
น่าจะมองว่าอีกฝั่งโคสุดก็ได้นะเพราะว่าน่าจะกลัวน่าจะเป็นแบบว่า
For Loud, you'd be happy with that, and obviously for FPX, that's going to take the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, both duelists kept in check here. Definitely going to make an explosive execute feel a little more uncomfortable. There's deeper trips here, maybe designed to catch off Autumn, but FPX still looking to find a way to B site here.
He's just trying to ignore the one and look for the others, but the TP's been taken. QCK's in a little bit of trouble here, opting for the third rather than the first or the second, because he's really banking on Cowanzine, but he was surrounded by the end of it. Even with lower HP, Life still able to do enough damage, but they haven't got that spike across. They haven't been able to ferry it forward. So even though they have the site, they have no ability to do, and Lysol going down is devastating. And there's the surround, right? Like, what can Berlin do about this?
He's lost in the lurk, just not enough progress made early on.
ไม่ได้แล้วบอมอยู่ตรงกลาง
Spike not committed. I mean, I guess this was the long con for FPX to try and make something work, pull a rotation and play in either Lysol or Berlin. But it just doesn't happen. Loud too decisive on the site.
ผมเดียวกับเจนจีว่าแต่ภาพบุคคลละแบบกันเลย
But actually, Tui's might catch him.
เมื่อวานต้นตำรับ
I don't think Berlin's sorry. Really clean. Okay, hit a shot like
Berlin
that.
just has Tui's number, man. Like, it's just
เกมเมื่อวานมันแบบขนาดสกอร์มันขาดมันยังทำให้เราตื่น
absolutely unreal.
ยิงกันเดือดมาก
Operator obviously retained, carried across here. Loud kicking things off with 3 unanswered. With a team flash catching there. Sure how effective that was on the other side, but
คนลุกเลยคนที่นี้คนลุกตลอด
yeah, fairly indicative to see
อ๋อรีทอสทีนึงครับ
FPX of what they want to try to achieve with those sorts of rounds. They wanted to try and formulate some sort of fake and disjointed.
Well, this is the first time we get to see this A take.
Now,
it's really kind of top loaded, right? Life's the only one with the rifle. Everyone else on sheriffs. A little bit of kit to play with, but not as much as I'm sure you'd normally want. Now they do have site control. Loud are respecting them enough. They've given up site, and they've given up their first life as well. QCK going down is a big loss here because Life can continue forward. Now it's not a recovered rifle; it can't fall into the hand, but he needs to be such an influence so they can buy time.
No combination here from Cowan.
เราไม่ค่อยล้อมเลยนะไม่ได้รีบเล้า
Life's got to be proactive.
He's
got to be in this one. Oh, he's gone down. That rifle's just a step too far away. I don't know if they can get it back into hand. Autumn needs to get into the action now. Also tagged up. This is a problem. He's still going to make some value out of this. 2 left now. Berlin? Where the hell did Berlin just come from? Oh, it's just Autumn left alive now in a 1v2. Maybe a chance to
ยังไม่ทันรู้นี่หัวหลุด
something out of that. But the defuse going to be coming in and Loud weather the storm.
Causing some real issues on the way in though. You see how much respect Loud are giving to FPX.
Yes.
Almost to their own detriment, to be honest with you. FPX capitalizing.
ทำไมวันนี้ดูเหมือน FPX มันมาติดอยู่ในไซด์แล้วแบบทำอะไรกันไม่ถูกอ่ะ เบียดกันอะรู้สึกปะ
Full purchase this time for
a crucial buy round.
Do they go back for that A take? They kind of got a test of it last time. Do they feel as though they maybe found something?
Stacked up and actually holding on to the spike here, so it
มาม่า
might
ห
be
มู
a
สับ
pacey hit.
ใส่โจ๊กหมู
Ult with Autumn as well. This could be huge. This could be really, really valuable for them.
ผมมันไม่อืดมั่วซั่วเลยนะ
That's going to be, I'd imagine, quite a few of them, yeah. 2, 3 potentially. You can see the reaction almost instantly from Loud towards middle. Starting to close that gap. You're going to have QCK on the way. The ult is going to come in, and already it's a site being evacuated. They're already sitting a lot deeper. FPX will get themselves a plant. They are so close by here. Autumn, got to be careful about this one. TP, when he goes back, look who's waiting. Oh, he got QCK!
I was watching on the mini-map. So unfortunate for QCK. Now Autumn left on the long flank here. Lau can get anything done on site.
You're going to have the lineups coming in as well. Lysor just invested that, so that's going to be a time buy-up. He's Counting's going to get half on the...
โอ้มันไปอ้อมตรงนั้นเลยว่ะกระโดดยิงอ่ะ
Sadak just goes in, takes away life and wants to remove Lysor, but he can't quite do it. And now you can see that backfall. Lysor is just going to get his body on the line here. Because they're going back to the defuse.
โอ้โหโดนสแกน
Berlin closes that down.
Crucial recon sent through at the right time.
ยังซื้อได้ยังซื้อได้
Heartbreaking for QCK. You see the TP sent all the way down to the beach. Also running down the clock with his ultimate. Let's try and maximize that information. Here, Loud almost get ahead of the curve here in terms of getting the half defuse, creating enough pressure on site. The pop flash is beautiful on the way back in from Sadak. Unfortunately, he doesn't kind of stick to his guns there and hold on to that space, but tough to do nonetheless.
Different approach this time from FPX, eyeing up middle. I want to see QCK activate, if I'm honest. He does need to start picking up performance here. Sadak with a army on the other side. This is going to be everything. The timing is going to be on the wire. Perfect play from Sadak. Meets life on the challenge, follows up with the nade on Autumn. And he has just broken FPX's back this round. Berlin, that late positioning he's been kind of known for, isn't going to be a surprise now. He has to play this forward. Not going to be able to do it. Niang, nice connection on this one and the fall.
QCK ดูหลุดเลย
Okay, there we go.
Too easy.
Easy now.
We'll find it through the smoke. Yeah, Sadak's absolutely breaking the ankles of FPX on the way in through mid-split.
QCK.
By example in that one.
Healthy ultimate bank. Everything except the blade storms here. I love this as well. Dips his toes inside the smoke. Fantastic stuff here. We'll be allowed to call a timeout.
มันไม่ถึงว่ะ QCK
Actually, no, sorry. My mistake. Did just change. Just got debated.
Not your mistake.
I promise it wasn't.
It did say Loud. Maybe they both called timeouts.
They could have both.
You never know. It's a mystery.
We'll start with the FPX timeout.
Talk to me. Talk to me about what the game plan is here, because Loud have, even in, let's say, I wouldn't say the ideal way, because I would have liked, I don't want to harp on about it, but I would have liked seeing QCK a little bit more involved. He has been somewhat absent this game. Autumn and Life have had his number.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hands full on the front line, right? So previously, a concern coming out of the KC series was FPX's inability to convert First Bloods into round wins. They were winning out on the opening duels, but things were kind of slipping through their fingers elsewhere, and I feel like that's kind of the same here. Maybe not being statistically as good with the opening engagements, but FPX definitely causing enough of a ruckus to make Loud sweat.
Yes.
Now they're forced back into recovery mode in some of these, and unfortunately I think QCK is the victim of that sort of play style.
FPX, you've had one round in this half. Your first half, we were back on board. Need to show a little something now. Timeout for the check-in. Still got life on the ult. They still have a purchase around it. So this is a goer. This should be a big round. But early exploration from QCK. Counting this time with the operator. And it is going to be the speed piece. Last time, they evacuated the site. Dipped away early. This time, sticking around. Life on the way, though. Can he close that gap? Can he find a target? Find someone to play towards. Autumn's right by his side. And Autumn's already claimed one. They could do with a little bit more. Less still lingering around. And Autumn just bringing absolute fury to this side. Left walking away, wounded, 5 bullets to play with, and he thinks it's a goal. It is. Autumn is audacious in his work.
เอาจนได้
He's got them the sight
เฮ้ย
with
มาแล้ว
the
วะ
flank.
มาแล้วครับวิลาทุกตัวเอง
Finally makes it here. Have you got a 1v2 in you? Have you got the ability to do something about this? Oh, he was on but Autumn just that bit better. And keeping FPX in touching distance of that scoreline.
I'm going to suffer financially coming out there. I think 2, maybe 3 purchases available. Still got the Blade Storm, so an opportunity to force back in here. With an ult command almost
อะไรทำให้มันอยู่ดีก็ไม่อยากแฟนแล้วขึ้นไปดูกันดีกว่า
I guess the second leg of this execute. Once Autumn TP's in, the Astra smokes come up and create a couple of pockets for FPX to work out of. Nonetheless, FPX find their 9th. Going to switch things up, back over towards A once again. Same setup, same TP for Autumn, so expecting him purely dedicated towards information gathering. Pick that up, no one saw it.
Oh dear.
QCK over the top, found life.
And Sadak with a ghost just got Ian. What has just happened here?
Well, Hunter's Fury here as well, yeah. They can clear out a lot of A.
Yeah, Lysor has to play much closer, not the lineups he'd probably be wanting to go for. They have to play right next to them. Lysor is panicking surely in this one. He's got an army against him. Bodies on bodies here. QCK trying to play ahead, gets a little bit of a glimpse, but it's Autumn you got to be worried about. He makes his appearance known. Oh, and that's just perfect again. 4 kills to 3 kills in this round. Autumn is just out of this world. What a player.
Elimination on the line, and he's stepping up to the plate. 25 and 15 right now.
โอ้โหระเบิดโฟม
Keeping the hopes alive for FPX.
I was going to say, Mike, you know, that last round, call it a good round, but also got to know Autumn got 4 kills there. And I said, well, surely you can't do it again in my head. I was thinking, well, can you depend on that? Apparently you can. This adjust through middle was just really rather God-sent.
All things tied up now. Operator in play for QCK. He's going walkabouts.
He's committed on this one.
So deep out of here.
Oh, Lord. And
Dash is expired. He's punished.
He's desperate to make up for it. You can feel it.
Yeah.
He's trying so hard, almost too hard, to try and be the difference maker, to pick up the scoreline that's just not sitting well with him. And he's been punished thoroughly on that.
A little ambitious. Cow and Zine also off exploring here. Might hear this. We'll definitely hear Lysor invest the wall. Always an awkward angle though. Loud, a little ahead of themselves.
And a misread. Here. They're responding to what they're
FPX
seeing.
have sold this, yeah.
Yeah, they've seen utility, they've seen players, and they've got life on the site. FPX.
Now they lose the camera as well. That would have confirmed that this was a fake.
ร้องเหมือนกันเลยพี่
Loud have fallen for this hook. Line and sinker and life looking to be the reaper on the site, but he can't quite close out Tui's. Nor could he find Sadak in time, but by now the round, your heart almost drops when you hear that spike going down and you are on the other side of the map. Can they at least recover the operator? Is it even worth it to keep into hand? I mean, it's not been going well for them. Opting for it here. FPX gonna be taking the lead now. Really activating, yes, individually in a couple of these, but now we're seeing this kind of, I'd say, across the board effect here.
Unfortunately, have to consider things in the next round as well. You look at the funds available.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there will be a rifle and the operator to carry across, but it's the FPX finding 11, potentially 12 off of the back of this round 21 victory. On the brink of guaranteeing a 3rd. Yeah, you see it looks even worse from Lysor's perspective, just how deep QCK is looking to dig for that opener. I think you're right, it almost feels desperate. Trying to put something up on the board.
It's time to check in for Loud. That's 3 in a row for FPX. They found the solution. They found something that's been working for them. It was a little bit of a drought for those first 4, but again, hey, call it a pistol, call it what you want, the kind of knock-on effect, but it was what it was. Brought the scoreline right back. But Loud need their own answers now. Looking outplayed here, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
ตอนนี้ของไม่โคตรดี
a standout performance from Autumn. Loud unable to really pin him down in certain situations now has allowed
QCK
FPX
มันหลุ
to
ด
find
จริ
a
ง
way back in to this half after a
กำลังกลับมามั้ง
I've got to say a very impressive
ให้เวลา
first
น้อง
half
หน่อย
overall for FPX.
Hands down, this is a rude awakening for Loud, and a much better performance from FPX. The first map, it almost feels like a lifetime ago now, right? You can put it where it is.
Yeah, this is the point of the series now where you can say, yeah, map one's out
กิ
of
น
the
ไปดู
picture.
ไปครับผม
It's not a consideration anymore.
แค่โชว์มาสเตอร์ครับจะได้ดูแบบ
10 to 11
ฟิน
is
ฟิน
still close enough.
ไปซีเรียส
The issue of money, this looks like it could
หลัง
be
มาสเตอร์
12
ค่อยอด
unless QCK and Tui's can find some big value here, and they're going back to this A piece. That's where Les is. That's where Sadak is with a sheriff and a
Loud have
ghost.
struggled as well. I mean, obviously, the previous 2 rounds, FPX did find success on the back of Autumn's ultimate, not available here, but FPX fancying their chances nonetheless. 2 awkward tripwires here. Drone might not even spot these.
See if they get some value off it. Sadak
What the heck
looking for it. He's been tagged up though. Berlin going to get towards site. That's going to be the plan coming through. Is anyone going to try and deny this? Anyone going to put their life on the line for it? Looks like they're trying to. Sadak on the gap close. Gets towards Berlin and gets out there. Tui finding Autumn. Hold on. Loud, where the hell's this coming from? Light from up above though. Going to remove Kalanzine from this. You still have QCK. You still have Tui's with the weapons. And Loud still have side control. They're creeping back closer. Counterpit going to come in, but there's still a gap to be filled here. Lysa is still a problem, as is Life. And now Tui's and less. What can you do? Desperate to try and do it for
24
time.
HP.
They've got to play the time as well. Trying to draw out the last bit of kit, the drop of the pit. And now Ayang down to 1 HP. Could this be the clutch of his life? Not going to happen.
โอ้เรียบร้อย
Keeping Loud alive, the defuse. Far too close, but it's there. Tied all even, 11 apiece.
What a crazy exchange. So nobody in a position to really punish off the back of these trips that are placed. Not sure if both were activated. One definitely by Autumn.
Man, Les and Sadak making that side look
How is
full
Sadak
health with a
getting
pistol.
another? Well, the first kill.
แสดงยังไม่โคตรอิมแพกเลยเราเนี่ย
Absolute madness from him. The response is there.
In and around like that with that buy, and it wasn't even the operator or really the rifle.
Absolute lifeline for Loud.
That was heaven sent. And a total switch up here. Les now far more committed towards this A side. Does that then?
They're looking to put him into the line of fire.
Play him in.
Yeah. QCK holding down a ton of space here, but he's gonna have his hands full. Very, very strange investment of the drone here towards
32 30โอ้โห
Paranoid about something. Maybe. Come on, QCK. This is your moment to shine.
ทีอะไรเนี่ย
Going to be close here. He's not looking as confident now, trying to sit
He's
in a little
relaying
bit
this
deeper
information
angle.
now that something's happening.
Because look at the
มัน
rest
รู้
of
ได้
the
ไง
team.
วะ
Look at where Kalanzine is. They're so far back. QCK has to find. Oh God, QCK. Honestly, he's lucky to be breathing. He's lucky to be alive. Because FPX will have that B site. They've got the divide up. They've got life on the site itself. Oh, this is on a knife's edge.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นแอสปาร์ต
Autumn.
ที่ไปตัด1แดกกลับละตอนนี้4 ต่อ
Ahead of the divide, sorry. Will be a full 5v5 in the post plant. QCK still looking for something towards elbow.
That 12th round being the prize possession here. Pop flash being held. Anyone gets contact. Berlin going looking. It's QCK on the other side. And it's just nightmare after nightmare until then. An answer found over by Pillar. Sadak on the site with a tap on the spike. He's down low, but he's still going to find value for the trade. Tui still good for it. Man to the advantage. Autumn falls. It's on Lysaw in a 1v3. He's got one. He needs 2 more. But up above, brutal angle to break and less. Pushing Loud to 12.
โตโค้ด
I haven't seen Loud have to dig this deep in a while, but they've just about got to the 12th round.
Able to steady the ship. Find themselves now on map and series point, Lauren. The skin of their teeth. Beautiful retake though to pull off. It's, like I said, a full 5v5 here with the amount of utility that's available on the B
จังหวะ
side.
เกมเพลย์อย่างนี้แบบ
That wall paying off though.
เราทำได้ดีกว่า
Sadak
ชัด
able
เจ
to
น
create a little bit of paranoia with that first spike. Draw a couple of people from FPX out.
Yeah. Man, this is so tense. There's still a buy here. It's just not a great purchase. What can they do? Life has his ult, and he's looking for that opportunity in middle. Can he close down on QCK potentially? Not this time! Connection found. And a man up. Looking like they want to explore that B side though.
ไม่มีอันติแล้วครับ
Seeing a bit of a drift away from Tui's. Playing very safe here, willing to give up the site, respecting what Autumn's been bringing. He's too much of a threat. This time playing with the pack, not playing ahead.
การเข้าใส่แม่งแบบ
Oh, there we go. Now's the time to start coming alive here. QCK with the finest of angles to find a shot, and I think he wants a bit more. Why not let him? Can he be played in off this? Ayang gives away his position. And it's precarious now. They need a plant mic.
We get it here, but timing a little awkward. No command invested here. Loud. No secrets about this on the way back through. Sadak just stomping.
ต้องหาตัดครับอายัง
A 1-for-1
อายัง
trade. The numbers
อายัง
are
ได้หนึ่ง
favorable towards Loud. Guaranteed
เฮ้ย
closing in. It's all on Autumn. This guy has been a rock star for this
ตัวลั่น
side.
ตัวลั่น
But a
อ๋อท
brutal position. A brutal
กู้เพื่อนก่อน
round
เดี๋ยวกู้
to
ไปต่อ
potentially go home on. Has he got the heroics in him? He's got so many targets, so many threats. He can't do it.
อะไรขยับไม่ยิงหมดเลยเมื่อกี้
FPX will be going home and Loud live
Yep.
to fight another day.
สุดว่ะนี่คือเข้า pay off ด้วยป่ะพี่หรือว่าไป pay off
ยัง
ข้าง
ตอนนี้เป็น1-1
แค่กลับบ้านเลยครับ ต่อไปเปเปอร์เล็กกับเอเลติกออตัมนี่แม่งเอาจัด
Remains, but Loud will continue a little bit of a course correction from that opening series from Gen G.
Yeah.
Sure, but I gotta say it's still some concerns really here. QCK really struggling to get into that second map.
Yeah.
Being punished time and time again, and I think you noticed as well. It's key to note the desperation. It's that sort of that pressure, the scoreboard pressure, really dictating some of the plays being made.
Yes.
Obviously, we don't know what's being said internally, but definitely a concern for me, Lauren.
No, and I'm with you in that, and I hope that's something. Again, if you're an IGL, a coach, though, you could look at that and you're going to instantly identify it. And they'll need to start identifying those issues if they want to make a deep run here. But they are still alive, they are still kicking, and we're heading back to the desk.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Great cast as always. And man, that was like, I
not
totally
going
agree
to.
with them. Autumn really was impressive. We say goodbye to FPX, unfortunately, but you know, they fought their heart out there. Loud moves on in this competition, showing why they are a force to be reckoned with here on the international stage. But Mimi, I was very impressed by what I saw, specifically, like Lauren said, from Autumn.
Yeah, map number 1 was a struggle, but map 2 for this team, we saw a lot more. Both Life and Autumn as individuals. I think our names people will remember coming home from Madrid. And as well as that, I think they showed a lot more depth, really implementing that Eurocomp very well, in my opinion. I think this is really indicative of the fact that the Chinese region, the new league, it just kicked off, but these teams are continuing to grow and expand and getting better and better each event they attend.
Yeah, I mean, for Autumn, he was so involved in those early fights. My guy comes out of there with, what, 7 out of 9 opening duels going his way.
Yeah.
So important in so many of these clutch situations as well, buying the way back through. I've really enjoyed watching this guy
วิ
play.
ธี
But
ที่จะปราบเจนจีได้
we
ต้อง
don't
ให้
get
เด็ก
to
เจอ
watch
ไม่
too
ลั่นค
much
รับ
more of him. It's a little
ซึ่
bit
งแม่งลั่น
sad,
ทุก
but
เกม
that's ultimately how these tournaments work, how the stakes work here.
But a lot to learn from for this squad now going home to apply to the regular season to try and bring into, because the next time we have a chance to see them internationally would be at home in Shanghai, getting to represent China there. So definitely a great opportunity to improve and try and re-qualify for that event.
Yeah, that will be awesome to see if whether or not they can make it there. And I think indications definitely point in that direction, wouldn't you say, Mitch, with EDG and FPX being so strong?
Yeah, I think so. Home field advantages as well. If we do end up getting there, you would be delighted to see this team be able to play with someone behind their back.
All right, folks. Well, with that being said, we have Dryad who's standing by with Sadak for the Verizon post-match interview.
Y que se escuchen los fans de Loud. Let me hear the Loud fans in the back as it is. There you go. It is Loud who takes the win. Es Loud victoria en contra de FPX. Estoy aquí con Sadak. I'm here with Sadak for the post-match interview. Sadak, lo primero que te quiero preguntar es, tú has clasificado a más eventos internacionales que ningún otro jugador del mundo, de cualquier región que piensen, y en situaciones de eliminación como esta, ¿hay en algún momento en el que esa frase que ustedes siempre tienen de sin miedo a veces se haga más difícil, a veces sí salga el miedo?
Mira, creo que nuestro equipo, cuanto con más presión tiene, cuanto más las cosas están difíciles para nosotros, mejor performamos, ¿viste? Es mucho la cultura brasilera, queriendo o no, siempre que las cosas están difíciles, continuamos para adelante, continuamos dando lo mejor de nosotros, así que esto solamente nos hace más fuertes.
Yeah, the question that I had for him is, he's made it to more international events than any other player in any other region, and so my question was, in situations like this one, is there a point where he does feel that fear that Loud always have that phrase of no fear? Is there a point where he feels a fear? And he says, in pressure situations like this one, this is when we are able to thrive and shine the most, and it is that Brazilian culture that shines and allows them to come out of situations like this one. Now, the second question that I'm going to ask Sadak is the changes in compositions that we've seen recently, and not only for Loud, we've seen a couple of things here and there, but also this is a tournament that's building up to be very explosive, very in the face, double duelist, Reina, your whatever it is. Is he expecting more of that, and are we expecting more of Loud to bring that? Sadak, por lo que estás viendo de las composiciones, que ustedes han tenido algunos cambios pequeños, de pronto algunos cambios de rol dentro del equipo, pero también el Euro, por ejemplo, que veíamos la primera partida, y en general todos los equipos jugando bastante explosivos, pensamos en Carmine Corp, pensamos en Sentinels, en todos ellos que están en tu cara. ¿Crees que van a seguir trayendo esas sorpresas, ese factor explosivo, y ustedes también van a traer un poco de eso nuevo?
Y yo creo que a medida que la Master se va
ผม
desarrollando
คิดว่าการทำลาบหมูนั้นเราต้องใส่ข้าวคั่วเข้าไปแล้วก็ต้องมีกระหอมเทียมเจียวเข้าไม่ใส่กันแต่ผมว่าข้าวคั่วอร่อยเพราะฉะนั้นเราต้องใส่พริกป่นเข้าไปเพิ่มความแซ่บนิดหน่อยก็จะทำให้การลาบหมูของเรานั้นมีรสชาติดีแต่จริงๆผมเป็นคนไม่กินเผ็ดนะแต่ว่าทุกครั้งผมก็ใส่พริกเข้าไปผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าผมทำไมผมไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันเพราะวันนั้นผมว่าเราเลิกการกินลาบหมูแล้วก็
you're going to see a lot of more counter striding coming through instead of what we're seeing at the beginning. It's something that has happened over and over again, but also mentions right at the end that if there's an explosive factor that is working for a couple of these teams, then we can keep running it. And my last question here is, how is it feeling for the teams that are left, and especially when it comes to a tournament that is so almost unforgiving, only 8 teams and only one that gets to make it till the end, as it is the crowd and the only Hispanic that we have here. ¿Cómo te sientes para lo que viene del torneo? Creo que le hemos preguntado a varios
ถ้าคุณคิดว่าการทำลาบน้ำตกเป็นที่จะต้องเปลี่ยนเมนูนอกจากหมูเป็นเนื้อได้หรือเปล่าและอย่างที่คุณบอกถ้าคุณไม่กินเผ็ดคุณเลือกที่จะไม่ใส่พริกป่นก็ได้นะคะแต่ทำไมคุณถึงใส่ครับจริงผมก็จริงเพื่อนผมก็กินเผ็ดแต่คนในทีมของผมก็กินเผ็ดทั้งหมดแต่ผมไม่กินเผ็ดไงผมก็ทำลาบหมูเป็น2ชิ้นผมก็เอาเป็ดมาใส่บ้างบางทีก็เอาไก่มาใส่บ้างแต่ผมเรียกมันว่าลาบหมู
He's telling us that he's going to keep bringing what they've been bringing recently, and is just shooting in the faces, doing what it takes, and continuing to have this loud performance that we've seen recently. This is all that I have for this interview. Once again, que se escuche para Sadak. Give it up for Sadak. We're going to a break, get ready for the second match of the day.
It's a classic David versus Goliath. FPX, they're facing off against some stacked talent in Loud. It's safe to say this is going to be a tall order for the Chinese team. But if there's anything that we've learned from this tournament, it's that this squad can do it.
One of these two teams will be going home. But now he has to go. He's got to take this challenge halfway. Not achieved. Autumn plays it well.
Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him. They don't know about Sadak until now. And what a horrible surprise it was. And he's just spraying and praying and it works. This could be it. The downfall of FPX on this map. Bless looking to close and he does.
พอดไว้เดี๋ยวผมขอเวลาแป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวมาในคู่ถัดไป แหมเรียกได้ว่ามาตามนัดจบแมตช์ปุ๊บเข้าห้องน้ำทันทีเลยโอ้ยอดเลยสิมาแล้ว วันนี้ต้องมาแล้วแหละเป็นเล็ก
มาแล้วครับผมแอนโทนี
มอนเย็ดมาแน่นอนเลย
อันนี้หมอลำลาตินป่ะน่ะบอกเหมือนหมอลำ
ตึกจะแล้ว
Heretics playing in front of the hometown crowd. It's going to be a difficult task for Paper Rex, but this team is no slouch when it comes to fighting in unfamiliar and say hostile territories. They had to do it against an NA favorite crowd in EG when they played them a year ago, excuse me, and now here they are again having to potentially take down the Heretics here in Spain.
You got to think about Masters Copenhagen as well. Same sort of situation up against FPX. You're in a U, you're playing an EU team.
That's right.
And they were able to do a pretty good job of it. I think this is somewhere that this team is so experienced. I don't really expect nerves to play a big role, but I don't know. It depends how loud that crowd gets.
That's right.
Yeah, it absolutely can apply pressure to a team. I think for them, Paper Rex is still trying to find their identity this year since losing Jing. I feel like inarguably the most impressive player on that squad from last year. I mean, you have something too. It is actually arguable, but he was incredible. That's a big pair of shoes to fill for a guy like Monyet. But on the other side, it's all happiness for Team Heretics. You know, they lost that match to Sentinels, and they've got to be beating themselves up over it a little bit, but they played them so damn close. They were counter-stratting them on some of these maps. They had excellent game plans. Their players were executing. It was Rian's first LAN match, and he was dominating.
In another world, this could very well just be Sentinels.
Yes,
honestly.
absolutely.
And another, like you run that match back multiple times. Exactly. And I think that is what makes it so scary for this PaperX team Mitch to go up against a Heretics that is just gamed and ready to go because they got that confidence in them.
That's the thing, right? And from what we've seen, that confidence is only built series on series over this year. So there's a lot sitting opposite that stage that they're going to have to deal with in terms of shutting down players like Miniboo and his brother backing him up. Like, that utility combo is scary. And I didn't even add to it at the time. All of the other pieces of utility, we're probably going to save that for the post maps when we dive into it. But Rian's, he's been consistent on the Sova. But Patatek's flashes are out of this world. It's so good to see him back in a support role because he was born for that kind of play.
Let's talk about our maps. We're starting out on Sunset here. We've seen this already from both teams in Madrid. For Team Heretics, they looked really good, honestly, playing this Neon comp, stalling out with those stuns, and they're gonna obviously go back to that one. But I want to focus a little bit here on PaperX, because this is pretty much the only map this team will ever play no duelists. They're playing something on Gecko, and that's what I'm looking at. On defense, they had him opping a lot. They had him picking up a side anchor role.
แต่ดูดิว่าฮิลิติกมันจะแก้ยังไงเพราะว่ามันเห็น
the maximum utilization out of his utility. There's so many rounds where PaperX was fighting forward, didn't have that Gecko flash because he was offing, because he was changing something up. But they did end up winning that map, and it was off of a really impressive attack side, which they're starting on now. However, they've had time, and I think this comp is preppable, especially with the trips and the stuns. They can really punish a no-dive comp.
And we talked a little bit about Neil Zinho, but I think Weber deserves a lot of credit for what we should see coming into this server. That guy has had time to look at those VODs, and that is really where things get scary, like Mimi said. Guy's a big brain player. He played on the server, and he's going to help them play today.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, how this works out as we have a Heretic squad that really wants to put on a show for their hometown crowd. Can PaperX silence them, though? Let's send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it. A bit of a barn burner for our opening map here. Sunset, the best map, arguably, for both of these teams, Heretics and PaperX. And guess what? It's elimination time. This early on. You wouldn't think it if you look at these teams, but they're both 0 and 1. And honestly, expectations up in the air for this one, really. You might think that maybe Heretics might be favored, given the fact that they barely lost out to Sentinels. But we are fast off the rip into this pistol round. A very quick beginning, but slow and cautious by PaperX. Just no noise cues.
Yeah, they threw a knife over towards A at the beginning, so still 3 Heretics players committed to the A. Only the 2 of Benji and Rians holding over towards B.
So we're going
to see that Team Heretics retake. Their retakes have looked fantastic, but they haven't dealt with a Sage Wall yet, which is a really interesting kind of flavor to how you're going to play the post. Tends to follow people all in predictable directions.
Second guessing himself there, where he decided to send out a paranoia. What is the call to be made? Stand up on yet. Up in his face, wants to play the angle and timing around with the util damage. Definitely done to a few of the players around the back, but the Heretics are still alive and kicking. Swarming now to sight, smoke, down and out. Benji sticking through, half on the defuse, but he's the last one left. And a couple of shots. That's all it takes to seal the deal. Pistol round here for PaperX.
Pretty nice, fast-paced, got somebody in aggressive. You know, a lot of disruption there, actually, to the way that Team Heretics were trying to play the retake. The Sage Wall as well does not make things easy there. You're on the pistol round, you cannot afford to spend the entirety of your game.
วิ่งเข้าเป้าเลยเมื่อกี้
Just through that crack in the wall. Caught on the camera, but that's devastating actually for Heretics. That's the way that it ended up going. But we are going to see so many of those kind of rounds, I think, where PaperX group up on one side of the map, hit the site with all of their utility. And I think Team Heretics might find it a little difficult to pick the mid-round timings that we've seen them get against other squads.
Doubled up the trips though, can't claim the kill, unfortunate for old Benji.
A very similar look to the round again.
That plan straight down out.
This is even more unfair to Heretics though, isn't it, with the weaponry on the other side of things.
Yeah, bits and pieces of util.
ที่ว่าถ้าพื้น KO มันกว้างถ้าพื้น Gecko เลย
which they have. Okay. Throwing away your lives ever so slightly.
แรงเกินแรงไป
Any guns to reclaim?
มันแรงมาก
He's still just got a pistol.
โดนเต็มๆนี่ตายเลยวะ
Yeah, and now they're going to be playing it from this
ตรงกลางนี่แบบเกือบครึ่งนึง
At least carved their way through. They found it. Placement here. This is looking really precarious right now. PaperX in a world of hurt. They have to manage themselves and find these kills. One player left its mind streak. And here it is. Patatek half on a defuse. defuse. And time,
he's got it.
Might be just barely. It looks a bit rough. No, just about. Second to spare. Wonderful, wonderful eco round for Heretics.
Yeah, amazing. Once they got themselves up
โอ้
in
เสียง
the
ดังมาก
fire
Heretic
situation, that's where you
เฮ้
saw
ย
Heretics kind of system thrive. The stun from Miniboo and that swing from Rians
เจ้า
could
บ้าน
not have been better timed. Paranoia, Boo with the follow-up. This smoke that Boo lands as well, really lovely for making sure that the retakers only need to focus on one area at once. And the half that they got on the defuse, so crucial, so important. Now, take a look at PaperX buying back into this one. They are not happy to just let this one go. They have got plants in both of these rounds and a fair amount of kills. So the money's not dreadful here.
Danger towards it. Flash forwards with
เมียนตีแล้ว
Thrash is going to be setting this one up, so clears through into market. A couple of players backside. Detainment.
โอ้ไปอย่างไกล
I don't think you can follow on this. No, surely not. I mean, he's being bodyguarded basically by two of his teammates, and Forsaken, not sure if that was just trying to follow it up. Paditek takes him out anyway. Holding at the ground, and still Miniboo left to contain. No gaps left into the play. Monyet.
พี่มันต้องสานต่อแล้ว
And Monyet's position here is difficult to root out. The Sage Wall.
Two players not looking, twist and turns. They can't really find themselves an easy kill, but there it is. Okay, toppling. Two left standing, make it just one again. Mind Freak. Close to the pillar. Damage definitely done to a few of them. Still how the shot's just landing. So,
something ไม่เน้น
getting
เลย
punished here by PaperX.
And I got
down again.
ทีละฟอร์ส
I
มา
gotta say,
ด้วย
I'm
ไง
so
ชิบ
impressed
หาย
with
แล้วครับ
Boo. The way that he runs these retakes and as the IGL, but also the way that he paths and he uses his utility. You saw his smoke being absolutely crucial in the previous retake. The Paranoia too. This time, as you can see, Rians and Paddy defending Benji. Miniboo comes around the back, and then Boo goes for the re-flanking market too. That's his Paranoia you see there. Onto Monyet. Just making sure that all the gaps are solved, and they don't just have to run into Monyet over and over again. Finally, this is going to break the economy of PaperX. Struggle as they might to try to keep guns on board. Heretics are going to be able to stabilize perhaps just a little here, unless the Sheriffs can sing. And for the first time, we see PaperX going for more of a defaulty approach. Throwing that knife over towards A. Forsaken did that on the pistol as well, and it ended up in a B group up. It's fairly similar to what PaperX are going for again here.
Contacting, removing the first layer of the trip, out in the open with the util. No
Coming,
punishment.
oh.
Onto Forsaken. Now the group up towards B, but it seems like Heretics have got good awareness of it. Benji Fishy's holding it down just with the rifle. The spam damage, no punishment in sight though with a counterplay.
Another one of these rounds.
But they want to play aggressive. Look at this. Straight into market. Paranoia push forwards. Blinded. Flashed up. Round to the side. There's no real guns and no real danger towards that. Cheeky idea, nevertheless.
I mean, I think that was a team flash though, wasn't it? That was Forsaken's flash that came through and ended up blinding some of the PaperX players that were trying to push.
It's feeling a little bit improv-y towards the back of the site. Traded. Dart. Gliding his way straight to Divine and points directly to the target they were looking for.
And look at the confidence on the Heretics players. They're not scared to try to take these fights, especially when they can group up together. And I think that's such an important part of what's making Team Heretics flourish on the big stage. Remember that they played and qualified without dropping a map, but it was all with ping. They had to play online because Rians couldn't get there to play at kickoff in person. So this was their first time, for starters, playing on a stage this big, playing in front of a crowd like this, but also playing on the LAN servers and getting used to that. Does it seem to have made the slightest bit of difference? Nope.
Not at all.
No.
Wouldn't expect it.
There's a lot of talk about, you know, rookies and how they perform when it comes to the big stage like this. But to be honest, there is no clear-cut correlation. New players don't always crumble on the big stage. New players don't always dominate. But Heretics seems to have those kind of people that love to step up to the occasion. And this is yet another example of what I think is kind of the theme of Master Madrid, which is the old guard taking on the new upcoming talent. And PaperX here representing that old guard. The old gods can fall. Team Heretics took down Na'Vi to be able to get to this point. They qualified over Fnatic, who are not here. They know that these gods can bleed.
Absolutely. First hand for PaperX. Been quite some time since they've really just kind of spiraled out of control at a tournament. I mean, Champs 2022 comes to mind. PaperX are no strangers to it. It's not like they've had dominance throughout their entire existence as an org, but based on the tail end of 2023, there are some relatively high expectations, I think, leveled against them.
Absolutely.
But for the players, maybe not so much. You know, they've spoken.
They said they were playing in a 6 out of 10 compared to
6 out of 10
year.
is what they were rating themselves. And just kind of going into Madrid, I think, expecting to just have a bit of fun, which is the PaperX way of things, a bit of style.
Well, it seems like they're scrimming the BXX at the moment, Brad. That knife caught all 5 players.
They know exactly. It's a refight called. Fanatec forwards. That flash is magnificent. The PaperX are the ones out on top.
And the res, too.
Skirmish, the res, yeah. Already a fast flank. There's a night tag on the 5. Boo. He's fast behind him. Will he get the punish? White round is traded.
1 for 1. But that's not good enough. That just opens up the A side of the map. Can Rienz read it? Can he cut somebody off? Because otherwise, this looks like a round all wrapped up already for PaperX. And this really begins because they expect PaperX to stop when they get 5-person knife. If you remove all of the abilities from your opponents, you expect them not to keep hitting the W button. And yet PaperX, nah, they don't care. Nah,
they do not care.
And that's why that flash timing doesn't quite work. Paddy's assuming that they'll have put a pause into their play here. Let's have a look at Rienz and Benji, though, and see if they can recover this.
A lot to do for them. Now, Mindfreak on the flank is actually wild ways off. He's going to have to work his way up through mid here. There's one opener still. Something shuts that down to Benji. Last one left, and it's the trade. So, PaperX to the second one.
And that round, maybe a bit of a preview of things to come if PaperX can find a little more success. Because I think one of the biggest ways that PaperX are going to find win conditions in this is going to be by disrupting the timings that Heretics want to take.
It's all about a tempo.
Heretics have played against a lot of teams that play quite standard Valorant, where you can find good timings to re-clear, you expect them to slow down. The set plays that Heretics go for need a little bit of time and space to set up. PaperX, are they going to give them that?
ไม่ได้แย่
Unlikely most of the time.
วันมาจาก Global Esports ครับ
Keep close to tiles. He's holding a flash, but guess what? Mindfreak's already
off cam contact.
No, it's a smoke as well. He's holding the next layer of it. Mindfreak, disgusting work, but Miniboo still active, still kicking into the fight. Back out of there, using the wall. Not quite. To catch him on the heels.
ไม่ให้กลับ
Another situation again, Brent, where the cam contact that you can see them pinging out right now doesn't anticipate somebody going for a wide swing. If that's just a shallow little jiggle to spot anybody in mid, the cam takes contact, paranoia can be used, and Team Heretics can crush the mid players. But instead, they just swung out fully and took the fight.
ไม่โกรธ
Purely W gaming.
So these setups that Heretics are using, not really optimized for the pace and the aggression that PaperX are going to throw in.
We'll see how they adapt over the course of this series.
Spike planted.
2v3. Getting that info that everybody's playing towards main there with a neural theft. Wall broken. One less thing to really worry about here. Still one hell of a task. 8 rebounds. Levi's going to be forced out wide. Shots need to be landed here by Benji. Flash to set it up. Everybody evacuating. Magnificent once more. And everybody topples. Beautiful supportive utility by Fanatec.
Perfect detect
Incredible stuff from Heretics there. That's the thing, if you give them the space, if you give them the time, these setups look immaculate. I think you were talking about it when Sentinels played against Team Heretics, that it looked like the 2 best teams in the tournament playing, back when you were on the desk for that game. And I think when Heretics are allowed the space to set these things up, God, the nade into the back, the flash to clear, catches onto everybody, they read that the teleport's happening, they've already set up the cage, it just looks so good. The condition for PaperX is to find timings to disrupt
ยังก่อนอเล็กบอกยังก่อน
ลูกทีมไม่ผิดอันนี้ลูกทีมไม่ผิดนี่มันจ่ายแฟตเวิร์ดเกิน
It's a little bit uneven for PaperX. Again, grouped up as 5. Really not too much in terms of changing the game plans with an old man sent flying. It's its way through, so not have to worry about that setup, but this is a fight towards the back of the side actually. Something has been changed now. Smoke's dropped into the corner. Will they check it? Not quite. It's a half clear. He's pointed. He does not care. 3 falling. Hunter's Fury clearing up the remnants. The pit's down, but really it's just a matter of time, and Mind Freak, you can feel it. Despair settling. Dread in the bones, tagged up by the drone, no chance.
แล้วฮีโร่อีกแม่ง
amazing, man.
แม่งตีอย่างโหดไง
Just looks amazing.
เป็นเล่นกันไม่ค่อยดีด้วยแบบนี้
All this tournament about how he wanted to grind his way up through Valorant, didn't want to use his clout to hop onto a top team early. And he really did put in the work in Tier 2.
Oh yeah.
Even when he joined this squad, people were not immediately saying, oh, the Heretics are going to be superb instantly. I did not expect them to be here in Madrid, but now that they are, what is this?
Yeah, just disgusting work.
Anticipating the timing of those players so perfectly to even catch something afterwards. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. The new era that players like that are ushering in.
2024 looking exciting for Valorant. Danger in this round with Mind Freak. He's managed to work his way in, just walking past us. Does Boo expect it? Believe he must have called it. No, his head's gone. Oh my. Mini Budo returns it with the stun back round the side, using the wall. Could feign like he's dipped out of the side, but still continues to play into this in a one and done angle. But there it is. Thrash. In connection to Tainted. Yeah. Mini Boo's there, so he needs to be protected. Paddytech flashed up though. He has to back away. Into the smoke, and there's a kill. Secured. Follow up. Sheriff is online. Yeah. Disgusting work, and everybody just being traded out.
นี่บัฟยืนมาแล้ว
Benji got a 3K in the previous round, but it wasn't as difficult
นี่ไงบัง
as
คับ
all
มา
of
ทาง
this.
เดียว
He has no great information about where PaperX are playing and has to break this wall, giving away exactly what angles he's going to be fighting on.
PaperX not leaving this one to chance. Doubled up, high-low setup, crouch, but they don't know where he might be coming from. Peeking for the info. I was a believer.
That's unreal.
I was a believer for a second, yet it's barely scraped
แล้ว
through.
มันเป็นจิกโดนหัวดาวไวดีนะทะลุขอบ
The metal box ends up being the MVP there for PaperX.
Oh my god.
กูเป็นที่ลั่น
Took
จริงว่ะ
half
นะ
of the bullet, headed straight for Divide. Nevertheless, an example of why PaperX's A exec can be so dangerous there. Heretics got kind of roped in, pulled in to trying to fight as one player at a time got put into bad situations. And Mini Boo gets caught and they try to bail him out, and then Riens is tempted to swing through the smoke to try to bail the next layer out. And here we see the economy finally in a good enough spot. Something to pick up the attack side off.
Isn't that interesting? I mean, they do it a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what role something's playing, they really do favor this, just trying to slow the rounds down and find those picks.
I think the slower you make these rounds, the more you open yourself up to Mini Boo re-clearing areas with a flash.
He's repositioning here. Danger,
โอ้
yeah.
โหยิงเร็วมาก
Asset placement wasn't online, and as the reswing of Boo, it's punished almost immediately. Paddytech is forwards in front of the util, in front of the slow.
But there was a ping, there was a beep from the Dizzy, so they know that there's someone around.
Yep, using a paranoia to clear. That's just pure timing based on that. As soon as the flash
ข้างใน
comes
บุกของ
through,
something
pixel angle for Riens, not enough to clear the head off one of the bodies. Plant will go down without any problems.
Spike planted.
2v4 doesn't look doable. At some point might be starting to think about the call to save this now. Surely Riens will even be allowed to exit. He makes a good go of it. Gotta respect it.
Yeah, the players are still looking sharp on Heretics. It's a good job that PaperX were able to swing so readily there to try to trade out. But it's the two picks they get at the start that really open things up. And that was a little unusual from Heretics. They did not read that the op was online here, I don't think. They went for a dry re-clear.
คือโอเมนไม่ออกมาเทรดอย่างเร็วเลยนะ
Usually Heretics are the king of cooking up these on-the-fly set plays.
คือล็อกตัวเทรดมีคนล็อกตัวเทรดให้
They're going to take a timeout here. The coaching staff clearly not quite happy with what they saw in that round, and I bet it's something to do with the way that Mini Boo and the brothers just kind of walked into those angles at
กู
the
บอ
start
ก
of the
มึง
round.
เล็กใช่ไหมว่าอย่ายืนเนี่ยดูสิยืนไปปลุกพวกมันเนี่ย
I mean, listen, talk about something with this operator. Not a huge
พอแบบ
round of it when I've been watching him play with it just prior.
ไม่มีอะไรจะพูดนะบอกเลยว่า ราว 12เขายืนเพื่อนจะยืนต้นเกมไม่ดีดูไอ้คังเป็นตัวอย่าง
กูเห็นอาคังไหมดูที่เกิดอะไรขึ้นจากมันน่ะ
Play more passively, trying to play for retakes. I'm not sure that would be the best strategy though. PaperX have been known to mix in some of those contacting plays, especially in the rounds where they have the op online.
ฝึกงานตี 5:40 โอ้ยไม่ต้องนอนครับ
When that's happening. Forsaken ready to go with another null command. So that could end up being quite important here. We've seen PaperX leaning B very heavily at the start of this half. And now swapping over to mostly doing A executes.
The option now of going pretty rapidly into B once more. That's what he did last time they had the ult.
Please stand up.
Despite all that prior conditioning, but I imagine speed probably not the name of the game. Something opping.
มันคีนนะครับพวกนี้ไม่จริงมันรู้สึกเป็นคีน
Flash play
จะศึกษาอะไร
set
เขียว
up early on, so Minibu can get onto that. Line of side angle, sets himself up nicely. They do show presence.
Yeah, and if something wanted to get set up with the operator over towards A, then that would make it a little more difficult for him.
หรือว่าจังหวะโดนแฟลชเขาไม่เปลี่ยนไม่ใช้สีขาวใช้สีดำแทนนะพี่
And these players that were falling away from A could have fallen prone to it. Instead, here comes the B split.
Hello.
Benji's still offline.
Different direction. So all being used
Okay,
to clear after
จับจอคนโดนแฟลชเป็นจอดำ
Nasty business. Nasty shot.
เก็บ
Mosh in for the back. Just the slightest of gaps. Something's head's
เดี๋ยว
gone
นะมันสแปม
rolling off
ส
the
แปมวอล
shoulders
ไปโด
here
นหั
through
ว
the back of the site. Once more paranoia, but no, doesn't expect the deeper angle. Minibu just playing so passively there, patiently, making sure he guards all the available openings. Munyet forwards now, he knows he has to take risks. There's a slight gap, he's seen the cross. But there's a lot more to do here, needs a bloody miracle. Holding, there's one. Can he get any more? 6 bullets left, smoke fading, paranoia just in time. They're tracing and chasing down the fight. Mindfreak, he's there, battle taken up close and personal. Headshots found, but still 11 HP. Munyet, he can't do it, they know he's low. And all it takes is a few stray bullets.
A lot of danger in that round too, despite the fact that a couple were picked off over towards Market. Great recovery though from Heretics. You could see the anticipation with the way the Divide pushed into Market there. They were so ready for that swing on top of the Sage wall. Here it is from Rians again. As soon as the wall goes up, Crusade gets adjusted. And this, the Mosh is thrown to try to set up the Mosh paranoia and try to put pressure and fight really aggressive for Boba and stop Team Heretics going for that retake style. And instead, it just exposes something's head for a fraction of a moment. And that's enough for Heretics to get an even larger player advantage. That operator now in hands of the defending Sova.
Oh, okay.
So if you haven't got enough of your initiator op from something's attack side, have a look at this one from Rians.
Still the contact play style. I mean, this creates openings. Rians is only just getting onto the line though. Nade into the corner. That's to remove some of those unbreakable trips.
Only gets rid of one.
All up once more. Rians doesn't get the pick. Eyes off the shot though. Man, fully revealed. Spamming through, stopping of the plan and the damage done with the Hunter's Fury. Has to be an escape from Meunier. He will TP just to the side. Avoided. But this has thrown a lot of chaos into the mix. Lovely shock dart. And it all really relies on Mindfreak. He's in mid right now. Someone's going to be watching him though. Mosh pit into the corner. Does Benji survive? He's pushed out wide.
Hey,
They both get it with the res online. Suddenly, this player advantage. It's flipped onto the other side of things. Heretics, they don't know which way to look towards right now because Mindfreak is deep within the spawn. They have to try and contain this one, plug the gaps before they set up these big retake executes.
ทำไมฟิกไม่เล่นไงชัวร์จัด
เดินชิวจัด
I mean, it is just pure mayhem in Madrid.
That one is
ไม่ฟิกคงไม่อยากเจอหรอกร้อน what are you doing
We're watching the fight as it happens in mid and two players in backside went for a swing on defense and both fell at the exact same time the res went up. Now, from our perspective, I can't tell whether the res baited the swing out, and that was a really nice coordinated play.
ฟีลแบบ how many time I told you
just ended up trying to face that, and it offered an opportunity for Divide to
maybe just facing with Benji getting pushed out by the mosh pit.
Yeah,
protect him, you know, maybe just
super possible.
Stand the ground, see if they can survive by just taking the fight with more players. But it's left just Minibu reeling in this one, has to save.
Yeah.
Force back. I mean, a really odd round. Just those strange timings being thrown into it.
And actually, Device Resurrect getting really large value the 2 times that it's been used. It's not often you say that about a Sage ult, actually. So, Heretics, the bonus for them is that they'll be given this round as like a little mini timeout. They can talk about what went wrong there, what they're looking to readjust for the final round. But PaperX have now crept up to 5. A reminder, this was the better half for them. Last time we saw it played. But I think this comp should have theoretical value. So yeah, they went for the res before the peaks happened. They were, as you said, Brent, just trying to get that punish onto the mosh being used. Meanwhile, Mindfreak got the kill in mid.
So it's just a battle on multiple fronts. Here we are, final round now of this first half. Big ult online, Thrash for something. Will be opted to use this. In fact, Heretics will take the straight to them. It's out the paranoia, all offloaded.
And 3 players found.
Control, yeah, with that knife deep into the angle.
So PaperX calling the fast reaction into A, which is where Benji is playing. With a kill trip and a vandal.
Yeah, kill trip and a vandal, but the Thrash surely clears the way here, spotting multitude of targets forwards into the smoke. Trips, he's waiting for it, the right time to strike, but Nade pushes him away. The plan is online, out in the open. Strange with a post-plan scenario, but plenty of using angles.
Here it is.
The same war being played. That is still gets value with the flash setup. All online, but yet it's not cleared off this angle just yet. Still wants to play up top. Still wants to combine it all with the aggression to buy. Through the back of the site.
มุมแม่งยังกวนตีน
Even it flawless for the final
แล้วแม่งส่ง
round
คนไป
here
พี
of
ค
the first half.
ตรงนี้ด้วยนะ
Love that setup too. They've got Devi even pushing a link at the same time. So
สุดท้ายราวสุดท้าย
the highest of high-low setups. One player in the skybox while the other swings. Awesome setup to draw things level at the half. As PaperX won 4 out of 5 of the last rounds.
Absolutely treated here. The best map of both these teams, arguably. See them evenly matched. I mean, who knows what we got in store for the second half. Oh, they are loving it. They are loving it. Just here to have fun at the end of the day. Well, absolutely ridiculous so far. Still, on the floor, let's send it out to Mika. She's standing by with a special guest for an interview.
What's up, everyone? I'm here with a very, very special guest. We have Mixwell here, and we can hear the crowd roaring. This is electric, and how are you enjoying the match?
The match so far is insane. I think that PaperX is playing really well. It's the best maps of both teams. So I think the best of 3 is kind of decided in this game, and both teams are playing at their best, so I'm enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, well, on behalf of Pacific, Heretics is playing very, very well as well. You guys are making us sweat over in Asia. And speaking of which, EMEA and Pacific, we have very, very different styles, right? Which team would you rather play against? Something more structured or something more chaotic like PaperX?
I think playing against PaperX for the first time is maybe more scary, but after you see them playing once, I think Team Heretics has a more complete style. So I think I would rather play against PaperX than Heretics.
Yeah, I think the crowd agrees with you. And of course, Nilzinho is somebody that you have a very close relationship with. You know him for a while. What do you think he's thinking right now at this very moment?
I think he's calming the players because it's important to start strong on the second half. He's someone that reminds you what he has prepared for you before the match. And he's probably just saying, guys, keep playing like you're playing really well. Remember what we talked about before and just enjoy the moment because the crowd is cheering for you, something like that.
Speaking of the crowds, really quick, say something to our fans.
Chicos, tenemos que ganar este partido sea como sea y vosotros sois el 6º jugador, así que gritad como nunca, por favor. ¡Vamos!
All right, let's get back into the game.
Vamos.
Mixwell's got a future, I think, in crowd work as well. I mean, this guy, he knows.
Get him paired up with Zekan's mum.
Telling you, yeah. I mean, they know the right things to say. Me, I am an idiot. I only know the one language, so.
Well, as they say in Spain, vamos.
Yeah, perfectly executed.
Yep, gracious.
Never inviting us back to Spain. First round, pistol round for the second half. Let's see how it goes. As fast as the rip with a flash play. Mini boo. Forwards up front, taking it to the fight straight to them. Many targets to face him, but guess what? His team's got his back. There were the follow-up. Finally, something now with a reposition. Doesn't really want his
ส่งน้องวิงแมนไปตุย
Wingman being broken down.
Look how reluctant PaperX are to actually rotate fully over to A, and they've been rewarded for it. They find the lurk there. Team Heretics had a 3v1 on the A site for like the last 20 seconds, and they paused, allowing opportunities for PaperX to come back into this.
ไปเล็กได้แมปหมดแล้วครับ ดันมา
Section of mid, but they are fully grouped up. It's 3 players holding hands. They don't want to leave mistakes open here. To buy. The timing.
Does Mindfreak look left?
Yes, he does, and he spots a hole. Oh, that's juicy. Falling. Boo. Down and out, but now they know it's B. Jig is up.
And these players, they are going to get crunched here. I mean, Mindfreak's going to be coming behind at the same time as pressure is applied through market. This is going to be so tough for Heretics.
He's got the dart, but seriously, man, this is just wide out into the open. Goes.
Oh no
มันกดปืนไม่ลงใช่ไหม
กดไม่ลง
They're gonna be kicking themselves for that
แต่เป้ามันก็
decision
ตรง
making.
นะ
After
กระสุน
managing
มัน
to
ไปไหน
find
หมด
two
วะ
picks at the beginning,
ไม่ลง
set themselves up with such an advantage, deciding to put that pause into the round. As soon as Benji gets picked off, you lose all info and control over the rest of the map. And Paper X, it is so unusual to see a team still playing 1-1-1 after Elbow's been destroyed. But yeah, ended up working perfectly for Paper X. Anticipation perhaps of that pause coming through. They were not scared.
It's all smiles, man. They really are just here to have a good time. Leveled their own expectations. Here's a deep knife. Forwards. Dizzy. I mean,
เต็มหน้า
where do you think the Heretics players are? I've got more than a good guess. Just holding, expecting maybe just that re-clearance, re-push.
When we saw Paper X playing up against EDG, when Paper X won on the defense side, outside of the pistol and the follow-up, they only won 2 of the rifle rounds.
โอ้โห
So,
สองนัดไปเข้าไป3 ตัว
it remains to be seen how they're gonna get it done once rifles are on board.
อร่อยจริง
They did struggle, even though they're 8-6 in the lead right now.
ตลกไอ้ครั้งวันพอรู้ฝั่งข้ามที่มาเอาหล่อไม่ใช้เวนดอร์เลยใช้การเดียนเกาะใหญ่แทน
There is only one player on the other side of things, still with light armor. That's Rians. As we head into the next round. So Forsaken's outlaw is going to struggle to get a little bit of value.
Respect being showcased here. For Heretics, no spread default. A rapid take of B main control is what's called and ordered. The Bulldog, well, just all bark, no bite there. Will lose out the duel. Mini boo this guy. He's just ripping him to shreds.
That's so strong. I mean, aim punched as well by the Bulldog in the first fight.
นี่ไงเราวิ่งมาถูกคนด้วย
Does get value with the outlaw. Tagged up by it. Mosh pit forwards. Still haven't got the plant down, by the way. Really being pushed back. Finding it difficult to get that time, but finally it goes through the window with the Dizzy up over the top, but no connections. Now to Paranoia and a flash underhanded to clear it forward. Positions. No way are they going to start winning this one out. Surely not. Heretics doubled up. Close to the wall. Rians side by side, him and Benji Fishy, but in a position of being squeezed.
Oh, hot.
ไม่เหนียวจริง
They
ว่ะ
just win both the duels in that situation.
ตัดได้เยอะ
They pick of the timings. Monya and Something have done such an incredible job up until that point.
Something
managed to turn
operator
a double face into a 1v1, got the kill. Monya killed somebody. B main. They can't close it. They're coming from opposite sides, can pick their timings. Look at that kill through the aim punch. Utilizing the flash to force his opponent into the corner, and then the recon to be able to get the illumination on his opponent. Good response, right when they needed it. Something has picked up the operator.
Onion's gone walkabout. Okay.
อุ้ยพี่มอน
The kill on Taboo.
พี่มอนออนไฟวันนี้
Things into a bit of disarray. There's a deep smoke. This was placed down early. I mean, Heretics, they've cooked this one up. They were pinging it out just into the pre-round, but they've all got to contain. Paperex following through with it. And Mind Freak's there. They've just got to watch for. Top mid. Spike drop down. Rian's the last one. Left he's gone. Blink of an eye. Round finished.
พี่มอนคมจัดวันนี้
Team Heretics are going to go for that mid play quite a lot, where they smoke the right side of mid and apply some pressure. Sometimes it's going to be fake, sometimes it's real.
มอนมาจัดแต่อย่าให้มอนจับเลสนะ
Threatened like they were just going to walk through the smoke. And that actually pulled the crosshair away quickly enough for Miniboo.
แล้วคนเก่าจะทำมาตรฐานเลนได้สูงปรี๊ดเลยดิ
Even if they hadn't taken down Boo at the beginning, like an absolute freebie, I think Paperex had a great protocol for what to do against that. And you can see the market pressure got dealt with instantly too. Just a wall in the face of the drone. And that is such a difference to the way that, for example, Sentinels would play this KO
ป้อนสลับโลเจสันก็ได้นะต้องเดินเยอะเน้น
Here's that same smoke again. Like I said, Heretics love this kind of setup. Smoke, instead of blooming in mid, just cuts off one side of it. Stops any crossfires.
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาหาข่าวในการใช้สกิล
It's
กัน
not
แล้ว
always going to be real pressure.
วาร์ป
Top angle as well.
อ๋อใช้ได้
Getting all sorts of mid-round information. And yeah, it's the really one in danger. Yeah, here it is. I mean, the jiggle peak for information gets the head
ไม่น่าชมเลย
off.
Gotta be honest with you, I didn't even see
เติม
many.
ไปที
Saken now going to be tucking, cowering. Needs a bit of backup, and he's got it. the form of Devi. Top round the guns. Set Minibu up for success. Flash repeat, and it is good. Damage there. And the kill. Still it's traded. Hunter's Fury. Negated. Perfect. Yeah, beautiful work there with the ult. Good timing from Forsaken as well, because he was tagged up. He was the one who was really in danger of going down. Here, tagged up by the cam, backing away, and it's a lot of chaos strewn into the mix. One player.
Can Boo dodge it? Yeah. Does that make a difference? Does he perhaps call them back over towards A? It looks quite committed.
And he's just spotted him. Benji Fishy out wide. Does he expect another play? Yes, he does. Mind Freak. From the spot. Will not give anything away. Boo. Earns the ult, but no time left, surely. 15 seconds left. Is he really going to make a go of this one? He's getting the move on. Listen, I know he's got the new knife set, but it doesn't actually make you move any faster. 9 seconds. He wants to go for it. 7 seconds. Shut down.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหหนุ่มใจเย็นเขายืนหน่อยไม่ได้
Little disappointing the way that Heretics were posted up in B main there, just one at a time, swinging forwards, instead of trying to get somebody posted with Benji. There are multiple angles there that need to be covered. This play, though, great idea from Forsaken. Really nice punish of that ultimate being used, but it's this moment I'm wondering about. Paddy is just kind of looking at the wall while Rians sets up a dart. I feel like he could have been double holding that. Nevertheless, PaperX are squeezing away, and I was setting expectations for this defense half based on what we saw when PaperX played against EDG, right? And we saw that the defense half, actually, they weren't able to get those rounds on the board very easily. But here, it's looking great at dealing with what Heretics have. There's been clear improvement and awareness of the kind of things that Heretics want to do.
ยืน2 ทีแล้วก็ไม่ได้ยืนครับเหมือนกดไลค์อะกด2 ทีไม่มีค่าครับกดทีเดียวเนี่ยฝากกดไลค์ด้วยนะผมนี่เนียนๆไปเกิดได้
And this is now the final timeout for the Heretics coaches to try to have some of their own input. And we're pretty far away from the finish line. It'd have to be another 6 rounds that Heretics get on the board. Twice as fast as PaperX. To be able to get the win here.
เมื่อกี้เจสันไม่ได้ยืนแค่มันร้อนเฉยร้อนตูดมันขยับหน่อยกดแล้วก็2 ครั้งเดียวดิครั้งเดียว จะได้ติดบัฟไง
Heretics still has win possibilities on Lotus and Split, but if Heretics end up getting stomped here, puts a very different flavor on the series for sure.
Really does. A team like PaperX stepping up at the right moments.
I'm out of here.
Here it is, fast. Through with the paranoia. Through into elbow now with the dart. A couple of waves of that util, making sure all of it is clear, but it's given up entirely for the retake. PaperX, look at them happy for it.
And this comp is really good at retaking too. You have a lot of utility to throw out. Between the Gecko, the KO, and the Paranoias, it can be overwhelming.
One-way smoke blocks off one yet, so he can't actually fight into that angle. Still, a chance for the buy. He's not smoked off at all. Minibu, no way, drops down. Damage done, but still hits the head. Here, traded forwards. Left cowering, Forsaken. Can't adjust the aim in time. It's good movement from Brians, but he will fall regardless. Man sent flying, cage in his face. Something not to be deterred. The molly to set that one up, out through elbow.
นิดนึงยังไม่เห็นเฉยเลย
Spotted the tip of the operator there.
It's been called, a bit of a pause, pump the brakes. Wait, it's out. Smoke online, Mind Freak.
I know exactly.
I'm guessing it's the right timing. Taking the neural theft. Forwards there. No danger with the mosh pit. Second burst and a neural theft as well, so the position is revealed. The shot fired off, something.
He's so fast.
He's hoping to take a rapid reposition, isn't he? Yeah.
He will have to slow down a little just to check these positions. And the longer he takes, the more Heretics should start to think about different angles. Here, Boo gets smoke over towards A-Link, allows Benji to hold.
He's holding the angle.
จังหวะนี้เคลียร์เป้ามาไม่พลาดเอ้าหายละ
Going wide, reposition.
Real time.
Something doubled up. There should be no danger in this round. Should be no danger at all. Should be no danger at all, he says still.
And look at something. He knows it's over. Scratching his head, forced to try to save a reposition. Perhaps even a little frustration. I don't know how, but he seems to expect himself to hit shots like that. But it's going to be Heretics getting it up to 8. As something escapes with the operator online. There were plenty of moments where that could have gone wrong. Another situation, actually, where Minibu is still able to get the entry going. Despite the fact that he's been shot at by an opponent. He's like already so weak by the time he manages to land that kill on Divine. Is that a little nod of respect for how good the entry was, or is he looking at somebody else's kills? Something looking to set up an early peek here, perhaps? Often there's going to be a cam with a paranoia to go off-cam info, but Benji's over towards B this time. Something backs off. Didn't like the look of things early on. And Benji's got his cam actually inside Mindfreak's pit. Could end up being useful at some point.
Oh, well. Knife going to be at least taking down all the kit here. Mosh pit held. Ready for some sort of play to punish. Where does it land? Not a clue.
It's for an elbow retake. They're going to throw that in paranoia, I think, if Monyet can get this and get out.
Walks forwards. Not expecting to be up there.
Madness.
I mean, massive gap in the playbook, at least in terms of the timing.
มันขี้สงสัยดิ
his head.
Yeah, the fact that there isn't a piece of utility for anybody that could be holding close there. I was really expecting the paranoia to be coming through, but he just ran it down.
There are large holes, and that knife gives good information. Minimum 2 players tagged up by it. Something's got the op. If they walk onto this line, they could be in danger. Now Heretics do have util. Yeah, underhanded flash forwards. All sent flying. Still the shot will connect. Drops Paditek down to his knees. Repeating Forsaken. You are absolutely nuts for that. He needs some help and he needs it fast. Another shot missed and going wide forwards with the rifles. Claiming the territory, claiming the ground. Slow up. Rebounding. The options are so damn limited. Where the hell is this one going? He's out wide into the open. Rians. Peeking into it. Footsteps heard. Another shot missed. Res online here. Wall in their faces. Res now here. Towards the back of it with something going. Down a spray. Just can't be managed. Can't be wrangled. Forward in time. Mindfreak. 2v2. Hunted into it here. Still with the op. Sends him out. Wingman flying. Mindfreak falling. That was the only rifle player. But now the upgrade. At least the side grade picked up. Something's here. Still, it's a lot to handle, a lot to manage. Doesn't know the positions. Miniboo's playing tucked to really the safety at the back of the side. So yeah, just got to give it up once more. Another round win here for Heretics.
And Boo and Miniboo
ตายห่าให้หมด
lives for it over towards the end of the round. But both of them played that situation beautifully. It's their duels that end up making the difference. You'll see that Boo was the only player ready to stop them. Here, this duel. Had Devi got that, it's curtains. And Miniboo on the other side held down a really important push from Mindfreak. 2 straight up 1v1s, where Boo and Miniboo are holding angles, they get the duel win, and it pushes them across the line with the player advantage. None of the fancy set play stuff. Just guns out gaming. You know, maybe one day, Brad, we'll see Excura on this team as well, and we can have the Susano brothers playing up against the Boo brothers, you know? Maybe. And Scream and Navera come back. Yeah. And we have a tag team.
Perfect word. I mean, as a Santo family, they run deep when it comes to playing video games.
They do.
I've seen the streams of his younger brother.
There is an older Boo brother as well.
Listen, just get them all involved, man. Let's have a family reunion on the big stage.
Yeah. Get Golden Boy to cast it like his WWE.
จริงไม่อยู่แต่มีป้ายจริง
He would love that. Oh my God. Absolutely. He's looking at me. He's nodding. He would love that.
Is that the Susano brothers music? I mean, it would go crazy. But what a game we've got here. Both of these teams wrestling with each other, trying to figure out the ways to be able to get past different setups. That round, it felt like it should have been a bit of a gimme for Heretics because they were offered that pick at the very beginning, over through elbow, with Monyet just kind of running it down. As part of a set play, right? But it does make Monyet look a bit silly in the moment. And now the economy, not in a great spot for PaperX. Team Heretics favored to tie this one back up. Absolutely anybody's game on Sunset.
Even deep flash. Just walking to set it up with the dart against the back of things. So nobody holding close towards B. Delayed knife. Good info. Surely gathered.
Yeah, and that, I think, is going to cancel the hit.
Everybody's pushed, though, from PaperX. Look at this.
I think Heretics think this is a B stack. I am not sure they're going to anticipate 3 players being pushed out. You know, when it's quiet on B, but you end up getting knifed, and there's a smoke in your face, you think, okay, they're going to start rotating here to stack the site, and it's only really Boo and Benji watching behind. They do have a trip. Things here should be somewhat safe, but they're stuck in B main right now.
And the timing. Push off the angle, finally noise being made. Nade going, flying forward. Something. He wins his fight with the duels, at least with the rifles. It's traded out, falls, and another pause put into the play here with 45 seconds left. What do they choose to do? Forsaken ADS. Trying to be a bit of a demon with it here. Flash forwards as well, no connection from it. They are really stuck in place, finding it difficult to get through. Stuns now. Flying and rip forwards with the wall on top of it. The entire team decides it. We're going to take backside. We're going to take it now. Together. Brute force is the goal. Going to get that plant down now into the post. Even just stepping forwards into Boba. Divide. Didn't have a rifle in his hands, but at least Forsaken does still. Looking for the wraparound. Players, plenty of them. Ready for the targets here. Heads could pop and heads could come clean off. Still watching. And damage. Low enough. One shot in the chamber, Monye!
เฮ้ยไอ้มอนยืนทำไม
What is that?
โดนบัฟยืนด้วย
That's an unbelievable round. PaperX had them scrambling.
แล้วพี่มอนเดินหาบอมไม่เจอ
the entire time.
ดีใจอยู่
โอ้แต่ยืนอยู่เมื่อกี้
There, I think a decision had to be made. Do we go and push into the players flanking us? Do we commit to site? All right. In the end, with 35 seconds left, they decided to go towards the site. But even then, once they got to Boba, they didn't commit forwards. They went back towards the site and allowed themselves to get tangled up again. I mean, you could just see how uncomfortable that was from the Heretics.
จะยืนกันหมดไม่ไรดีนายไม่นับ
Frustration in the camp. That was their opportunity to tie things up at 10 to 10. They had the economy punished for PaperX, and now it's them coming into the round with Sheriffs.
Disaster. They're going to need something similar, aren't they?
And what a piece of PaperX magic, just when they needed it. Now, as much as the triple push out of A, despite all of the B presence, did work for them in the previous round, this time there's only Mind Freak home, and if Team Heretics step on the gas here, PaperX
เจอ
will have to
ปี
play
2024เลือกลิเทียให้ใคร3 คนแรก
Forwards with the rifles! Oh my goodness.
How has that happened?
Sheriff kills still. Cleared out! You can't escape with the ult. Looking for it. 3 versus 3 though. Still that danger.
ไม่ได้ดูเลย
Backside again. Cool made. Walking up for now.
ถ้าดูตอนนี้มีเซคเคน
So they just want to take it. Raw aim, raw gunfights. Rian's last one forward. Presses the advantage.
ไอ้แล้ววะคือ12เลย
ตื่นว่ะ
Forsaken shuts that down. So up to 12 now for PaperX.
Forsaken did everything he possibly could in that round just to get them up to map point. Had a flash for the first peak. His teammates fumbled it. He's there, the safety net, the backbone of the team. As he has been all tournament. I don't think he was the best player for this team during kickoff, but at Madrid, he's given us that classic Forsaken performance. So consistent and good for the multi-kills in all of these really.
ใช่ผมให้เทคเจอร์
So up to that point, PaperX here, and looking like they want to start the round again with a stack on the A side.
เทคเจอร์second
Team Heretics might be set up for a fast play themselves.
It's the coin flip here with a util set
flying
offloaded.
ไอ้คังอีกคนนะคังนี่แม่งสุดจริงถ้าโซ่ไม่หลุดนะ
Particular spot, but still he's there. Fakes the TP. Forwards of a slow orb. They have funneled them now. Team Heretics. They want nothing to do with this area. Luckily, player remaining behind just enough to break it.
ไอสันมันไม่ได้เป็นดูเออ
Team Heretics, they do that same smoke in mid, and they have options here. Do you try to put some pressure in mid? Do you try to put some pressure market? PaperX.
อีกทีมเฮเรติกครับเป็นทีมเจ้าบ้านเนี่ยเขาจัดที่สเปนนะเจ้าบ้านโอ้EU เวลาเขาเชียร์เกมพวกนี้เขามันอยู่แล้วครับกองเชียร์เขาเดือดจริงถ้าเขาหลังมาจัดที่ไทยก็ต้องแบบต้องไทยต้องสู้แล้ว
Slow down to this, anything could happen. Something, there's no way. Going for walking straight down towards it. Patatek stared as a trade. Mini boom. Fast on the response. Now forwards to the wall here with the drone. It just fades away and breaks. Forsaken is out wide. Just around the ankles, walking for the mid round. Is Munyet out into mid. Lost. Man's just in the source here. Divide forwards. Looks to just reclaim some of that ground here. Maybe. Kill might do it, maybe it might, but still Team Heretics are too disciplined. Well drilled, they do not want to let it slip now.
ดูการเงินก่อน
4v1 for Heretics to be able to deny the first of the map points that PaperX have got. This round was so bizarre. PaperX really scrambled by the slower pace. Team Heretics didn't put anybody on the outer wings of the map, grouped up in mid, and just waited for PaperX to push for information. But what confuses me a little bit, Bren, is they already had good info over towards A main and B main. They knew that nobody was trying to actually take space in A main. After the drone came through, one of them could have broken it, maybe set up some play to gain info
ตั้งแต่
afterwards.
แข่ง
But they
คิ
just
กออฟ
went
มา
for
ถึงตอนเนี้
a
ย
walk re-clear of mid
แม่งแทบจะฟอร์มไม่ตกเลย
twice.
ไม่ตกเลยดีกว่าที่ดูอ่ะแม่งแทบจะท็อปแฟกเกือบทุกตา
I believe it was afterwards. So that's
คนอื่นยังมีแบบ
lovely lifeline for
เซ
Team
เคนอีกคน
Heretics
เซ
to
เคนก็เดือด
grasp hold of.
พอๆกันเลย
There
สอง
are
คนอะ
still 2 chances here for PaperX to be able to close out map 1.
Been hammering on about how important this initial map is. You know, Sunset, one of the best maps
คัด
for
อะไร
both
สิ
these teams.
เจสันยังคัดห้าวแล้วเลย
At halftime,
1v5
talking about it. Whoever wins map 1, he reckons will win the entire series. That's just how important it is. You can feel it. Tensions are running high here. The new guard versus the old
ยังได้
guard.
อยู่ยังได้อยู่
Chances slipping away despite the early beginnings to the
พูด
series.
มาขนาดนี้อยากดูเซนนี้จริงๆนะจริงอยากดูว่าใครจะเดือดกว่ากัน
Stacking the A site at the start of these
เวลา
rounds.
2 ลูก
So if this is a little
อีก
faster
วินเถอะ
than
ขอ
what
ร้อง
we may,
ด่านตัวเองอ่ะ
wouldn't be
จบๆไป
surprised.
เล่นอะไรที่มันแบบว่า
So that
วิ่
entry
หัว
power,
What's with the timing?
what's going on here?
Cam broken. They want to try and fight this one forward. Seal.
They missed Benji.
They're weaving in and out the smokes. Yeah, this is just a confusing round all in all. Miniboo, he's through market. It's a wall through the window, man. He's already worked his way through and stuns up. Connects. Might break. He's still stunned. Hunter's Fury though. Connection wide here. Something back into it. It's chaos, man. Pure chaos. But can you expect anything less? PaperX. They thrive in it. Born in it, molded by it. Benji. Left to pick up the pieces and maybe forge something out of it, but it's a triple face.
โอ้ปืนมันเยอะ
เรียบร้อย
yes
ครับผม
yes
ครับผม
Map 1 goes entirely
Yes.
away.
In classic PaperX fashion.
เมื่อกี้คนที่เนียนอยู่ในสโมกโคตรอิมแพกเลยตอนนี้โดนตัน
Thrash comes through and I think got the detain on both players trying to follow up.
ลองนึกภาพถ้าวินิบูมันเข้ามาแล้วแม่งไม่ตายชิบหายแล้ว
They're in a disadvantage. A couple players in B main stuck inside the smoke. Smite bring one yet, and yet they're
ถ้า
taking
ถ้าตัดไม่ได้นี่หมดหมดแผงอะ
ก็มีนิดนึงนะพี่สองคำเลย ถ้าตัดไม่ได้ก็นั่นแหละมันก็ยังซิ่งต่อไป
เจสันปีนี้โหด
สาม
โหด
แล้ว
กว่า
สาม
ปีก่อนๆนะ ตายแล้วก็การยิงมันอะ
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem.
เสียงเลยโฆษณาไอโฟนเนี่ยโดนมาแล้วเห็นเขาเล่นแฟนทอมกันจนเริ่มอยากไปเล่นแฟนทอมมาก
ของดีแฟนทอม
ทีมเกาหลีไม่ค่อยใช้แวนดอลสังเกตใช้แฟนทอมกันเยอะส่วนใหญ่น้องเจสันเลือกเอาทุกปีเลยจริงแต่ผมชอบร้อนตอนที่แบบต้องยิงหัวไม่ตายอย่างเงี้ยระยะไกลๆ 2-0อ่ะ
คู่นี้แพ้ไม่ได้ครับใครแพ้กลับบ้านถ้า1-1ต้องแข่งต่อครับจะเอา1-1กับ1มาเจอกันครับผม2-1เข้ารอบ1-2กลับบ้านให้ฮีโร่อีกครับตอนเริ่ม
แป๊บนึงนะแชท
Right now with Nilzinho from Team Heretics. Nilzinho, give us a preview. What did you tell the boys in order to get their mental back into the game, especially after that map one, and get them ready for Lotus?
Yeah, so for me, it's been us our map.
Are you ready?
I think the boys are feeling pretty crisp individually. You've seen it from some of the shots that were hitting. The reason we lost that was
แป๊บนึง
our fundamentals just went out the window. And you do that again against a team like VALORANT, they're going to pick you apart. So it was a very harsh reminder of to get our fundamentals back and listen to Boo, because he kind of lost control there because everyone's doing their own thing. They're running around taking aim fights, and our macro just completely, it was abandoned. So that's why we lost the attack, and we're going to change that for Lotus. So.
Well, the crowd's on your side, so let's see if Team Heretics can make a comeback.
I think Neil's on the money there. For most of that map, it seemed like Team Heretics had control. Their retakes in the first half were looking clean. They were playing the structured Valorant that we always expect from them. But
PaperX everywhere that they wanted them to be.
Absolutely. But like Josh was mentioning on the cast, once you give this PaperX team space, or once you give them opportunities, they will push all the way through. They will shut you down. They make it so much harder to go for that set, honest Valorant that Team Heretics have really perfected through this season thus far. And that puts them in a brutal position now, GB, heading into Lotus, a map away from elimination for this team who we were just talking about is one of the best in the tournament with that close loss to Sen.
Which is honestly mind-blowing to think about. W Gaming truly living and breathing here in that first map. But the thing is, though, is that you got to put that first map aside, Mitch. Now you got to focus on map 2, Lotus, and we'll see what we end up getting as far as the agents are concerned here. Don't really expect too much shenanigans, but I think ultimately this is really just a Heretics team that now is going to be feeling the heat on that stage.
Absolutely, and we mentioned Mindfreak a lot. His Viper is good, his Omen is even better, and we expect him to be switching over to that here on Lotus, having already fired off on all cylinders. I think he's about to add another one. This could be dangerous for Heretics, because I've seen the side of PaperX snowball before, and I'm starting to feel it this time.
Yeah, and it was
ใช่เหรอ
a game that Heretics
ไม่
lost
ใช่ไม่ค้าง
against Sentinels. I think their biggest issues on their defense was that Sentinels was fighting forward into smokes, getting ahead of their retakes and really punishing them. But it has been a stronghold map for this squad for quite a
นี่ออนอีกแล้ว
while.
ว่ะพี่
Looking at the agent select now. Thankfully, something flying jet. I
มอน
don't
เย็ด
know
เลส
I was going to ask you about
PaperX.
I was going to ask you about the double duelist. What do you make of that, Mitch?
I certainly
เอ้ย
prefer the jet over a
แต่
regular
something
Jet
jet ว่ะพี่
before. Although, considering that it is something, again, he's one of those players that could make the argument for it. But I think this composition, it can allow them to go back to that dive that they're so goddamn good at. The pressure is going to be applied to Heretics from the second those barriers go up.
You're sacrificing the Viper. So on your attacking side, you tend to be a lot more telegraphed on these hits, and you're sacrificing that second initiator, which means re-clearing is hard. Heretics, a chance to stay alive here in map number 2.
All I know is this joint's going to be insane, and I just want to jump back into it. Let's see if we get a map 3. Brand Sideshow, you take it away from me.
Exciting one here for Lotus, isn't it? My goodness, a lot on the line in this elimination game. Heretics, but their backs against the wall. Listen, the crowd might be behind them, but listen, all the sport in the world sometimes can withstand against the W key, which PaperX they know perfectly well at the back of their hands.
So when we saw Heretics play against Sentinels,
วินี่มาแล้วเปิดเสียง let's go
came out destroyed. Have Heretics tighten up those fundamental plays.
That's what they felt like was missing here. One-way smoke boot. Just tucks himself behind. Got plenty of backup right behind him now, but PaperX, I don't like the sight of it.
They do not like it. As soon as that one-way is put down, they're like, nah, we are not going round. A very greedy turret there, being placed by Benji, letting them know if anybody's over towards A at all.
And they don't care about a util either, disrespecting it. Alarm bot triggered.
เข้าไซด์แบบ
Listen,
เข้าไซด์แบบชิว
protocols for clearing through tree, they're only just doing it now.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit, oh, here we go, they're going for an aggressive post plant as well.
Trip broken immediately, one way up through. So Nate to set this up as soon as the first wave is going to be sent flying from Heretics.
Heretics played every single defense round on Sunset as a retake.
They're all going stairs.
And doing the same again here.
They're all going stairs. I don't think PaperX are ready for this one at all. Look at this. They have to try and fight them forwards. The dash with something. Damage done. Look at that. No kills collected. It's all being filled up in the feed. A full of green. And greedy maybe perhaps is what you would describe it for PaperX.
มันซื้อเกาะกันหมด
Just misreading
ใช่เหรอ
what kind of timing it could take.
That is a great retake setup though from Heretics. Most of the top teams that we see play do put the pressure over towards heavy. You think back to how Sentinels play the post plant setups as well. Same one way, a duelist in position up towards there, somebody playing pit. And usually there's going to be a pretty heavy denial in that area. And Riaz just wanders in. I mean, he has such a free passageway to the site based on the utility that they throw from tree.
โอ้ยเล็กบอกโอ้พกอีกแล้ว
there at the gap that's developed. And remember, last time we saw PaperX invest into this kind of round. They went for some kind of force after losing the follow-up, but deciding not to go for a force buy here.
Whoa, chances there.
Yeah, very risky timing to go for, actually. You got to be worried on timings like that.
All up, all down, Marshall in the hands of something. Important pistol round though for Heretics to have won. Didn't end up winning any of them in that prior map. It's part of the reason why PaperX were able to take it. You know, they were losing in some of the other metrics.
Cover going out.
Okay, hell of a kill.
Yeah, that's just a peek from Palitek punished.
เอาไป1 เม็ดที่ว่าไง
So Benji, he's noted he is going to be playing onto that corner. 62 health, won't go down to a single shot of the Sheriff, but the Marshal might do it. Has to back away from this surely. Still, tucks himself, but now backing away, respecting with a flash in his face. Out over the top, crouching and praying. You don't get your head taken off.
Another retake round for Heretics. Every single defense round in this match so far.
Executes for it. Mosh pit. We're going to be landing towards the back of the side as a flash forwards. Miniboo's already there. Smokes cutting up all the available angles. Mind Freak Sheriff still not dissuaded. Beautiful flash. Forsaken. He's called himself 2. 93 health though. He's working with a bit of a disadvantage. Spike. Over the top.
Hey! Jason.
Oh, just expecting the movement. Predicted with almost ease and
ขอบ
finesse.
คุณน้องพะแนงนะครับสำหรับ
That's just
30
a
เดือน
repeat
นะครับ
of that first map, except on the
Let's
other
go,
side of
PRX.
things. PaperX winning the eco.
I think
เจสัน
the big
ตื่น
read
แล้วพี่เอ๋ยตื่นยัง
is that he doesn't go to try to break the wingman immediately.
Yeah.
And so
พี่เอ๋ยยังไม่
Rians
ตื่น
just
นะ
thinks that he's not facing the wingman at all.
มันจะยังนะพี่เอ๋ย
Completely misunderstanding where Forsaken was repositioned to.
โอสาเคน
And that's
Cerebral stuff, man.
But I mean, that's devastating for Heretics again. Nielzinho is going to be screaming.
โอ้ เชียร์สุดเชียร์สุด
Zatu
เชียร์สุดก็เซ็งสุด
Exchange to the util, skirmish time, paranoia, flying.
Stun misses.
Stun misses.
โอ้แล้วเสียมันไอ้มอนตายอีกแล้ว
With the rifles, there's a lot of danger
มอน
here,
บอก
but
กูอีก
okay,
แล้ว
might just be able to bail themselves out. Benji forwards into corner, locked down,
Oi.
something. With something, it's going to be handy with the guns in his hands. Doesn't matter what he's got.
Couple weak players, but a 1v3 for Paddy to try to take when he's only got that Heretics classic.
ผม
Yeah, just going to be watching for the smokes and Mind Freak. Shuts
ทำติง
down
เจ็ตอะดิ
any available options, any weaknesses there.
เล็กบอกเอาเจ็ตให้ผู้ชายคนนี้
Again, Brent, I mean, this is actually one of the first rounds where we see Heretics not playing for the retake, right? They're actually fighting over rubble control at the start of the round.
ลืมเปิดไมค์
Because in most of these rounds, they are just giving PaperX the plant. And I don't think that that's a feasible way of being able to play 100% of the time. Doesn't matter how good your retakes are, you're not going to win them all. Yeah. You're going to give PaperX too many advantages with the clock on their side once they get the spike down. And their positioning, able to adjust. Let's see what they end up doing here. Ult starting to get online. Seekers could be potentially large. And something has it on.
Hello. Yeah, he uses the smoke to cross here. There are many players waiting for this, but he has the dash to get himself out of there.
นี่จะมาเล่นมุมลับกัน
Engages forwards. It's a call going to be made here by Forsaken, using the Seekers now on top of it. Molly at the feet there through the door. Padatek, a few stray bullets. Moniette was fast through with that satchel. One more. Two hands. Going to be using it to try and cut himself up onto the gap, but this is a good call.
สวยเฮ้ยจอดับไอ้เหี้ย
Topple in the end. Two of them just trying to fight the one section of the site. Now
ไม่โดนแฟลช
backside control. Game for Moniette, but he is alone. Wingman down and out here, just spamming randomly with the bullets going all over the place. Mini boot.
ตอนโดนแฟลชเก็กโก้มันจอดำๆป่ะพี่เอ๋ยเป็นป่ะ
And if Nielzinho was worried about the fundamentals, again, he is not going to be
มัน
impressed
ไม่
in
ได้ขา
that
เอา
situation.
กระพริบ
Wingman
ด
goes out to clear one side of it. Miniboo still has slide available. They don't go for a double push through the smoke to try to make sure they can trade anybody who might be playing over towards the pit or the box. Rians just jumps out the smoke on his own.
Discipline is slipping.
It is, and this is one of the biggest things actually that has powered both of the EMEA teams through so much success. And if you can't hold it together when the pressure is on, you aren't going to be able to make it deep in tournaments like this.
It's never been on more than this. Heat up to max. It's elimination. Keep reminding everybody at home because sometimes the format can get confusing.
เนี่ย
Yeah, that play. I mean, listen, that call.
น่าจะเป็นที่นั่นแหละ
Onto the one section of the site, almost goes their way. They get blinded up in the process, but
yeah. And
คิดว่ามอนไหวไหมมันก็ไหวนะแต่มันไม่ได้แบบดีขนาดน้องติงหรอวะ
This looks like Minibu wants to take a timing. He goes for this kind of flash peek, looking to try and take a fight really early on with a smoke. He's normally good for it. He's just been so sharp.
เปิดดูไม่ได้ครับ
There it is.
โอ้
Plenty more where that came from.
Shit.
Minibu.
So good.
Yeah, rings
แองเกอร์
true.
โนหนึ่
But
ง
on the other side of the map, Boo tries
On
to fight
yet.
solo over towards Mound, dies. That opens up the C site. And it's only Minibu that has a rifle online. Look how quick something is to get into position.
Twists and turns, but he has to adjust here. Surely there's a high-low goal. What is
โอ้วิ
happening over here?
นี่อย่างของจริง
Okay.
For apparently
ไอ้
no
ระเบิด
reason, Mind Freak is taking a 1v2 and winning it because he has the rifle and you don't.
Yeah, why not? Rians, by the way, got one foul, but okay. Only had the sheriff anyway.
And Minibu, who opened it up, is now asked to ace in order to close it. If there was any chance of being able to win the Thrifty, which it doesn't look like there is.
Yeah, all over the place.
And again, I think a lot of people are going to be thinking to themselves, right, we were just waiting for Paper X to wake up. But they have had some rough tournament showings in the past.
Slow start for 2023.
เป็นเล็กองลงทุกคนแล้วเนี่ย
But on the other side of things,
Something
I
of
feel
place
like
ผม
a
ก็ได้เล่น
result
เจ็
like
ดสัก
this,
ที
if it continues spiraling out of control, is gutting for Heretics because they were only a few rounds away, as the desk was saying at the beginning of this match, from putting Sentinels in this kind of position.
Yeah.
And we saw, if they're having close games against Sentinels, and they were the first team to be able to qualify through the playoffs,
ทำไมคนเห็นของคิวจอยที่ตายแล้วต้องหมั่น
to
เคี้ยว
be
เลย
considered favorites in a matchup like this, you would think, with the
Give
current
that
form
night.
of Paper X.
Surely.
But so much of the pressure that Paper X provides with their willingness to take fights and their pace is catching Team Heretics off and opening up cracks that other teams have not been able really to exploit.
Yeah. You know, Paper X, public enemy #1 for the armchair analyst. It's already been through that whole spiel, don't get me wrong, because
You
the
get
comps
shot.
they play, yeah, you get shot, you die, Mind Freak, classic example, thank you for showing me. And, you know, they don't play orthodox comps most of the time. This is maybe the closest you can get, but they don't even play double controller here on Lotus.
No.
But it's about the tempo and timings that they take and the confidence in which they take those fights, and it really does rattle some of these teams if they haven't played against a team like this. And listen, there's not many teams in the EMEA that are going to be playing like Paper X.
And look at the amount of utility that Team Heretics are now conditioned to put into Mound. And Paper X, they're going to start to spiral off in another direction. Benji Fishy has a good retake ultimate here, but he's in a fairly committed position on site. Not completely. How do they want to play this? There are 3 players ready to defend.
Round the back. Oh, it's watched for. 2 players. They're onto the corner. Someone yet doesn't get away with it. In fact, Forsaken attempt to at least grapple some control of the map. He's alone, though, doing so, and he will be falling. So, great opener now for Heretics.
And a change-up, right? They played that actually to hard anchor the site and flood defend instead of going for the retake. And I think mixing that up is probably going to be a bit of a win-con for them. You don't want to count Paper X.
ใครมันขยันเปิดประตูอยู่ เปิดไม่พักเลย
Smoke propped. Where is Freak off to?
He's taking risks,
ผมรอ
exploring
รี
up
เทค
towards
แหละ
heaven.
Something with the op. He just peeks into that. I mean, Heretics are playing that with the most discipline, the utmost discipline. 2 players, at least going to be trying to get into position to trade this one here forwards. They hear it, the dash. And now with a lockdown placed down, it's all orchestrated in time. Something seems to go.
โอ้โห
That is
ยิง
ridiculous.
ทันได้ไงวะเนี่ย
Still to his back here. Plenty of players now rushing into it. No detainment. Forwards, Minibu taking a fight, and it is galvanizing. Sticking onto the defuse, but a stray shot found. Half though. What a Minibu! What a time to come alive.
ดุจัด
Outrageous round from Minibu.
ตามซิงเวอร์แล้วนะมินิบูบ้ากว่า
Almost thrown away. Heretics were up in a 5v3. Mind Freak went wandering out through heaven. He caught Boo, and something was producing magi with the operator on site. The first kill, he finds the timing, but the second kill, Benji knows he's there.
Oh! It's a jump spot as far as Jiggle to bait out the initial shot, and Minibu, he saves the day.
It's this final one, to me, that's almost the most impressive of it, because he has to react to Divide be in there and hit the headshot. So now we see more of this rubble pressure as we get into the round.
We are in the thick of things.
Yep, something dashed out, already burnt that. Looking to try to take an operator shot early. And so Heretics have made this adjustment on the defense side. We are going to control rubble, even if it costs us the mosh and the dizzy at the beginning of the round. We are just going to invest those. But I do like the way that Miniboo is rotating instantly after going for that stun at the start of the round. So they just make it feel like there's 3 players over towards A, and they still have the Neon ready to go for a push like this.
What's a call? Facing down with the smoke. Shot going wide there for something. Looking out with his life, or does he want to go for seconds? You can never really tell. Deep up position. Does Boo get spotted? Doesn't look like it. Yep, Munya's right behind him. There's no protocols in place for this one, and he's playing it patiently. Really waiting it out. Could be a risk being played, but no, he's just lined it up for the 2. And they are beamed down. No chance with the spike dropped at his feet. Lovely gift, just grabbed into him.
That's just a big mistake from Devi there. Not using the dog to try to check up top. Not thinking about that. Something, despite getting the pick on Miniboo, is going to get cleaned up by that swing from Rians. That's one
โดนอเล็กเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้ ทำนี่ไงเรียกแล้วโดนละ
Hit the red button there. Alex, slam on the desk. Accidentally hit the timeout button. But I mean, when you see situations like that, you do have to remind your team what's going on a little bit. And on top of that too, I really feel like the way that Team Heretics are playing their defense macro is working here. That's another thing that Neil Zenio pointed out in what was a fantastically articulate coach interview, where he said, yeah, our fundamentals are missing, but also Boo lost control of the macro because everybody else is so frantic trying to take their own fights. And you need, a team like this in particular, needs one central idea.
จริงๆมันควรเช็คไงเพราะว่ามันไม่รู้เลย1โอเมนไม่รู้อยู่ไหน2ตอนนั้นเกมโดนคอนโทรลหน้า A.
You can let those kind of teams run a democracy of IGLs all meeting together in Athens to decide where they want to hit the site. But for Heretics, they need a hierarchy. They need a leadership figure that's going to put them all on the same path. And I think their game plan for the macro defense here is really good. They put pressure early towards Rubble. You're going to see it again here, I bet. You know, a stun, a smoke, the mosh being used as well as a dizzy. Rians picks up the dizzy. Miniboo is already booking it over to C, expecting a reaction on the other side of the map. And you know, if Paper X decide to fight, Miniboo will stay.
Careful.
And this time, it looks like they want to fight with the showstopper. Heretics might have to be a little worried.
Divine with the Odin spam as well. It's going to be spamming a potential angle as well that they're going to cross themselves into. Here it is. Colliding, clashing. Battle lines drawn. Rockets sent. Flying. Denied! It's Heretics. They reign supreme.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Don't you dare step forward towards A Rubble. Full territorial control.
But Paper X are not going there again. If that was the round called by Alex, he will have been expecting a very different outcome. How on earth did Monya get so overwhelmed by Miniboo? Every time I watch Miniboo play the Neon, I am outrageously impressed at what he does.
เกาะไม่ลดเลยอ่ะเมื่อกี้ได้ไวไม่ตัดนี่คือเลือดเต็มหมดเลย
Weave his way. What are they pushing there off the back of the paranoia? He slides underneath Monya, shoots him.
One enemy remaining.
Right in the perineum.
Go big again! Go big again, right? You're getting glimpses there, potentially just a comp getting outvalued. I mean, you don't have to try and take a pound-for-pound fight towards rubble control. And now Heretics with that in their back pocket, looking to condition again. Look at it, they send similar util flying over towards the A side. But Paper X have different ideas. They're in through B. Lambot, it's going into a completely different direction. Not sure what happened there. You're holding util into your hands. Paranoia forwards. Boombot, though, he's still target. Boo is going out of there.
Boo was concerned about someone pushing even through the Viper wall. That's why he took so long to go for the TP. But it's left Paper X 2v4. And the score tied at 4v4. This comeback from Heretics has been lovely, and it doesn't look like it's showing any signs of slowing down.
Wonderful beginning, especially for the defense side of Lotus.
Certainly.
You keep this this lead, this should be lead, you know, expecting it, and yeah, I mean, inevitable at this point.
There was a chance there. The Forsaken just slipped through and Boo decided to watch something different, but he's on point with it. And Paper X, again, it's these macro ideas that they're now starting to struggle with a little bit. This time, they're like, right, well, we're not going to fight Rubble, but if they're committing 3 players to A at the start of the round, we're going to try and take that early round timing and pounce somewhere else around the map. B seemed like a good idea, but they just weren't able to capitalize. Even with Rians peeking with utility in his hands. Paddy got a very fast response with that snake bite going down. And Monya, the final one left for 10 seconds. Just has his aim in the wrong direction. Heretics take the lead. And frankly, they've already done a spectacular job on their defense.
ต้องสั่ง6อ่ะถ้าบุกอ่ะ
4-1 down.
6นี่คือสตาร์ทเลย
โหแล้วรวยจัดตอนนี้
แชทฝรั่งแม่ง bring back CGRS
Where he catches Mindfreak. Not quite sure if Mindfreak himself was vulnerable, but there was a snake bite down there to try to put pressure on the players getting in.
มึงกูบอกไปไม่ฟังเลยไงฮะ
Will be the answer. Get away towards C. Getting a move on, getting a bit of a jog on.
โหรัดรัวๆเลยว่ะ
Something updraft forwards.
They've beaten Mini Boot to the
คลาสสิก
side.
เป็นเล็กอันนี้
Into it, aren't they?
เออ
Now the turret taken care of. Do they want
เห็
to
น
see
เก่า
try
จัด
and
อัน
fight
นี้
this one? Surely Heretics might have some protocols. Listen to this. Look at this, man.
แต่ได้ว่ะ
Straight
พี่
through the gap.
ได้ละ
Light his way out of there.
ตัด
Plant
บอส
that
ไปด้วย
down. First kill.
บอส
Advantage
บอ
now
ส
for
แม
them,
ป
but Thrash in through. No, broken almost immediately there. And the Trip really doing the most to slow it all the way down. Trailblazer now being utilized. Device spots 2 is going to be calling that for his team. Dizzy dealt with.
อะไรขยับในหน้าจอไม่ยิงทุกอย่าง
Straight
เป็น
into
เล็
the
ก
sky here, but now it comes down to the
เฮ้ย
gunfight.
วิ่งวงวิ่งไหม
Is
เอ็ดไง
unleashed entirely. Sky will not take no for an answer. Ace stole
เพื่อนจะ
away,
เอ็ด
but
อยู่
I
แล้ว
don't think they care. It's a round on the board.
ใจร้ายว่ะไอ้มอน something บอกใจร้ายว่ะมันอยู่ตรงหน้ากูอยู่แล้ว
Right, they go over towards C at the beginning of this one and create themselves a lovely little angle for something to fight over. This one over the top of the smoke. Great stuff. And don't overstay their welcome either. Bit of anti-synergy, I think, in terms of Rian's
คีนตัวที่3
utility as he went to try to retake. But PaperX will be super happy about that. They can still make a serious go of this attack.
ไอ้ตัวที่4อย่างคลีน
And everybody grouped up again over towards C. Listen, if it works.
something ซับไป
Apparently it's the PaperX way.
Right, but this time Paddy is there so early, so there is going to be a vulnerable here.
รัดอีกแล้วอ่ะพี่
Rotation here. Nana Swarm applied with the snakebite players. They are doubled up, moving towards it. Another flash here, just spots it as well. Glowing the halo ring around the head. Benji, Fishy, beautiful with the movement. Offsets it just enough and sets himself up for another one, but still sprayed down. Mini boom! Oh my God! So
มีอัน
good
ตี
with
นะ
it. Just impeccable stuff, and already anticipating the TP. Mindfreak reclaims the spike. The players are scattered to the winds. They are expecting it towards A, towards B.
And this is where
ทำไม
Mindfreak
ฟิงฉลาด
absolutely
ไปขอดูก่อนแล้วกัน
freak their
I
minds.
was hoping you wouldn't say it.
But I mean, the mind games here genuinely are so huge, right?
Yeah.
Everybody on Heretics
ไม่
backs
วาร์
up
ป
to participate in that omen.
กูไม่วาร์ป
And Mindfreak's tucked himself down over towards water. He's managed to engineer himself quite a good opportunity to win this.
Yeah, he has.
He will be facing against Mosh, Wingman on Diffuse, Paranoia. So Heretics, these are the players that didn't actually have to flood defense C, so they still have a lot of util.
Shadows traveling.
First layer of it, Mosh, Diffuse, sticking through. No. The bullets do not connect, but he stops it onto half. They still don't claim the kill. What is the call? Paranoia forwards, cuts off the sound cues. Rians, he's just sticking it. He knows he can.
ฮะ
มันไม่ได้ยินอะโดนพารานอย
By Heretics.
ยี่โคตรแสบ
Beautifully done. Playing with the noise cues. And Heretics take themselves into the lead. So now PaperX, from a macro perspective again, Bren, what do you go for? Because you thought the C hit was going to work. You thought you could beat the timing of Mini Boo getting over to the C site. And instead, it's Patty who runs in to help Benji. And Patty, he just goes in there as a utility spot.
มันเอาไป2ได้ไงดีวะ
It allows everybody else to focus on Patty, and Benji gets that little safe spot to be able to pick up too. Same again, 3 players, control rubble for the defense. Paddy immediately sprints over to try to help Benji, anticipating the C hit. But instead, PaperX, okay, we're going to go for the late round re-clear over towards rubble.
Making noise over towards C. I mean, it does pull all sorts of players over. Boo, skipping a hop, he has to just try and tuck his head in, and he does, just narrowly avoiding the knives, but he can't avoid the explosive bullets. All the way up here, now Rian's in position, way ahead of the curve. That's something.
Did not think anyone was home.
Warcraft will reveal the location of a few of these players now. Still, they set themselves up into the post line. It's a good position for it, but well, at least Mindfreak has decided to play for backside on top of this box. Now, it's unusual, unorthodox.
Last time the retake came from tree, came from
stairs.
Sorry.
Is again once more players doubled up. Forsaken will fall. Breaking the util though. Back of the site. Removing one still with the judge in hand. Not enough can be done here. Mindfreak has got so much more to do. Can't do it.
Can't
it. Pit down. Doesn't cover the defuse entirely.
It's not a good pit.
The sound. Q forwards. Damage. Just about.
ขึ้นไปแล้ว
Many more time as well. So Heretics. That's a 7-5 finish.
ต้องไปเอาจัดมาจากไหน
They're going to be more than happy with that.
Yeah, they're going to be
ได้
so
จัดเป็น something
pleased with what they've been able to put together. 4
โค
out
ต
of
รมัน
5
อะ
of
คู่
the
นี้
rounds for Paper X. We're right at the start. Team Heretics win the pistol, and Paper X break that, go on a run, and somehow Team Heretics are still able to get back into this.
And yeah, it all points towards the Heretics' advantage. Well, we know they're going to be happy. Let's find out what the fans think.
Hola, gracias. Estamos aquí con la gente del barco para ver qué opinan del día de hoy porque es increíble. How does it feel to be in front of this crowd in your town supporting your team? ¿Cómo te sientes apoyando a tu equipo en tu ciudad?
ผู้นำเชียร์กัปตัน
Solamente tienes que verlo. Hemos venido aquí a demostrar que Heretics va a ser el club más grande del mundo y de la historia, y para eso se necesita una afición a la altura, y creo que en este evento está quedando claro quién es la mejor afición del mundo, porque sobre todo somos el sexto jugador de todos esos 5 jugadores que están ahí, que se están dejando el alma por nuestro escudo y van a levantar Madrid en casa representando al mejor país del mundo y al mejor club de la historia.
They are here to show. They are here to show the world that they are the best fan base in the world, that this is the best country in the world, and that team is the best team in the world. Solo me queda pedirte una cosa después de estas palabras, y es que puedes animar a esta gente a que le dé la fuerza a Heretics que necesita para ganar este mapa.
Señoras y señores, ¿quiénes somos? ¡Heretics! Creo que con esto ya queda todo demostrado.
Pues eso es todo con la gente del barco. Yo que os lo devuelvo a vosotros los casters. Gracias.
แม่งคือแก้วเหล้ากันชิวเลย
Oh man, I wish I could speak Spanish. Because that chant was hype.
It was hype. Listen, the fans, but of course, are behind this.
เสียงเสียงไปหมดแล้วตะโกนคอแตก
Rolled a perception check there, 0. No understanding.
Yeah, but listen, you know they're excited, you know they're happy.
And they should be. This is a great position for Heretics to be in. Not the fact that they're down 0-1 in maps, obviously, but the fact that they put up 7 on the defense side and looking towards, on the horizon, a split where Paper X looked a little dodgy with an unusual
ใช่โฮม
composition.
ทาบัฟเข้าโฮมเทีย
Neil Zenio talk between map 1 and map 2 maybe becoming a thing of legends. We'll have to see if Paper X have got something to say about that, though.
Done wonders for them. Now the Dizzy popped early here. Something removes it. Did have to use a stash though in response because he didn't want to get overwhelmed, but there's no follow-up, no rush afterwards.
It's a fake presence over towards C Mound, right? When something fights over it like that, it makes it feel
ผม
like
ให้
it's
ซั
a
ม
big
ติงเอา A
stack
คนเดียว
over
เลย
towards C. And
จะเอา C คนเดียว
trap play is Monya hidden
ตัว
in
เท
the
มมา
corner,
A4 ครับ
and he's about to give away his position. I
So
think
the flashbang, he's just opened the door, blinded up.
โอ้ยหมด
And it's a complete collapse. I mean, listen, could go in either direction. Still, only 2 players left to stand. Withstand that kind of pressure. Who's already
เรียบร้อย
but he's been watched for. Understanding that fully, Benji, fishy, nade out and wide, but a couple of chances.
Jason.
No dice, not with the kills here.
That is great. I love that pistol round play from Paper X. Right, when you're on a pistol round and you see utility and presence over towards Mound, you're going to think that the stack is over there.
โอ้มีทั้ง
And
เนต
teams are
ทั้งอะไร
normally going to
ไม่ให้
play
หนี
some
เลย
kind
อุ
of
ด
1-1-3 on this map. And here, I mean, the frustration from Boo because he realizes he just wandered straight into that trap play from Paper X.
Important pistol round for Paper X. That's a definite silence across
มาแล้วเอารอ
Madrid not happy.
อีโคสเลเยอร์
Sets Paper X up for a nice little slam dunk for the next round here. But okay, just slowly re-clearing out towards Mound now. Cam's going to be spotting it. Here we go with the judge. You should be able to absolutely eviscerate. Take your pick, Forsaken.
อุ้ยเฮ้ย
Oh my, where's he pulled that from? Knife in the back pocket, shanking the opposition. But he's...
จะแก้แค้นให้เพื่อน
He's going for a knife of his own!
Oh, that's amazing!
What am I watching?
That's incredible. Has anyone told the players it's an elimination game? On yet? You realise your tournament life's on the line, buddy?
มอนไม่เอาจัดเลยว่ะอย่า
ไม่โดนหน่อยไม่โดนรักเพื่อน
I mean, the knife play here makes sense for Boo, right? He knows that there's a play with the judge. Just run out of bullets. That one is just mental.
Oh, Alex!
เอาโดนแล้วมอน
โดน
โดนแล้ว
No, you really wouldn't. So, bonus round setup. A lot of util now. An explosion out towards A Rubble with the walls across themselves. Up and down. You want to try and fight this? What? A shot nailed it with the damage. The nade on top. It's all being overlapped and through and foul. So many kills. All flowing. Rex on fire with it. Benji. A nice go of things, but not enough to withstand the pressure. And oh my. That is a wonderful round to win here. Bonus round conversion.
Yeah, that's monumental for Paper X. Being able to crush Team Heretics there so
ไม่ว่าจะ
decisively.
ชนะหรือแพ้จบแต่นี้โดนทุบแน่นอน
It's about to get out of control. And it also sets up
เดินเข้าไปใน
Heretics. Okay, we're not actually going to be able
ข้างหลัง
to
เข้าห้องพักนี่ลาไปโดนแน่
How have we failed to take Rubble against a team that, you know, is playing double duelist with a Cypher here? But they still have quite a lot of tools to go with, and they're willing to fight. They're willing to commit bodies.
Something might be able to just clean up here. Yeah, okay. Despite the fact that he was blinded up, goop on his face. Angle played by Forsaken. He's stunned. They don't expect it. They don't expect it yet. They still find the shots. Forsaken, a bit of whiffage in play.
Go.
Reclaimed a gun, actually. That's a massively important one.
That shot was very close to connecting. Miniboo does only have 125 health. That's going to take some of the damage out of picking up that Phantom, I think. No matter how good your aim is.
Trailblazer sees two. That's the call now for the Paranoia play. It has to be used in response to try and push them back, but they want to push it and re-clear it. Together now, Angles watch. Miniboo, you're the most to do. Maybe you can really stand and deliver the result you're expecting here. That is the danger when you hand this guy a rifle.
He's been
บ้า
so
จัดมัน
incredible.
ยิงเดือดจังวะ
15-9, but just winning enormous impact frags.
Cool, calm and collected with the aim. Hands it over as well. Knows that he's the lowest player. Now he's going to be the bait being played forward. Thing.
ไปเก็บแฟนทอมข้างนอกไหม
To the wins there.
ว่ะ
And all of the tension
มันอาจจะลืมไปแล้วว่ามีแฟนทอมตกอยู่
That's the power of the outlaw. I think we've
ห
seen
รือ
a
ว่ามัน
double
แอค
kill
จบ
like that in a high pressure round from the outlaw particularly, but those bang
ทำ
down
จริง
they
เอากว่า
went. Paper X
เป็นอะไร
definitely
วะ
the
มัน
team
โดน
that's trying to
ถุย
use
ไป
this
ทั้
gun
งจอ
the
แบ
most.
บดำ
You see Forsaken something using it fairly often. Yeah. Coming into the next round though, full armor on everybody for Heretics. So they're not falling into the trap of ruining their economy, but if
ๆ
they
ที่บอก
lose
ปืนนี้มัน
this,
ถูกใจกว่าดิเลย
they're potentially in a death
ไม่
spiral.
ก็เก็บแล้วซื้อให้เพื่อนไงแล้วซื้อใหม่
Timing there with the shots. He is pretty isolated. What are you doing?
That's mad.
What's going on here?
Hello?
Opens the door.
เฮ้ยเก่าจัด
Players. There's a
โอ้โหมึงมาดิเปิดประตูให้เลย
Oh, that was what he. Oh, okay. He
มึ
was
งไป
just
เปิดประตูให้เขาด้วย
Okay, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, Thrash clearance through into the site. They know it's open now, but something towards the back of it. Can be clear. Traded eventually. Remove this guy. Pesky. A problem into the back of the site. Yeah.
เครื่องติด
Miniboo's pushed up. Has the potential for a 1v1.
Stairs. Heretics are winning their fights out the necessary ones. Rifles in the hands of these players. Locked down through. We're going to be forcing these Paper X players. They've got to take a faster time in, and this is only 4 seconds. They're going to get detained. Forsaken. There's nowhere to watch.
I mean, to be honest, if he had been detained
เดินอ
there,
ย่าง
would
นี้จะเจอ
anyone
เก
have
โก้แล้วเมื่อกี้เสียดาย
known where he was? Mind Freak opens the door in a 1v3, but it does not look winnable. Thrash goes just to clear out his position too.
Over the top. Hello. Open door. Open sight line.
I mean, he's got 2 fish to the
โอ้ดู
dodge
มิ
in
นิ
this
บูมัน
round.
อ้อมนี่
Who's already on the flank? Look at it.
กะไม่ให้เซฟอ่ะ
Right behind him, so not even going to get the chance to save this rifle, or in all likelihood, there's no way Mind Freak expects it. He doesn't.
อร่อย
And how are we about to praise Team Heretics for such a great recovery when the round began by
นี่
something?
มันเอาสุดว่ะ
Being able to
เกม
get
เดื
2
อด
kills
แล้ว
with
วะ
Outlaw in a position where you just
เกมมัน
would
ซ้ำกันแล้ว
not
วะ
expect
just
somebody
popping
to
off.
get any.
Look at that! Look at that shot! And this one, a
Nó
bit
chi
more
back
of a
thằng Sắm
gimme
nữa
because
rồi.
Paddytech did swing right into the crosshair, and they got the punish early on. From there, Riens and Miniboo just holding positions, able to pick off both sides of that pincer retake. And PaperX are going to take a timeout here after
ที่มินิบู
losing
คือสุด
one
อะ
round. I'm not exactly sure what Alex will have
อเล็ก
spotted.
ขอเรียกม่อนก่อน
Maybe
เมื่อ
he
กี้
didn't
ทำอะไร
like
นะ
the call for the next round coming up. Maybe he was wanting to adjust the macro a little bit. Thought that
Maybe.
เหตุการณ์นี้เป็นภาพความรุนแรง
To tone it down.
ไม่สามารถฉายออกได้
it's possible.
Stop toggling. It's getting too obvious.
I doubt he'll have been telling him that.
No. Of course not.
But here we go. There's a lot of tension in this game now because as much as we are getting as viewers rewarded by displays of magnificent individual talent,
จำใส่หัวไว้
the tension for Team
เรายัง
Heretics
ไม่
in
ต้องยืน
particular is
จนกว่า
raised.
เราจะเอา
They've
คืน
only
ได้
been
สัก
able to put
12
one
ราว
round together on their attack side. Normally this map
ต้องจำไว้อย่างเดียวคือมันซ้ำศพเราไม่มีแผน
we were talking
เล่น
about
ต่อ
how much
ไป
we
ปุย
favored
ลุย
them going into the next half when they were 7-5 up.
Talk about that tension. Palpable in the arena right now. It's like we're back in Sao Paulo.
Yeah. The fans that are here are willing Heretics to make a deep run. They talked about it seemed fated that Heretics got to Madrid. Nobody was expecting this team to go out 0-2. But if PaperX get another 4 on the board, that is going to be the reality.
Pinged just an outline of a rubble with 4 players stacking. The guns aren't ideal. But they're holding for a refight attempt here. Yeah, and okay, it's baited out. Team Heretics seem to be aware of that fact, and now they are just making a great pilgrimage over towards the other section of the site. The other side, which Forsaken is holding with just a shorty. Benji Fishy going to be familiar with the double pump, but they'll be able to navigate it.
The question for Heretics in a more
เฮ้
general
ย
sense
กล้อง
on
มัน
their attack
จ้าบ
side
จัด
is,
เลยว่ะพี่
when PaperX go for a massive stack like that, do we try to push
Wow.
like ourselves?
Oh, stunned. Okay. Bullets going wide.
Because I think what you saw there is they add a pause into the round, just in case it's a
ตอน
stack
ตาย
on
หา
scene,
ดเนี่ย
and they're rewarded for it.
Oh yeah, players dropping like flies now.
Last player.
What's the we can buy for them, but this is going to be evened up in terms of the rounds. Rifle has to be safe for something.
Yeah, he could actually send this one and build up to his ultimate, but he's going to decide to play it a little more cautiously. Not allow the ult cycle on the attack side to start building. PaperX there decided to go for a re-clear of rubble without the neon wall being used. And I think if there's going to be any cue as to where Heretics are fighting at the beginning of the rounds, I would use the neon wall as a really big deciding tell.
Just the indicator.
Yeah, because I really don't think Miniboo's going to be sending it very often from the games that I've watched without there being something
ตัว
behind
จี๊
it.
ดโดนซะหน่อย
Throws it there as a little victory. Victory wall.
มันมูฟฉลาดอยู่ว่า something ดูว่าโดนหลัง
Keep the rifle, yeah. So
I think they are going to struggle a little bit holding on to this C site if only Forsaken is going to play there.
มินิบูไม่เล่นนีออนอย่างกับสเมิร์ฟ
Let's
โคตร
start
เวอร์
here.
เลย
The Cypher's very good against the Neon in general. The trips are looking to try and find really big value, any kill trip kind of setups. But I think usually you're going to want to put one of them for some kind of like mid control or info towards another site. And I also think Heretics are just slow and diligent enough to clear common positions.
Interestingly enough, the trips, I mean, laid down the B site.
Yeah.
Happy with something just holding space towards Mound. He was pre-firing for the Dizzy, but it wasn't sent flying. Turret in the one way. This will give them a good indicator. Has to get broken. And Boo is on a high ground angle. This guy will be able to see the exit across the side if somebody decides to play out of that Mound
บี
area.
ไม่เข้าบีเลยแล้วก็วางแถบเป็นที่บี
Not quite.
Yeah, the angle just watching the push up.
Yeah.
And I think something's more likely to go for that if Team Heretics put any pressure towards A, but they've been silent on that side of the map.
The Dizzy's there. Paranoia with the stun. I mean, beautiful util. Can't fault that side of Heretics' game. Deeply familiar with it at this point.
But again, Heretics don't go for something quick off the back of it. Once they gather information, they're trying to slow the round down and pick the right site. Against a team like PaperX, though, who are happy to gamble, that can be a little
wait
dangerous.
a second. False information. Mindfreak cancels. Did he hear the shots being fired at him? Seekers now through the
Ah,
walls.
foul.
It's going to be breaking the door. Let's create an opening here. Mind Freak might just get to overpawn.
It's 20 seconds, Brent. This is too slow from Heretics.
And yes, still has the nade as well. They want to go to B. They want to go to B. Did they clear the corner? Yes, they do. Aware of it. Trips though. Exactly so. Oh my god, that's precarious. Adjustment. Nasty with the spray. Something is looking beautiful with it. Odin. Spraying potential there with a neural theft, just pointing out these targets, lighting them up. Can they find it still? Dashing forward, at least with the satchel in flame on yet. It's forward. Wins his fight out. Benji in Rumain. At least a spike is planted for him, but it's a 1v2. 1v2. Nano Swarm, slow it down still. He might have to just hit an absolute worldie. The time pressure, it's against these PaperX players. Munyet sticking, kill. Needs to be found, half on it, defuse already game.
มันวางเป้าดิพี่เห็นปะวางเป้าแบบเดือดมากอะ
ไม่ฟังเสียงพลาดมันกาดแบบฟังเสียงชุดแรก
Too slow, I think, from Heretics in this round. Trying to split to a site with only 20 seconds left added so much danger. You know, even with re-ents.
จริงแม่งไม่ควรเช็คขวาด้วยซ้ำ
ไม่ช็อตนี้ทำจริงโคตรเวอร์
To a trip setup, sure, something does hit. An unbelievable 2K there. Outrageous. But just on the balance of things, there was so much danger for them to navigate in that.
เสียดาย
And I do love the way that PaperX played that retake up through heaven.
ผม
Diving
ว่า
yet in and
เรติกน่า
swinging
จะกดดัน
behind
กว่า
the
นะแม่งเสียแพ้คือจบเลย
Last day, it's the
ใช่
call's made.
กดดันกว่า
This U-turn now Forsaken. Playing up close to the tree. He's got an Odin spam. He's waiting for
เฮ้ย
door
เปิดประตู
to
เนี่ย
be popped. Here, pops the cage. Doesn't feel like he can really play that position. That is a kill trip setup. On the one side of the site. Stuns. Wrestled through. It's Forsaken in a spot to really punish this kill trip if somebody does walk into it.
I think so. It's from heaven.
But doesn't look likely. Trailblazer. Players back. Backside control. Now a fight towards Rebel once more, actually, with that flash. Now the thrash.
Can Benji stop these guys?
That's going to be the question. Benji right towards the back there. Updraft to avoid at least the detainment, but it doesn't entirely. He's going to be restricted, restrained. Device just
Benji
straight to the head. Forsaken again. This looks like just again an even round for Heretics. Earn themselves up to 10. The call has to be made here, and they will back away. So PaperX giving it up. Back and forth we go.
And Team Heretics, they tie it up 10-10. I just want to explain a little bit about how difficult the macro calls are when you play against a team like PaperX. We've seen Heretics are trying with Boo at the IGL position to figure out what the setup looks like and then try to slow the round down enough to make sure they're making the right call. This round, they decide...
พี่บูพนุก900เดี๋ยวลองสังเกตดูไม่แน่ใจเหมือนกัน
Figure out where we are in gambling. So let's just send it A. Let's increase the pace. Let's not bother with these slower pace rounds. And let's just try to overwhelm them and hope that they're not stacking A for some random reason. And this time, the stack isn't there. They get in onto the A site. Everything goes cleanly. Can you imagine if they ran that and PaperX just decided to fight Rubble there? Would have been a totally different situation. And now PaperX going for the mound presence. So once more, Heretics looking pretty good with this Rubble control.
He did
this time. I don't think it's going to be pushed back so easily. Here's it. Door switched. Oh my god, the guns! And the gunner does not win it out. Knives in the face of Benji Fishy. Couple in the chest.
And that's big. That's big. Benji shut down both the duelists in the previous round when they went for that flank. So now Team Heretics have to either push forwards to get control somewhere else or set somebody else up to watch behind.
Might be their aim. Heal online. Something. Back into 100. Doubled up position, holding in the pit. Boo is low though. It's like Breeze might just topple him over. Here we go, a rapid offense approach into it, not clearing the corner, not expecting it. They're really only just spotting the one, they're not going to expect the second, surely not here. Through into tree, satchel back and away. Boo! Again, as I said, he's low enough, still wins this fight in Heretics. Back.
โดนด้วย
A post plant set up there with two in pit. A little bait and switch. Taking that space forwards on the site instead of all getting stuck inside tree. And PaperX didn't send anyone heaven. They all went through stairs or through into sight. Nobody going heaven to try to clear out pit.
เฮ้ย
หมุนมา
แปลกหมุน
And once again, Boo finds a really important duel against Monyet.
Everything being invested into this round. You can see it already. It's a C-Tech with the util.
Monyet's in position to break a lockdown.
Team into the back. He sticks it. Boo is in so much danger. That's a rifle given up. Judge close quarters into the action once more. It's C. Trips not quite dealt with. Moshpit as well pushes them back and away. Surely you break this. Surely you break this, and you do. Spike not planted.
And now that Monyet's dead, Benji can go for the lockdown.
Do just that. Drops it down. It's necessary at this point. Maybe seeking to try and gain an advantage, seeking to try and take the fights before they're set up and ready. They're the ones getting punished. 2 still left standing. What can they do with the guns into the pit?
If PaperX manage to find some angles that work for them, perhaps they can get lucky. Benji would die.
เอาเจอของดีไง
ลุ้นอยู่เนี่ยทำจริงลูกซองอ่ะ
Perfect gun for the job, to be honest with you. Glides up, close, forwards here. Can't land it, can't snap and adjust it. Mind Freak spamming away. It's a beautiful pit as well. It covers every single possibility. And even just trying to save the operator Benji. Knows that's his time to strike. Up to 12. Heretics can feel it. This is their lifeline. This is their chance to continue the series.
แล้วจนคักเลยแต่มอนมีอันตีครับ
I really feel like Monyet has had a couple of chances to be able to pull things through and win this map for PaperX. And instead, you saw him lose a duel to Boo, trying to retake that position over towards Tree, and in this round, doesn't find the timing to use his showstopper, when it would have been game-altering and propelled his team forwards.
The money dire now for PaperX. Turning point in the map. This round right here. Guardian purchases. Here in the setup, push back, doesn't activate the dash. He's really going to try and overstay his welcome potentially. Looks to get rid of that terribly. Can't. There it is. Finds it. Heretics are going to be throwing a bit of caution into the mix here, I think. They're worried about the showstopper that Monyet's holding in his back pocket.
The more time they tick off the clock, though, it could be a round-winning play. You know, if they end up going for a hit with 25 seconds left, Monyet's in the right position, it's game over. Throughout this all as well, Rien's his attack side opping. I assume he has a rifle there too. It's just that they want to hold this really slow pace. Normally teams will start moving at about the minute mark, which is just past. You see Heretics take a little bit of rebel control, starting to group up. Rien's ultimate here could be huge.
Into Monyet though. Cross section with the walls.
And the time is ticking.
They're backing away.
Something is still at Mound. They've never dealt with this.
40 seconds.
This is the problem with playing so passively. They haven't taken any map control. They haven't forced PaperX back. At least Monyet is on the other side of the map, but something is right here.
Dash too. Here it is, head found, popped, right off. Where's the next one? Won't get it, but still he evacuates. He's out of there. Buy some time for the rest of his team. Thrash will try and lay the groundwork, at least a bit of pavement for this team to follow through. At least walk up back onto entertainment. Not there, up, trap forwards. Mini boot. In the danger zone, 12 seconds left. Where is this plant, and is it coming online at any time? They want to try and push all the way through. Monyet to the back wall. He didn't get seconds. No way. Everybody's fallen. Time. Continuation. Extension.
โอ้โห
โคตรเดือด
เมื่อกี้วางไม่ทันด้วยนะ
โอ้
3 วิ
พีดโบร
ไปต่อที่เกม 3 สปิด
ไอเด็กฟอร์ดไนท์มันเอเนจีเยอะดีว่ะเบนจี้อ่ะ
Elimination on the line. PaperX or Heretics, who will we be sending home? Finding out after this.
The map 1 chat
จะไม่ได้นอน
13โอ้โหวันนี้หนักจริงครับวันนี้มีงานตั้งแต่บ่ายไง
มาแล้วครับเกิดอะไรขึ้น
later, where this squad is trying to push out and take control over Mound, and you see this constant bombardment, not just the paranoia, not just the sky flash, but the nade as well. The door open for a player to take a fight inside of it. It's so difficult to deal with that many players and that much utility coming your way so early on in the round.
We're going to split now, and you got to be worried for Paper X because this map did not look good for them the other day, right? When they were playing up against EDG, they were constantly leaving space on these flanks. How Dong was abusing the A ramp control when Paper X was on their defense because they're running a triple duelist, double smokes comp that not only has no sentinel to actively hold space, but also really lacks active info because you have no initiator to make those re-clears easier.
I'm actually kind of curious to see what we're going to get out of Heretics here as we jump into this one as well. There's just really, like, I think at this point now we have it's a BO1. You got to shake it off, right? Heretics certainly riding that high coming out of that last game. But with PaperX, what we've seen, even when we were looking at those pistols, even when you think like, oh man, PaperX licking their wounds, they will find a way to get right back in it. So Heretics can't let them back in.
But you know, one of my concerns is that Heretics barely made it across the line in that one. And then you look at Split, a map that they played up against KC, they beat them, and when it came back to it, KC had them figured out. They demolished them. He mentioned the EDG game. I think it was a 13-9.
มาเกม3เกม3
PaperX looked a little better because Heretics was 13-5.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะในที่สุดว่ะ
I'm happy to see this. They're reinventing the comp a little bit, switching to Vi
เกม3ก็มา
onto a initiator here, the Sky, instead of what was previously basically that third duelist in the
พอสเคนไปเลนแล้วพี่
but their re-clears are going to be a lot stronger.
แม่งมันต้องเอาเจสันมาเล่นเลนอะพี่ว่าไง
behind the 1-2 punch of something and Forsaken. This comp
ควรจะเป็นอย่างนั้นนะอันนี้คือเอาจริงหรือวะ
ไม่ไหวมันบอกเจสันมึงแทนกูทีกูมง
Team Heretics in front of their home crowd, a chance to eliminate one of the best teams that have made it to so many international events before. If they could do it here on Split, what a moment it would be for the Spanish organization.
You're so right, Mimi. This is a massive moment here for Heretics to win in front of this crowd.
ได้ผล
Can leave them silent. Let's send it back over to Brennan's sideshow.
อันนี้คือลงตัวจัดๆอะตำแหน่งอะ
It's already been set up, and we set our sights to Split. Now I was anticipating we've had some
เจสันมันเฟล็กอยู่แล้วใช่ไหม
rounds. Don't get me wrong.
ถ้าเจสันมันได้หมดอยู่แล้ว
Something a little bit sillier, maybe PaperX throw in that triple duelist once more. Hasn't been the case though. Going back to something that's a bit more, I mean, tried and tested, to put it lightly.
And it reminds me of Alex's arrival quote when he came today. He said, W gaming is 2023. So we've got to figure something out for this year. And this really feels like Madrid has been an evolution process of PaperX, trying to figure out their identity, struggling to reinvent
นี่มัน
themselves.
คอมแบบไม่อยากตกรอบแล้วเนี่ย
How good they look running basically last year's meta composition, except with Monyet not on the Astra.
Many boo.
โอ้โหโดดไกลจังอะ
At least backwards retreat potential for the punish, but everybody just wants to react into this one. PaperX through into B, they realize it's an open site.
Just looking for the hard lurk player, but I think PaperX's comp won't have as much of a hard lurk.
They're in back side. Looks like they want to try and take a fight.
Paranoia.
It's Paranoia. Off of who's contact, something's here. Let loose, let rip. Boo hits the deck. Now there's plenty more players just trying to scoop up and vacuum back up that space. Heretics are worried about it.
They're using the flash there to stop the trade, not to set up the kill. Hyper confident that something's going to win the duel.
Now just walking right into it. Look at this for Forsaken.
อุ้ยโอ้นี่ไง
Oh my.
ฟอร์เรด
Immaculate pistol round from PaperX.
เป็นคนเล็กชนะ6ว่ะ
Pistol rounds
เหลือจะเชื่อ
50s, the low buys in general have been really solid for PaperX.
It's been the major win gun for them, man. I mean, the reason why these maps have been so closely contested. The pistol rounds, the bonus rounds, the ecos.
Yeah. Forsaken even going for the shorty in this round.
เฮ้ยโหในเราแรกเหรอ
They like that. So good. Boo's scratching his head just a little there. Another round where Team Heretics were very much playing for the retake. They went for that.
ซัมติงบอกกูไม่เอากูไม่สนละกูยืนยับหมดอะเคิร์ดอะไรกูไม่สนมาหยิบตัวมั่นใจยังไงก็ได้ปะ
โอ้ตอนนี้มันดูแบบเขาจัดอะมั่นใจจัดอะ
Stack though, nade, stun, flooding back in, lines it up, but Boo was able to just at least capitalize from the back lines, forwards, is the position of Rians, round and around the pillar we go, the kills, found once more for Boo, but that classic, 3 versus 3, they haven't given up over a
ก็วิ่งไปไล่ไถยิงเลยนะมันโยโร่จัด
And I think that might end up being the difference maker. PaperX still really heavily favored despite losing people.
วิทามมิ่ง
Okay. Oh, very close on that timing.
Paranoia.
Forwards.
Decided ahead, but the wall taking most of the damage. Something this guy. He's feeling it. He's on one. 4 kills.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะซัมติงบอกกูโกรธมาแล้วว่ะ
And that's amazing because Monyet and Forsaken both didn't really invest into that round. They can start to buy. Something's getting close.
มันต้องเอาสักหน่อยอ่ะดิ
This has got real power on
เกมมันจะได้หนุก
And I think this is what, again, like you said, Brett, one of the biggest reasons why PaperX has been able to make this really close series so far. putting a
สะ
lot of
ใจ
pressure
กว่า
on
เป็น
Heretics
เล็ก
when
ก็แชท
Heretics
ไทย
got
เนี่ย
better in the gun rounds.
Yeah.
จริง
Looking a bit like a library right now in the arena, but a bonus round might just turn the frowns upside down for a lot of the fans.
Benji is hiding in this
Oh
corner.
my! Through, hiding into the corner, but what can he really do? There's a cage just to play anti-flash position. Nasty adjustment. Snaps upwards. They don't know where he is. They're trying to hunt him down. Lost as anything.
And something did not even try to get the trade. He went for a react play into heaven.
He's in heaven. Camped.
โอ้โห
That's wild.
what the fuck เบนจี้
When the Jet engages like that and pushes elbow, you
อ่านได้ตัวเองเสียดาย
I would say 100% of the time, the Jet is going to then go back
ความจริง
into
มี
the
มีด
site
แล้ว
to make sure you deal
ดาว
with
สาม
that troublesome player. Benji normally should be able to get one there and then just get shot in the back, and instead he gets
ทำมิ่ง
3.
สโมกไม่หมดพอดี
Follow up. But my God, what a time to really shine.
And okay, it hasn't broken the
นั่งลง
Paper
นั่งลง
economy.
I'm so good I'm so good
Got to agree.
ที่กูเก่งสัตว์
Benji's been a nightmare for them to deal with, but fast up mid.
Oh, again, you anticipate anything else other than it mini.
อุ้ย
He holds it down, rooted in place at times, but just finds that kill against his adversary.
Another player who's just been phenomenal individually for Heretics.
โอ้พี่ดูแท็บมันดิ
They've had the firepower today to be able to go toe-to-toe with Paper X. It's just about being able to, get the really important rounds across the line.
Fade spots it, one player, stun. Fault line to re-peek. Flash through around the back.
And a re-clear. Something can tell the rest of his team there that clearly there's a stack over towards B Heaven if they're going to make a play like that.
Trips.
แคปกันซัมติงกับเจสันโดด
Disgusting one out towards Heaven. That's to punish a player who might be just trying to updraft, satchel their way up through main into that spot.
And that's a classic play that something will go
Oh.
for. What a re-clear. Beautiful read.
Timing could not have been better. Now it's left up to just a few stragglers, Paper X players. Nice movement.
Oi.
The tip tap.
Whoa.
Benji. Precision
โอ้วะไอไซเฟอร์ตัวนี้มันเอาจัดเลย
on
วะ
display. Fully in control. You dare set your sights or your feet whatsoever near his side, because this guy is
ของเรามันเก็บไป8พี่
He looks amazing.
ผมว่าแม่งโดนยัดแน่เลย
He must have gone for the pop-off after that round too. If he's already calling himself, I don't know, what word did he use? Great coded? I don't care. Throw all the superlatives out there. He is giving it.
Fuel to the fire here for Heretics. It wasn't already there. Silencing them. Look at that. Getting cheeky with it.
But he is looking monstrous over here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the trip being broken sets up the re-clear.
Benji Fishy.
He set the crowd off.
Well deserved, but early. This is the final map between both of these teams. Everything's on the line. To think that a couple rounds like that are going to rattle Paper X, even in a crowd like this, oh, you would be sorely mistaken. These are tried and tested players who've been able to get it done before with everything against them. And sure, there are other reasons why
เล่นได้ใจจัดพีเอส
split the first time picking up
มันคมมาก
ใช่อันนี้เลยเป็นที่ที่แข่งฟอร์ดไนท์ครับผม
while playing the triple duelist. But still, Heretics are showcasing they have a system that works. One of the downsides, actually, of Team Heretics' composition is that they don't have an info initiator. But if they can find good timings to flash re-clear areas, and Paper X fall into it like they did in the previous round, well, that's not a weakness anymore. Suddenly it's a strength.
Back at a timeout. Looks like the call's been made. Guess what? Looking like they might have wanted to send it, but no, just pausing here in the camp. Up above. Oh my.
Just some well-timed spam there based on the wall going up.
Camera taken out.
Benji's in the same spot again. Doesn't care.
By all metrics, I mean, that should be just a one and done. But the man's been making it a 3 and done.
It's also really good because it pulls people onto really deep, committed angles that the rest of your team can play off.
Nade. Fault line.
This is dangerous, actually, for Paddy.
Giving up heaven control. Benji, though, still, guess what? Same spot here. Yeah. Not really with the guns though. The flashing is good and the connection.
Oi.
It was a team flash. He maintains his composure. Locking it down and through with the rifles, but yet not too much more you can do.
โดนแฟดเพื่อนไป2 ที
Blinding the bejesus out of Benji there. He still manages to deliver in that position. He's so comfortable playing from there. Seen him play that spot so many times in EMEA throughout the kickoff. But you see, even when Moniak goes for that elbow push, it doesn't pull his crosshair. He waits for the next player through. And Rienz is sending those flashes so that he can play off the back of it too, right? He's playing himself into the spot.
I'm so sad here.
เบนจี้ออกหน้ากูขาวไปหมด
Yeah, something to clean up slightly. Early ramp at the beginning of this round. And this is the first time where we've seen PaperX, from what I can remember, play very spread across the map. They're fighting for both sides of the map at the same time. A ramp and B main.
Control of both of them.
I can't believe Benji is in the same damn
spot. But they also just keep wanting to go A, despite the fact that Benji's been doing this one. And they're walking out, they're walking out.
No way.
Again, they don't expect it.
There's no way.
Again, a 90-degree snap to the side. Forsaken as a wrist breaker, but he doesn't land any shots in the process. And they're left stunned almost, reeling.
มันภาพแตกวะ
Forsaken, who is now playing the Rays, is not clearing that position because he's like, right, guys, Benji cannot be there 3 rounds in a row. Right there. That would be silly.
That would be silly. But sometimes silly's what it takes. Because a team like PaperX, something in the attack side up, reveals his hand.
เอาล่ะครับถึงเวลาบูว่างคนเดียวที่ B
really to his own devices. There's so much danger here.
But look, if something wants to clear this corner that Benji's been playing in, he has to come out so wide.
Look at this. I mean, even with it, oh, the movement. It's nice. No way. Committal. Timing.
No way.
Oh, boo.
What?
My God. No one spotted him. No one pinged him. Mind Freak eventually cleans him up. But listen, reinforcements are a while away. And with the spike shot down to say, I would love
ป้าจัดแล้วมันหันไม่เห็นได้ไงวะ
Is that the one spot? Okay, so when you ult as an Omen, your vision slowly improves over time. And I'm wondering, was he just looking in the wrong direction at the end of the ultimate? Could he not see Boo? Is that a situation where the Omen ult obscured his vision a little bit? Because often you will try to set up high-low peaks with the Omen ult. You'll use it as bait to pull the crosshair. Let's see it from his POV. He sees him.
มันก็จะปิงก็จะอะไร
Feel like he reacts quick enough or potentially comes it either.
Too late. Cleared way too late.
That is a weird one.
เร็วพอกูพอแล้ว แอมดัน
Not something that I was
ทุบโต๊ะไป
expecting
ไม่มี
to
ประโยชน์
see
กินน้ำดีกว่า
right at the
ใจ
beginning of
เย็น
split. Really a little mentally out of it.
Yeah. I mean, his early timeout's being taken by PaperX. There was one a few rounds ago.
He's missed the feet.
He's missed it. Can't quite see it now. He sees it though. Spotted.
ๆถ้ามันยืนนี่มีโอกาสนะ
Connection. Everybody grouped up towards B main. Some bite to the round, of course. Even with the limited weaponry of PaperX, never know when we're going to hit some shots off. But really, I mean, Heretics on full display, I think, with a lot of their defensive setups.
They're going to stun re-clear mid here.
Only benefit to chance. Trailblazer forwards, mini boot, just peeking out wide. Peppers them with bullets as they're trying to just retreat.
They stopped them before they even got to the trip.
Yeah, haven't even cleared it. Sagan's wondering how to break this one. Guess what? You can't. Really, you have to swing into it.
No, it's horrible. It's a really horrible trip to deal with. Very powerful.
Crossing back through main, running out of really opportunities. Jumping peak by something, back through, in and out. Drifting with the movement. Did he know the device pushed up onto this angle? It seems like Boom has that awareness. Forsaken through mid. There's a rocket. It's sent loose and flying again. Where's it going? To the back and kill him, man. He still stands tall. Try and go through. Try and take the side of it. The anchoring players are making a mockery of the PaperX plays.
เม็ดเดียวแต่ละคนที่เซนติเนลมันขาดมาได้ไงวะเนี่ยแสดงว่าเซนติเนลไม่ก็ของจริงแล้วเขาฟอร์มแชมป์เลย
This was kind of shambolic the way that PaperX played this. Why are they peeking with an op through the smoke instead of letting the showstopper provide the pressure and at least figuring out, you know, forcing some kind of play out of him.
ล้อเล็ก
Do
เฉ
you
ย
see that? Benji predicting the fact that Alex is going to be smacking his desk. I swear that's what he's going for there. I'm going to be honest, I thought there was going to be more there after the oh my god.
But it's another timeout, the second one. Short succession here for PaperX, and you can feel it, the necessity of it.
ไม่ใช่คาริเกนอะ
Am I overreacting here to say
นี่
this
กูจะ
just
พูดครั้ง
looks
สุดท้าย
good?
ฟังนะ ไม่มีแผน
We're only 7 rounds in.
ตั้งใจเล่น
A team like
พอ
PaperX can still come back.
ล้อเล่นนะครับ
No
จริ
matter
งๆเขา
in
มี
which
แผน
these
แล้ว
rounds are going down.
จะพลาด
Benji's
ตาม
in
มาล
the
งเกม
same corner of A. I mean, people are going to be calling that the bench fishing spot. I mean, that's how these kind of things emerge within the game. And then also Boo just holding down B
พลาด
against 3 players in a show.
พอก่อนหน้าไม่ตลกอะอเล็ก
These rounds are not looking good. Not looking clean for PaperX.
Clean. I mean, sometimes when you
ไม่มี
mix
แผ
up
น
a
มัน
call
ล้อ
last
กู
minute,
มึงต้อง
make something
ต้องเอา
like
มัน
this away from, you know, what you've just been screwing with.
นี่คือ
playing
พอ
with
สมาแบบว่า เฮ้ย เมื่อกี้มึงเห็นมันล้อกูวะกูไม่ยอม มึงต้องเอามัน
You run out of the right ideas, especially if you haven't put it into practice, and it really puts demand on, you know, everybody to just try and cook up something to get through this. But the trouble is when you're running against such a well-drilled setup like Heretics, when they have these retake protocols, when they have all these ideas, it's just inevitable that you're going to be failing. If you are improving and they've already, you know, come up with a Google Doc 20 steps ahead, you're not going to have it.
Okay, but Patty's position right now, getting squeezed.
Yep, stun, lay down,
Play something.
Forsaken, can't really move, and he is being squeezed. So, a rifle obtained.
คนแม่งโดนปิดจ็อบเลย
Now
คนอ
they're
ยู่ใน
really
เชือก
just making the moves out towards Heaven. Benji
แต่ครับน้องโรบิท
away from the precious corner that he's been loving to play in, back towards again.
Oh,
Screens,
smoke,
one-way smokes. At least the cages set up for him, gives him that cover and fire. And yet finally puts him down, blinded.
โอ้ยเชี่ยมันได้ช็อตได้ซีนทุกคนเลยพี่เฮีย
Absolute beast. And Munyet, what can you do? Rolling thunder up in the air, target practice. It's inevitable at this
ชุด
point.
เวอร์มากเลยอะแต่ละคน
They will not be dislodged from Spain.
If it's not one of them, it's the other.
ที่แม่งเวอร์ทุกคนน่ะ
He
manages to get
one again from his position, holds them back with the double cage setup.
What is that?
Man? It's a paranoia play. Another
แม่งยิงอย่างกับปืนไม่มีรีคอย
But at the same time, you still don't expect Riens to be good enough to pick up 3 off the back in such a short space of time.
Filthy stuff.
ไอ้บอลเย็น look at me เฮียเบนจี้ไม่ควรตีนชัด
Running out. Paranoia finally clears into the corner,
Con
but the
tin
cage
mon.
play into it, it splits it up entirely. Benji, Fishy, take your time, take your pick.
Hey.
son. Finally, the return of the fire with a shot
เอา
into
ลูก
the
ซองไป
face.
ซะหน่อย
Vulnerability there with a snake bite. Can't really follow through with a stingers.
Ow.
Hello.
Ow.
And open it. Found and claimed. The site is theirs. The plant will go down.
ผมว่าถ้าอยู่ดีเปเวอร์เล็กเป็นพลิกกลับมาชนะนี่คือโอ้ผมไม่ต้อง ต้องเอาอะ
Enough out into the
โคตร
open.
มัน
There
นะ
may be a possibility.
These players are
Here
weak.
for
Ow.
Heretics, 2v2. Seekers have to be used. It's just trying to count for the players' positions. Broken. Mini Boo scared of
Oi.
it. Nade rebounds. Nade rebounds. Munyet in a 1v2. This started as a 4v2. No utility to his name. Doubled up. Heretics, you got to think discipline. Name on the game. A dodge, a weave, a duck, a play.
เชี่ยเป็นไงพี่มอนกูได้โชว์
แล้วพี่มอนโชว์ไง
โดนดิลูกแอดมีเหรอมอนหน่อยสัตว์ลูกแอดมีเหรอ
Is screaming across the stage for him to step up. But I've got to be honest with you, Brent. Considering that this was a 2v4, I'm not happy with it. In the sense that they get one on the board and they figured out how to deal with the A anchors. Yeah, okay.
มันนั่งให้เป็นเป้านิ่งว่ะ
Disappointment on the face there of the Heretics.
อะไรก็ยังไม่โอเคเท่าไหร่ต้องร้อยอีกหลายๆช็อตนะ
Even when things go well, there are problems.
Trip now set up for Ram. Miniboo, he's in their faces right now with the show stopping the movement. Little bit adjusted though, he can't quite find it. Flash pushing him away. Got to respect that one now.
He was looking to try to punish the Trailblazer coming out from Divide, but he couldn't quite. Forsaken had a nade up in his face. He had to kind of call the cancel there. And Benji is
เบ
watching.
นจี้ออกมาดิวะ
Tries to take a timing. Shut
ลูกแอดมี
Now you run your wee little legs right into the B anchor. Guess what? It's
we're going for Boo, are we?
Yeah.
Benji on one side, Boo on the other.
Good luck to you. How do you clear him? Boo avoids it, round to the back. Still with the shotgun. No way, he knows it. Feels it. Maybe just hearing it, possibly off the
กูนี่ขาประจ
took that timing and took that chance. Gifted with one. Something.
ดูมันรีเทคกันแบบแม่งลงมาอย่างมั่นใจจัง
Resetting.
ดุย
ำอุ้ย
อุ้ยพอสักขึ้น
เวอร์เหมือนกันไอ้เหี้ยเวอร์จัดเวอร์จัดวันนี้เวอร์เหมือนกันเว้ย
นี่คือการแข่งอยู่แบบว่า ถ้าเราอยู่ในล็อบบี้มันก็โอ้โหเจอเฮีย
คนออกแล้วเราอยู่ในล็อบบี้อ่ะไปเล่นอะไรที่ห้องเนี้ย
คือคนหนึ่งที่เคยกดอันเลดไปเจอเจสัน
เคยกดแรงไปเจอเจสันเนี่ยแต่อยู่ฝั่งเดียวกัน
ของผม
ไม่ได้เล่นเหมือนกัน
ข้ามแม่งยิงไป45 ตัว
เจสันเอาไปยิงหมดเลย
ให้มีช็อตยิ้มมียิ้มนิดหน่อย
ยิ้มไม่โดนครับผมอันนี้มันสีสันนะถ้าแบบไม่ได้หยาบอะไรไม่โดน
มันด่านกันอะสกอร์มันก็ไม่ได้ขาดขนาดนั้น
แต่แมตช์นี้มันที่สุดเลยตั้งแต่ดูมาตั้งแต่วันแรก จริงแมตช์นี้มันสุดอะ
I don't want to throw questions into the mix anymore. They've been proving themselves.
They have the showstopper to work with here as well, right? And also, they've shown that they actually are starting to come up with some really good ideas of how to deal with these site anchors. When they went for the A hit, they had a paranoia towards where Benji plays. They waited to force him inside of his cage and double cleared it. You know, they're really thinking and trying to adapt on the fly. Not so much macro adjustments, but the small stuff. In our site exec, let's put this piece of utility here instead to deal with this. And it's taken them long enough. It took them until round 9 to look competent on these site hits, but they get in there and it might be just enough. Gonna come down a lot to this though.
จริงๆที่เบนจี้แม่งเล่นในไซด์ได้ผมว่าบีทเลยนะ
ไอ้บีทปืนเอาแล้วครับไม่มีแถบ
So now, no more defenses. Cages have to be popped off, and the util has to come flying. It's an anchor, flood, call. Now to showstopper rocket.
โอ้โหไม่ได้ยิงแล้ว
What a shot! Clay Pigeon shooting, and he's removed the major threat. But through the back of the site, they're not ready for it. Fast on the tempo, and Paperx are increasing it. All the way.
โอ้ยเอาแล้วไง
Was feeling that heat.
โอ้โหซัมติงให้มันแทบ
Just like that, the
มาแล้ว
round
ว่ะ
is finished.
มาเหมือนกัน
Boo in a 1v4. Very few chances of success.
The round should be finished.
มอนโอ้โห
Should be finished.
And it
Okay.
is. It is. Monya and something both going for the exploration.
กับกูโดนอีกแล้ว
Boo slips the cracks. Something's there. And in that round, okay, there was an adjustment from Heretics too. Riens, instead of playing from over towards screens, he tried to get
นี่มันบัฟล้อเนี่ยบัฟใหม่
so that they could
ล้อเลียนอเล็กคือแบบว่า
After dealing with
อเล็ก
the
โกรธ
second, they were just not ready for the second player. You know, once Monya swings into backside here, Riens and
มันเดินมาขนาด
Benji
นั้น
not ready for that
ยืน
at
ส่ง
all.
กบเลย
For some reason,
มันน่าจะ
just did not catch the timing.
โฟกัสอยู่วะไม่ได้ฟังเสียงเดิน
So somehow, Paperx, mentally resilient, one away from a tied half.
Feeling empowered now, setting it forwards. Change the setup. Seems like wherever they go, they're just destined to try and meet Benji Fishy with some of these setups, but they do clear the trip, at least towards B main, and they're keeping Monya in that position. Boo's also decided to just play a hyper-aggressive angle with the Viper Pit in mid as well. This is going to be cutting up, removing those options available for Paperx. If anybody tries to walk through the trip, tries to go fast through it as well, they will have that trip in the pit on top of it, but it's broken.
It's definitely Boo's position that's the most vulnerable, but Paperx are moving away from that into the stacked site.
That's a B. What's the call? I believe Miniboo's holding the nade. Trailblazer sends it flying. Actually predicting this one to the just forwards with the nice something already there with the blade some out wide.
Nasty
stuff. Nasty one.
เฮ้ยเป็นจี้ที่มันแบบเกินไปว่ะ
โคตรบ้า
2 versus 2. Viper's Pit. It's a murky territory now.
Yeah.
It's going to be sweeping across the site. A tap, forcing the util out, but finally the plant. The divide. It's good. Vulnerables. Very close. Almost going down. 2 versus 2.
ยังไงดีครับ
Patience being played now. Gaps.
น้อยลูก
To be watched for. And what is the call for either side? How do you choose to play it? Divide. Holding the angle. Stepping out wide. Padatech. Taking it in his stride as a game of timies. They're just bumping into each other. And Paperx on the brink. The pit will fall though. Toppled. Decay. Back up to the health. Paranoia wide. Boo's got the smoke and a tap onto it. Spraying now. Boo sticking.
ลุ้น
เยอะนั่นเอง6-6เนี่ย
That 6-6, they've evened up the half.
With 4 rounds in a row, you can never count
โอ้
this
ย
team
อย่าดม
out.
ก่อน
It looked so over by the time it got to round 8. And even here, Benji putting on absolute heroics. But the problem being, they needed to get the flood defend going so that Mindfreak couldn't pit. Once the pit was down, pretty much game over for Heretics. They tried their best, but we're heading into a tied half to decide this. It's not even a BO1 anymore.
Anyone's game.
ยิ้มออกเริ่มยิ้มออกน้องๆบอกแค่น้องๆไม่ตึงก็พอ
We heard from Munyet. Let's hear from him a little bit about this match.
Hello, I'm Monyet. I'm the
เบนจี้มาจากฟอร์ตไนท์นะครับเบนจี้มาจากฟอร์ตไนท์
We're not playing up to our performance yet from what we practice, but I believe that we will overcome this. I would say because this is my first time playing against CDG and all the boys already played G like twice or 3 times, but I would say
หลอนจะเท่ไหมอารอน
misread them in the game, and also we have like some like communication problem in those crucial rounds, I would say.
Not a lot really to play with. They're going to try and just almost run their way through it, but they're slowly being revealed every single time they try and make their way through. Finally, the Reckoning will fade, but Mindfreak now in position. A cove for Forsaken to try and almost fight within, and they are falling like flies. Forsaken winning every battle!
I mean, it's really hard for us, like starting very slow and also happen in Pacific kickoff. I mean, the goal for this tournament is just we go one by one, you know. It's not like we need to go to playoff, but if we had a bad tournament, I mean, everyone's just okay, you know, because we're not setting up the high expectation for this tournament. I just like want to go step by step, you know.
Maybe that's the key to some of the resilience that's been on display here by PaperX. I mean, just step by step, round by round, match by match. I mean, not expecting anything moving into this tournament. He even said it himself, you know, like not even expecting playoffs or anything like that. But they're on the verge here of removing potentially one of the tournament favorites, one of the arena favorites at least. I mean, still even footings. Maybe getting ahead of myself here, but something at the top of the scoreboard. This guy's been lighting the world on fire. He's been lighting a map on fire. He's awoken.
Yeah. You look at the 2 players at the top of the scoreboard. Benji's done everything he could possibly ask to do on the defense. But I don't see how he's going to be able to influence these attack rounds in the same kind of way. At least not easily. Whereas something on Jet in this comp, he can have enormous impact on attack and defense. If he's feeling it, he can force the fight. This pistol doesn't look like PaperX are in position to try to fight it, unless something finds a timing up through vent.
Caught behind them. Having control, vitally important here. And guess what? Everybody just grouped up onto the side with the exception of Benji Fishy.
Nobody is ramped to stop this retake from coming through. They're all on site.
Can't like the look of this post plan just on paper, at least just staring at the mini-map, because now, look at it, ramp control gained. Smoking off the main angle, look at them, they were trying to refight, it's just walking through these smokes as well. The cake kicking in.
อ้าวทำไม something ได้คนเดียวแล้ว ได้มา3หมดมาแล้ววะมาแล้ววะ
So consistent with it to such a high degree now.
Yeah, and I feel like PaperX mostly have been winning them themselves by virtue of great ideas. That one
เฮียฟิลเครื่องดับแน่โดนตอนแรกใจมาโดนตีขึ้นนำขนาดนี้
ใจพังเนี่ย
ใจพัง
Rough fight, 3 easy pickings for PaperX, and they will take another pistol. It's been keeping them in this game. If the pistols and the eco rounds and stuff had been more
สภาพจิตใจในการแข่งโคตรสำคัญ
massive lead right now, but they're not. That is not reality. PaperX are winning in those important situations.
Remain take, nade, rebounds with the stun. Connection with the dog. Forsaken, he's looking for a little bit more because it will mean his
เอาให้หมด
will be earned online. Look at
เอาให้หมด
that, just overpowering them. All picked up.
นี่ไงปืนนี้แหละที่ something ชอบ
Really dealt with here.
Hard eco rounds for Heretics too. They can't afford to buy really anything into
นี่
it
วัน
because they're
ไม่เล่น
worried
ด้วยวะ
being pushed down onto light armor would be
มัน
devastating
บอกกู
against
ไม่
a team
ต
that
ลก
likes to pick the outlaw as much. So there is some kind of knock-on effect of Forsaken and something going for that weapon as much. It makes those follow-up rounds after the pistol a lot easier. Nowhere close to any ultimates for Heretics. They can't even think about getting those.
ที่มอนทำเมื่อกี้คือกระโดดเบ็ดนี่สมเป็นมอนเนี่ยแม่งโดนส้นตีนบ่อยจัดตัวโดน
filthy stuff from something on Lotus.
He's taking an early gander and peek down A main. And yeah, faking like they could be taking control of B main.
เฮ้ยจับอยู่
Yeah, they just disrespect it. I mean, running straight past the cam, not worried about any sort of trap play, semblance of it, something with a dash enabled active. Smells like something is up for him.
มีเกาะทุกคนเลย
At the same time, for Heretics, they should be able to get a read on what's going on. This is like the most default way of playing this defensive comp, apart from the fact that Moniet's a little further forward than you would expect. But they certainly should be able to get an idea of what's happening. They're gonna fake like they're taking.
Whoa! That's a team flash with a paranoid connecting onto Forsaken. Yeah, just trying to reclear.
But look at this. The defenders here are going to be faster than the attackers. They could try to
เฮ้ย
react off the back of this, but
แล้วมันเป็นไทามมิ่งที่แบบว่าเช็คหน้าดีไม่เจอ
Pure pixel
กลับมา
all that adjustment there. Just
อุ้ย
one
เอาไป
into
หนึ่
the
งเจ็บ
body.
โอ้โห
140 down and out. Mind Freak. Off angle here could do some serious damage, serious work. Once more, nail it down. They're all stacked up. Flash rebounded, but he's playing anti inside the smoke. Drops down. Still got a shorty as well. Will it be cleared? Yes, it will. Rians, good adjustment. Snaps to the side, but they're not expecting the back of the site. But yet, still here. The Spectre, a bit of running gun, could do some work, but not enough. But the bullets just barely tagging. Reclearance down. Boo. Great work. Great work with the conversion.
จะไปส่องก็บอกไง
Positioning from Boo there, something they were lacking on the pistol. But I was still very worried. From a macro perspective, Team Heretics hit the site there as PaperX were expecting it, right? The defense is favored in that spot. And that's partly because PaperX are more willing to go for those rotates, hard reads, gambles. Heretics, sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good. If you take your time trying to clear every single position, you actually end up giving more time for the defenders to rotate. And yet, they get through it that round. But that is going to be something to keep our eyes on, especially when Forsaken has a big ult like this. Getting ready at the start of the round to see whether anybody was going for early ramp pressure.
Push back up onto the angle. Oh
Ui.
my, doubled up flash, avoided and dodged.
เอ้าได้อีกหนึ่งด้วย
Hopes and dreams, talk about it, dashed away, rocket
โอ้โห
rebound. Goodness me.
จะหนี
เฮี
ไป
ย
ไห
เจ
น
สันไอ้สัตว์
He wants a little bit
บ้าจัด
เอ้า
taken around the sewers.
อยู่ดีก็หัวทิ่ม
It's your turn. Can you step up
Ball
to the
is.
challenge? You cannot.
สวยจัด
And that's that early work that Forsaken was putting in, just trying to farm up those old orbs.
สลับกันพีกว่าโคตรจ้าบเลย
Making sure that the kills went to him on the eco. Can use it to just set it up like that. Listen, they're probably going to win the round anyway. Probably didn't need the ult on top of it with those opening 2 kills, but he just seals it, doesn't he?
He does seal it, and at the same time too, that's an eco swing round for Heretics. So it's an important one to be able to secure. I think most teams would be happy in the 5v3 to save the ultimate for a better.
เฮ้ยผมตกใจนึกว่าจอค้าง
Maybe that's even the optimal play. But it is important to get yourself out in the lead here. PaperX now favored to go up by 3.
อันนี้ขอเข้มๆหน่อยอย่าพลาดเยอะปืนพกไมโครครับ
Form-wise, it's really being decided. That factor at play.
เฮ้ยคลาสสิกเป็นเล็กแล้วเหรอพี่เล่นเทรดกันรัวเนี่ย
2-4, reposition a Mind Freak. So back into it. Dog's gonna have a spot 2. They want
อุ้ย
to do more. What is that? What is that?
เชี่ยเลยวะน่ะ
Disgusting. Satchel.
โอ้โหเจสันมันระเบิดฟอร์มจัด
He looks unbelievable.
เจสันจะโมโห
Was Benji and Boo trying to hold back something? This time on defense.
โอ้ถึงกับต้องพอสเลยทำเอาเลย
Something down. He's like, don't worry, I got it. I got this half. Hop in the backpack. Do not fret. What is this one?
Not even on it, man. Not even on it. But no, I mean, Forsaken not willing.
ยูอ่ะ
Taking fate into his own hands. And yet, listen, I mean, Heretics got their own ambitions. Flames of it, but it's being extinguished right now. A timeout called for Heretics. Precious time at that. They need to get these players back on their feet because they're playing like they're rattled. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think they are. They're playing a little slowly. They're not willing to match the
จริง
pace
ถ้า
of
เมื่อวันก่อนเป็นเล็กลั่นผมว่า ETG ก็มีเสียวไง
ลั่นอีกทีก็โดน
pace and
แต่วันที่เจอ EDG นี่ ไม่มีส่งเลยพี่ดูเป๋เลยแต่ตอนนี้ EDG มันก็เดือดจัดด้วยแหละผมยิงกันแบบว่าให้ตัวละเม็ดเงี้ย
ฟอร์มนี้ได้หมดอ่ะเจอทีมไหนก็ได้ตอนนี้2ทีมนะ
It looked like a top 5 player in the world. And here, he has struggled to get online. They need Miniboo now, more than ever. Otherwise, they are at serious risk. Leaving this Spanish representative here. And an extraordinarily strong team going home early.
Yeah, heartbreak. Tragedy for them. You think
สองคนนี้ไปดันเลย
the prior match was, but a deep push contact making a footstep here. This should be a level
โอ้
of
โห
awareness move.
ไปเลยได้หนึ่งโคตรคุ้มได้สโมกด้วย
Entirely different, but the fight was taken.
I mean, that is so much confidence from Forsaken there, the way that he swings that too. It's so committed.
4 players though, ready to fight back, and they do. Dropping something.
อันนี้จริงไม่น่าไปสดคนเดียวละมัน5-4 แล้ว
It does. There's more pace here with Heretics. They know that the A side only being defended by Mindfreak, who could vulnerable them.
เฮ้ยเห็นปืน
Positions here. He's revealed himself though, just layering down that snake bite. Flash dodge, now to stun. God almighty's in trouble. Needs some backup. Where is the help for the rest of his team?
โอ้โหยังได้
Through and out.
แล้วจะไวไปได้
And Divide. Double up onto that one.
That's incredible work. How has Mindfreak stayed alive long enough there for Divide to help?
It's a 2v3 surrounded. Every front.
If Rian's
control of anything.
If Rian's gets
ถ้าตืดบายซัดยัดเลย
it could be the only way they're saved. This paranoia is headed towards elbow.
Trailblazer, aftershock down, got to dodge it with the knife out. Now a plan, Rian's now has the ult online. Does he choose to use it with the pressure? No, he dies! Morty with active and instantaneous is the trade.
ที่เล่นแบบด้วยความโกรธ
VALORANT here, and they can feel it.
ล้อพี่อเล็กเรายอมไม่ได้ทุกโต๊ะ
They are on the precipice. They're in control of their own destiny.
I cannot believe
ผมว่าขึ้น12มีอ่ะเฟลเล็กต้องมีบ้างอ่ะหรือว่า
Slow start. I mean, it took a while for PaperX to even look like they were playing the game. The first 8 rounds, they were just out of it. I was ready to call
chalked, man. It was chalked.
It looked incompetent. Since then, they've only dropped 1 round. 1 round.
ได้อย่างนี้ดิวะเล็กบอก
I'm convinced we're running old clips, but
it must be. It's got to be. There's been nothing to be mad about.
No, that was just perfect with the fundamentals.
มอนแม่งเอาจริงไอ้ยี่เหมือนจะหาเรื่องจะต่อยเลยไอ้ท่าทางมัน
Grouped up side by side. They have the odds flash on either side, pushing them all the way
movement
back.
to cancel that whilst full blind.
Rolling Thunder now. This sort of connection, aftershock, paranoia, walking right into all of this. Util! It's eventually traded there, still in the smoke, playing it around, quick scopes, something, Munyet from the back, Divide round the side! They can't hold a candle to it!
12แล้วอ่ะ
แล้วขึ้นแท่นไง
เชี่ยตึงเปรี้ย
They thrive in it!
Going up to match point. This has been an outrageous game. An unbelievable game. And it feels like PaperX have truly woken up. The form we're seeing from the players, the willingness to fight aggressivly with each other. They are flooding out here with not a care in the world.
NG แม่งไม่ไหวแล้ว
One single
กดดันแล้ว กวักมือ
Gearing up for it. I can see it on the mini-map. 5 players from Heretics, all on the line. We're in the round already. Grouped up, operator to meet them.
โห something สิออกมาอย่างงี้
And this could spell disaster for the Spanish org. The team of new players, new rookies, some of them experience at this wider stage. It could all just tumble and collapse. Dash now available.
โอ้จีจีว่ะไปแล้วไฮบอยเฮ้ยใจเย็นใจเย็นมีนแม่งเลยโอ้แม่งเกิดโอ้เกือบเลยไอช็อตเมื่อกี้นี่คือโดนมีดเลยจริงโอ้สะใจแชทมันชอบอย่างงี้แชทมันชอบ
for Madrid, and then played an insanely close game with Sentinels, looking like one of the best teams that we had here. So many ideas, and PaperX takes that and tears it apart. In the final map, in the final half, they were clearly the better squad. A great try from Heretics, but they will be gutted. They wanted to go further. They had so much left to show, and now
User joined your
พี่
channel.
ชื่นชมโค้ดอเล็กว่ะปรับแผนเรียลไทม์
to
อ่ะเพื่อน
showcase it again.
Goes to show how
เจสัน
that
ว่ะ
competition is between all the teams here. I mean,
ถ้าม่อนจับแล้วก็
จริงพี่
แต่ต้องเลสพี่ม่อนมึงเงียบก่อนไอ้สัตว์
teams looking like they're in poor form.
ขอบคุณมาก100 ปีนะครับผม
I mean, PaperX are slow starters.
ที่คนเล็กไม่ของจริงยิบ
They
หา
said
ย
this about themselves. They said this about Madrid as a tournament. They weren't really looking forward to really putting on a good
ผม
performance.
ว่ามันเห็น
They set those
ไอ้
expectations
ช็อต
for
อันติ
themselves,
อะ
but
โลตัส
they
ที่ยิง
continue
ใส่
forward
กำแพง
ahead.
กันในไซต์อะ
And yes, players have
แม่ง
made
ทุบบอกมึง
but they have overcome
ไปสโมกเลยนะเกมหน้าไอ้ม่อนเจสันยูเลส
And I think there has been a struggle for this team to reinvent themselves. You listen to what Alex has been saying, and the whole team, they're not feeling
คิดถึง
confident
จริง
about
เลย
this.
เฮีย
They're still trying to figure out what their style is
โอ้
going
เจ
to look
สัน
like
มัน
on
เก่ง
the
มาก
other
เลย
team.
มันได้ทุกตัวเลย
that they showcased on Split. But for them to change
ไม่แล้วแม่ง
themselves
ชื่นชมทีมด้วยนะ
and still
คือมันกลับมาสู่เกม
really
ชูตติ้ง
solid
อ่ะ
and still
ถ้า
get
5 คน
all
แม่ง
that
ไม่มีสิทธิ์
firepower
เสมอ
out
กัน
of
แพ้แล้ว
something, and Forsaken is
คือไม่มีใครกลัวใครเลย เทรด
all
เทร
of
ด
the
พ่อ
pace that they brought
แล้วลองดูดิ
Heretics
1 ต่อ 1 อ่ะ หมด
That
หน้า
was
ที่
not the same tight Heretics team.
ไอ้
They
สัต
looked
ว์
timid on the attack rounds,
ผมว่า
slow to
เจ
try
สัน
to
แม่ง
take
เลสแทน
advantage of
แทนจริงได้เลยแมตช์เนี้ย
Still trying to figure out how to deal with a
แต่ว่า
fast-paced
ก็
team
ต้อง
like
ยอมรับว่า
PaperX
ยิง
who,
มากกว่านะ
like Mixwell said earlier,
ใช่ปะล่ะ
once you
แต่
play
เน้น
it,
ความแพร
it
วๆอะไรเงี้ย
can
จริงอาจ
be
จะดีกว่านะ
very difficult
เอ
to
อ
do for the first time.
ตัวนี้มันยิงดุกว่าว่ะ
มันยิงหยุดทุกอย่าง
จริงมันได้เดฟมั่วๆอันนี้มันแบบเวอร์สัตว์
Heretics learned today.
เห็นไหมยิงแวนดอลแบบเวอร์เฮี้ย
ยิงเป็นแฟนทอมเลยสัตว์
เออ
เม็ดเดียวคอขาดไอ้สัตว์
ขอบคุณคุณวินจีนะครับสำหรับ5 กล่องนะครับไงก็ฝากกดไลค์คนละไลค์ด้วยนะครับผมขอบคุณนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณซุป179จากรถเมย์นะครับขอบคุณมากพี่เอฟน้องบนไว้ฝันดีนะเป็นหัวใจแป๊บได้เลยขอบคุณนะครับวันนี้ราตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับทุกค
ประ
น
กาศสายหรอแข่งจบจะเนี่ยหรอ
ขอตัวก่อนนะครับบ๊ายบายดึกแล้วนอนแล้ว สวัสดีครับบ๊ายบาย